coming to you live, coming out here from the K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center over here in Dallas, Texas. We are here, finally here, for the offline segment of ESL Masters Spring over here at DreamHack Dallas. I'm, of course, your host, Yaku of Yakuzaku, and with me today is El Vaquero en el Salón que aparece una hora antes del mediodía, like _VIP. How we doing, like?
What's up, Yaku? What's up? Welcome back, everyone, to ESL Masters Spring. We're finally here at DreamHack Dallas. We're not here, but we're here to bring you as much of the open stage as we can.
It feels like we're here.
We're basically embracing, NA right now. We're going full Tejas, if you will, and hope you've been enjoying yourselves. I apologize for the stream going up a little bit earlier than we thought. We had no idea. We had no idea that the event was started. The event started an hour ago, but the open stage is starting up just now, and we were a little bit in the dark as of that. We weren't fully aware of that, so stream went live a little bit early, but now we're here. Now we're back.
Now we're here. Now we're ready to rumble in a little bit of a rodeo that I like to call the open bracket.
Exactly. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys don't have a look at the bracket yourselves. But I believe Wikipedia is down, or at least there's some maintenance going on. It should be coming back soon. So do not panic, do not fret. The event will still be going on, and I'm sure Wikipedia will be back soon.
Yeah. Just a routine little, well, I don't want to say a shutdown, but it is going up for maintenance, so we will be having that back. We will be able to take a lovely little look at those brackets, but fret not, for we have our memories, and we have been looking at the bracket quite a bit. So as we promised, we're going to be starting here with the first two groups of the open bracket, A and B. Here on this stream, we're going to be casting a lovely little TVP between Kelza and Ryza. I believe Steadfast is going to be covering the second group. It's going to be Rogue and Solar, from what I remember.
Yeah. Oh, no, I just refresh. No, why did I refresh? I forgot. I forgot, Bobby. I forgot. I just pressed the refresh button and I've lost it. I lost it all. But yes, as you were saying, I believe there are two side streams at the moment. There's the main stream, the B stream, and then we have the C and D stream in a way, with ourselves and Steadfast. We did message Steadfast ahead of time, or I did slip into those DMs, and Steadfast is going to be covering Group B, so we will be covering Group A instead.
Indeed. A little bit of an interesting seeding that we've had in at least our first two groups coming up here. Group B specifically is the ZVP group. So we mentioned Solar and Rogue are going to be facing off there, and I believe the first four matches in that group are literally ZVZ, PvP, ZVZ, PvP. So no matter what, it's going to go into a PvZ regardless over there. Here, it's a little bit more diverse, if you will. We have we have two Protoss players, one Zerg player, and just trying to make sure the math is correct, and everyone else is a Terran player from, again, my memory.
Yeah, exactly. So we're gonna be covering Group A. For those that are curious, we have we have top tier players like Ryung in here, Futures here as well, Gumiho, alongside some of the others that we're gonna be covering. Players like Kelzer, Riser, Creator, alongside. Oh, who's Creator playing against? Do you remember?
I believe it's
Epic.
Future. Epic. No, yeah, it was Epic.
Yeah.
The other NA Terran player.
Exactly. So a lot of Terran and Protoss, as you can imagine, in Group A. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, Steadfast is going to be covering the PvZ group instead.
Yeah. It's going to be how it goes down, both of them happening simultaneously. Later on, we're going to go into the Group C and Group D, again, being played out simultaneously. And we'll also try to spread that out. We'll try to arrange things with our other casters that we have to maximize the range of coverage that we have in these lovely matches.
Exactly. We'll do our best to kind of spread out and to split up and to make sure they don't kind of like tread on each other's toes and cast as much of this as we can. When it comes to Group C and D, some people were asking earlier when they were going to be covered. After these initial groups. So after Group A and B, then there's going to be a bit of a break, a bit of a lull, and then we'll be diving into C and D thereafter, and that'll be our broadcast for the day, just covering the entirety of the open stage.
Yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, it's very scheduled out this time. We have day number 1 here today is going to be entirely the open stage. Tomorrow, day number 2, it's going to be entirely the knockout bracket. Some of that's going to be on the mainstream as well, though. I say some of that. All of the qualifying matches in that knockout bracket are going to be on the mainstream as well. So we're also going to be covering those early stages, but it's not going to be as long as of a day. And day number 3 is going to be nothing but the playoffs. Quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the grand finals.
Exactly, a big weekend of StarCraft, 3 days straight. As Yaku mentioned, we are going to be casting 2 of those 3 days, day 1 and day 2. Day 3, we won't be able to cast, but we can co-stream. We can have a bit of a viewing party and just tune in to the mainstream and, you know, add our little bit of insights, tidbits, you know, cheer for players and have a good time. So that's also another possibility for us. We'll see if we do embrace that or not. Otherwise, we're going to be focusing on our upcoming matches here. We did kind of gloss over it, but it's a part of the Twitch title. Our first series should be Kellizer versus Riser.
In the 2 players who are very active, pretty much staples, I would say, of the NA scene at this point. Every, you know, ESL regional, most of the online cups as well, even some of the more other somewhat small LAN events like Cheesadelphia, you'll usually find one of them showing up and, yeah, playing around and having a good time.
Yeah, and Kellizer's a player that I've been keeping my eye on for the past year. Kellizer, he kind of like, I don't know if I want to say he stepped away from the game, but you know, in years past, he was on Team Liquid, he was over in the land of Europe as well, and I mean, he was maintaining his form, to be fair, but I don't know what it is, but after leaving Team Liquid, he really did just hammer down and just grind. He was playing a lot, competing a lot, and it feels like he's been really improving quite a bit, especially in the NA region this past year of play.
Yeah, I don't think it's that controversial now to say that Kellizer is arguably, at the very least, top 2 when it comes to the Americas region combined. I would say nowadays probably the best player from Latin America, now that Special has taken a little bit of a break, a little bit of a step back.
Yeah. I think that was a surprising thing, because I feel like when we think of the Americas region, we think of like Australia and Scarlet and Trigger. Like, they're top 3. Like, for a very long time, they've been like settled into top 3. Back when Neeb was around, like, he was up there, he was, you know, at the top of them, of course, but Neeb did since retire. But it was this past year where Kellizer, he had a surprising run in the regionals, even contending against Australia, against Max Angel. Didn't bring him down. I don't think we would say he's number 1, but I think I would say that he's the best Terran in the Americas region currently. Before this past season, I would have maybe said future, but yeah, Kellizer did surprise quite a bit.
Yeah, please don't ask me to remember what the result is. Wikipedia's still a little bit. Wikipedia's still not quite back yet. But yeah, Kellizer, like you said, has just been grinding a lot in this past year. Again, not really sure what it was. I know that a little while ago he did say that he was going to focus a little bit more on IRL things. He was a little bit more busy with his studies, with things of that nature. But this past couple of years, right? Not sure what it is, but you know, I guess he is just continuing to carry that torch for Latin America.
Oh yeah, is going to be carrying that torch, and oh boy, we'll see how far he can go. Again, the open stage is brutal, by the way. There are so many top tier players in the open stage, and only 2 make it out of each group. We mentioned before that in this group we have Future, we have Epic, we have Creator, we have Kellizer, Ryung, Gumiho, so many amazing players, and only 2 will make it out. It is brutal. It's going to be a bloodbath.
We'll make it out into the knockout stage, which is also a little bit of a brutal match there, because then you don't just have to compete with all of the other players from the open bracket, who are some, you know, fantastic players themselves, but you also have to compete with some of the absolute best of the best players from the winner stage, who didn't quite qualify for the playoffs yet from there. ESL Masters, it is a brutal format coming down.
Oh, it is a brutal format indeed, and we can gloss over that, but for now, we have a Love G, Papi. Oh my god. It's gonna be, we've had quite a bit of downtime here, but
it's been years.
It's been years, but it's great to finally be getting ready to dive into a series.
Yes. Just trying to make sure that, yep, we have our logos mod coming down.
Mm-hmm. We're just gonna be re-hosting a little bit. But yes, if you're out there, if you've been hungry for some StarCraft, then don't you worry, the StarCraft is coming soon. Again, we apologize for all the downtime, but you know, it's a live event and all the players are getting their setups ready, you know, like measuring, you know, the distance between the keyboard and the edge of the desk, you know, like adjusting their seats and setting up hotkeys. It's a process.
Changing, switching from metric to imperial.
True. What do they use in America? It's like, do they pound in America? What do they do?
They do use pounds. They use feet.
They
do
feet.
pound.
They feed.
They feet. They pound the feet.
Let's go. You can work. Okay, can players.
I'll get Kelzer.
Yeah,
beautiful.
In sync, Papi, in sync. But yes, if you're in the chat, we're soon going to be diving into our first series. The winner of this series advances on to face off against the winner of Creator and Epic. So we're going to be following these players into their next series. And we mentioned it earlier briefly, but Steadfast is also casting Group B, if you're curious. And I believe he's going to be covering Rogue versus Solar.
Yeah, then going to be continuing that over, much like we're going to be casting our TVP here, Kelzer versus Riser, and then we'll follow the winner of this into the winner of, I believe, Creator Epic, if my memory serves.
Yeah, and then that'll be leading into, you know, either Ryung, Future, Gumiho, or some of the other players up there as well. So, yeah, we have a full lineup ready for us, and we're diving into our first series. Finally, we're diving into Oceanborn.
Let's go. And here we have it, spawning into Oceanborn, over here in the top left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the top left. We, of course, have our red Terran player coming down from, I believe, Norway, but, of course, representing the land of Brazil. Also going to be representing his team R8. We have Kelzer.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the purple Protoss player representing Team License to Kill, LPK. It is Riser.
I don't think I've mentioned this before, but every time I see Kelzer's team, I want to pronounce it as Rate.
Rate?
Yeah, Rate.
Yeah, I get that. I understand.
It's Leet language, Leet code, if you will.
Zoomer talk. I see. But yeah, we spoke about it earlier. Again, Kelzer's been improving quite a lot. Likewise, Riser has also been on that grind set as well. There hasn't been as much of a limelight on him as of late, but it's great to see Riser traveling, competing, a part of this event as well. And I'm excited to see what he has to offer here against a player of the caliber of Kelzer.
Yeah, my eyes are definitely more on Riser because of that. He is going to be the underdog coming into this matchup, and I'm sure he has a couple of things planned here.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he does as well. For now, it's going to be standard openers. Even from the side of Kelzer, it's going to be a double gas opener. Now, if I remember correctly, especially in the qualifiers for DreamHack Spring, the regionals and the main event itself, Kelzer's actually quite an aggressive player in this matchup. I wouldn't say as aggressive as like Coffee or anything like that, but still very two-base heavy. It was a little bit surprising, and it caught me off guard when we did cast him in the TVPs, where we would see a lot of all-ins and a decent amount of pulling the boys.
Yeah, pretty major shakeup, I would say, compared to the Kelzer of old, who, when I think of Kelzer, I think of that drop player, right? The player who is more than comfortable going up to 3 bases, going to the mid-game against his Protoss opponents, and just relying on drop play to stretch their attention, the Protoss player's attention, and just pick them apart slowly but surely.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see the evolution of Kelliser over these past couple of years, and we'll see which kind of Kelliser we see this time. As we do see the CC on the high ground again, it's not going to be a one base all in. We are going to be expanding here towards that low ground, and we have our take of choice. It is not a Twilight count.
Oh, interesting. So we're going to be seeing a Stargate come into play. Still pretty standard. I know a lot of the Protoss players have been experimenting a little bit with things like Robo Play, a little bit earlier of a Robo Bay, but Riser is a little bit more orthodox by the looks of things, is still going to be going into, I imagine, Phoenixes. Yep, there we go.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Phoenix production has begun for Riser. Meanwhile, Kelliser has yet to really confirm, dips into the natural base, gets a kill or two, but is going to pull back and doesn't quite commit yet. And I believe Kelliser has yet to really confirm the tech of choice either, has yet to get behind the mineral line.
Yeah, not quite yet. We look at positioning on these Adepts coming out from Riser, preventing this Reaper from getting into position, but that's what the Mind Drop is for.
That is going to be for that Mind Drop here. As you mentioned, it's going to be to scatter our opponents. I'm curious if we go with Marines as well, or just the Widowmine, and we have our answer. It's just going to be the one Widowmine moving out across the map. This is less designed to get damage done, more designed to scout.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, a little bit of a double Mind Drop coming down from Kelliser. Like you said, you're not looking to get major damage. That's usually what a triple drop would be aiming for. Little bit of a misstep from Kelliser with this CC, a little bit out of position, and because of that, Riser shows up. He's going to be able to block that for a little while.
And he does block it. Meanwhile, at the same time, Mind Drop comes in, but we lift up both of the Widowmines. We shut down the medevac as well, but at least we scout our opponent, but we don't get any value here. That was a nice cleanup by Riser.
Yeah, you can tell he's been doing his homework. He was absolutely prepared for this. He had everything in position, and aside from defending back at home, he was also able to, with that Adept, not only delay the natural base from landing, but also catch eyes on the Marine count here. It does confirm that Kelliser wants to go for a bit of an earlier push.
Yeah, Stim is already on the way for Kelliser. It's going to be a 3-1-1 setup here from our Terran players, so we're building up quite a bit towards that eventual Stim timing. When it comes to being ready for the drop, we did notice earlier that the drop was actually spotted by the Adepts as it was moving out across the map, and with that, they're able to be so ready for it. At the same time, we do get into the mineral line.
Yeah, nice couple of pickoffs here on these Phoenixes. More importantly, he confirms a double Tech Lab. He confirms the barracks count coming out from Kelliser. And he knows that Stim, Combat Shield, everything is on the way. He needs to be prepared for to defend, and defend.
Oh yeah, and how do we defend? It's going to be with Phoenix Colossus as one more SCV goes down here at the natural base. Phoenixes so far, they are standing tall, standing strong, and the Colossus production is on the horizon. We do go for a safety immortal. Before that does occur, Kelliser is poised as well to go for some auto-target harassment here towards the main base as we pick off another Marine.
Yeah, not too bad. Good, decent control coming out from Riser so far, not losing a single one of his Phoenixes. It's a little bit trickier to control and micro your Phoenixes. You know, you have to pick up units individually. It's not quite like Oracles.
Yeah, it can be a little bit tricky there, and it also forces you to be stationary as well, so you're a little bit more vulnerable to whatever does try to focus you down. Thankfully, there has not been Stim to worry about, but Stim is finishing up in a couple of seconds, and with the completion of Stim, as we catch the Observer, we should be able to break out.
Yeah, auto-target harass from Kelliser, going to be able to catch a couple of probes, delay mining by a little while. And here comes that push that we were talking about.
Yeah, Stim is now done. Tanks are moving out across the map as well. We're so far keeping the boys back at home, but regardless of very committed push, we do catch the Phoenixes!
Ooh. Catch one, we catch two Phoenixes. And that's going to be a little bit of an issue coming down. Phoenixes have a lot of crowd control potential that you really want to utilize against tanks and Widowmines.
Yeah, exactly. And here we go, Kelliser rushing on forward. The Immortal is out. The first Colossus does pull out just in time. We have the shield button. We have an overcharge as well. That one tank is going to do a lot of damage in the back line, but do we have enough to break Riser?
We may barely have enough. We don't have any Marauders out just yet. So this Colossus can still get a lot of damage done, but that's still a very hefty Marine count. And not a whole lot of units on the ground here for Riser.
Yeah, the tank
not a whole lot of units on the air either.
Yeah, the tank is going to go down, but as you mentioned, because the Phoenixes were reset in a way, we can drop into the main base. Not enough anti-air to stop this from happening. Marines are popped in. We force a recall.
Yeah, Colossus coming in, but it's a naked Colossus. Not quite gonna be able to catch those Marines. Phoenixes are catching the medevacs on retreat. They will be able to take out one of them. Riser is on the way to defend, and it looks like Kelzer has just run out of momentum. Riser will be able to deflect this and keep his high-tech units alive.
Yeah, pretty impressive, not gonna lie here. Like, Riser doesn't really lose much at all. He bled out how many, like, a couple, to be fair, like 9 probes in total, but Riser still has that edge with that third base and is now moving out with an even larger Colossus army. Third Colossus is on the horizon here for Riser, and Kelzer, the pressure is on to try to pull Riser apart.
Yeah, there's no... The third CC for Kelzer is just about to land, but I have a feeling that Kelzer doesn't want this game to go on for too much longer.
Yeah, as we have the Otis Hearts here at the natural base. We get a kill on the pylon here in the center of the map. We're going for a bit of a tri-front attack. Raven towards the natural, drop into the main, and the main army pushing towards the third.
Yeah, Riser starting to get his attention stretched a little bit. He has to prioritize. He'll be splitting up his Colossus. Widowmine's going to be able to catch a couple of Stalkers, but not much else beyond that. Meanwhile, the Marines and the Auto Turrets are able to get a whole ton of probes.
Yeah,
that advantage Riser had earlier on, that economic advantage he had, has pretty much been diminished.
Yeah, Kelzer now up in workers, now up in supply as a result, and Kelzer's damage hasn't been good enough. He hasn't killed Riser, he hasn't been able to deal some crippling damage yet, but he has hindered the economy, and Kelzer now takes a supply lead, quite a supply lead from that.
And with that lead, we're getting into the next phase of our tech here. Kelzer going to be getting more starports, going to be getting more flying units, Vikings and whatnot to deal with this. Riser gonna try to switch into High Templar, but when his economy is this low, it's gonna take him a while to really get that final form.
It really is, and we'll see if he can get there. If he can survive long enough, drop into the main base. This time we have side defense, cannon, and the shield battery, and an overcharge, so Riser does hold on. He is fortifying himself quite nicely on this 3-base setup, but 3-base versus 3-base, not a place you want to be here as a Protoss player. You need to expand, you need that fourth, as he tries to. Kelzer is here to deny him.
And this is the Kelzer I remember. The Kelzer who roams around with medevacs, who goes for those tri-pronged attacks and whatnot. Nice to see that he still, has it in him, despite going for a lot more all-ins in the past couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, even this game was a little bit more aggressive, but he was able to transition out of it, right? He was able to get into his third base. It's fully saturated, and his macro is still just getting higher and higher, or getting out of control as we speak. Rise is still trying to keep up, and Storm is on the way, but it's still just started. We need time.
Yeah, we need time, we need money, we need just about every resource available right now if we're Riser. We don't have any ghosts just yet, but like you said, when the High Templar are up in low enough numbers, it doesn't take much to just avoid them. Very good pickoff here from Kelzer, taking a Disruptor for free. Warpism will go down. 1 High Templar will be able to get out. So there's 3 available, and okay, there's a decent number of storms that Riser will have.
Yeah, but those are massive, expensive pickups here, and Riser still does not have Storm. He cannot really contend too much against the army. There is a chance, though, even being down in supply, if we can land a couple of Novas, if we can land a juicy Storm, then maybe we can take a fight. The problem here is Kelzer's army composition. That's a lot of Vikings and a lot of Marauders. We can tank some Storms.
Yeah, we even have 3 Ghosts here, which should be enough EMPs to just completely wipe out the energy of these High Templar and take out the shields of everything else. But like you said, it might not even come to that.
It might not. I mean, Storm is done. That is a lot of High Templar. I'm worried they're quite bunched up, actually. So, the feedbacks do connect.
Yeah, only 1 ghost left. No ghosts remaining that have any energy on them. Storm has finished up. And we are about to throw a couple of zoning storms down, but that's still a lot of beef in this Terran army. And the Vikings will land behind. GG is called. Kelzer gonna take game number 1.
GG, well played, as Kelzer does end up pulling Riser apart. Again, wasn't able to completely kill him with the multi-pronged harassment, but was killing workers, sniping key units, and expanding behind it. Riser was stuck at home. Despite initially going for the Phoenixes and getting into Colossus production, Riser was stuck at home almost the entire game, was not able to really harass outside of the early game in Game 1.
Yeah, it really feels like Riser was doing a really good job of defending. Until he wasn't. He was able to, defend against the mine drop, just immediately pick that off. He was able to deflect the initial push from Kelzer without losing anything, really, without losing any of his Colossus, without taking too much economic damage. But then we started to get into the mid-game. Then Kelzer had that triple prong attack. Then Kelzer was just hitting from every single angle, and eventually it was too much for Riser to keep up with.
Oh yeah, it was too much in the end, and we'll see if we can have some better luck as we load into game number 2. This is going to be an interesting one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool, but it's not vetoed in this best of 3. I'm excited. We're going to be loading into Dynasty.
I think that has to be emphasized once again, like, this best of 3. Our players had 6 vetoes, or 3 vetoes each, I guess. 6 in total, and neither of them decided to veto this map. Oh yeah,
that is wild. That is crazy. We're going to be loading into Dynasty with some very unique features, some very unique aspects of this map. I'm ready.
I'm not sure if I ever will be, but regardless, we're going to be loading into Dynasty, where we're here in the top right-hand corner map, spawning all the way. In the top right, we have our red Terran player coming down from the land of Norway, I believe, but also representing the land of Brazil. Going to be representing his team, R8 Esports. We have Kelzer.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the purple Protoss player representing Team License to Kill LTK. It is Riser.
Okay, this is, I believe, Riser's pick, as I think he is Seed B in the veto process. So once again, my eyes are glued to our Protoss player. There's a lot of very interesting builds that have been coming out from Dynasty. A lot of interesting ways of going about the gold base specifically. I know a lot of Zerg players are taking the outer position, which on paper seems to be a bit more dangerous. It seems to be a bit more out in the open, but in practice, it's actually somehow safer.
Yeah, I'm curious here with how Riser will open up as well. So obviously the big thing about this map, and we're about to see it, is the gold base, and Riser going for the gold on the other side. This has become the new norm as of late. The reason for this, if you expand it in the more natural location here, then it can be abused, right? Reaper, Hellion, Marine, whatever you want, as long as it shoots range, it can abuse and deny mining here. Expanding on the other side will keep your mineral line a little bit safer.
It will take a little bit of a lot. It will take a little longer to get units from your main base into your, I don't want to call it the natural base. I don't really want to call it the pocket either. This base.
The gold.
But,
the gold.
Yeah, the gold. But, as Protoss, you can circumvent it a little bit once you finish researching warp tech.
Oh, exactly. That's another important factor, right? Is that these bases are quite spread out, and it can be awkward to defend. But if you have your units in position, if you have some warp pins available, then you can do so. Meanwhile, Kelzer has yet to confirm. Kelzer is just now moving out with his Reaper, and will now confirm where exactly the bases are.
Yeah, it's going to be here in the natural. It's not quite going to be at the pocket, but also at the same time will be at the pocket. Yeah, it's like a fanny pack base.
Excuse me. It's not quite your pocket,
it's
on the
pocket,
outside. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I see the logic. You're an animal. But the Reapers do confirm, so Kelzer is aware. The other bonus to this side of the base as well is the rich vesting gas geyser that is being taken advantage of here by Riser. Across the map, Kelzer did open up double gas. It was a double gas opener into a delayed expansion going into his 1-1-1. And I was curious if we were going to be going Reaper Hellion, but only a couple of Reapers and Hellions are going into a Cyclone instead as we catch out the first Stalker.
Yeah, without Blink, it's a little bit more difficult to kite against Reapers and Hellions. And so you absolutely can try to chase them down. There's a shield battery in this mineral line. Complicates things a little bit when it comes to trying to get probe damage done. Riser doesn't lose his probes yet. Kelzer doesn't lose his scouting force either. And he's rotating around to that fanny pack base.
Yeah.
I'm committed to it.
Is that what you're going to call it from now on? As the Deep is towards the gold, there's a shield battery, but no units in position. Probes are going down. The first worker at least does fall, but it looks like the rest of the army does rock up. But the Cyclone is here. It has arrived at Kelzer. He's just abusing Riser.
Oh my. Yeah, Riser forced to pop that battery overcharge. This can't be how this ends.
Yeah, as you saw the body blocking just not allowing the Adept to ever get close to that overcharge. We have one more Stalker warping in. We focus on the shield battery barely standing, but more probes are going down.
And shield battery is out of energy. Stalker running out of room to kite, but of course this Cyclone cancel kite wherever it wants. Second Cyclone comes in just as the other Cyclone barely survives. Great juggling coming out here from Kelzer. Is this how this game ends? Please tell me it isn't.
It may
this
just be
a lot of damage.
9 probes go down, barely any mining whatsoever here. Riser took a chance to expand at the gold base, but we have been pulled apart left and right, and now we just drop into the main. And here, what is it to defend? Only workers. We have a shield battery, but the overcharge is on cooldown, and with good juggling, we can get even more damage done as we are finally forced out.
Yeah, I think that Cyclone took a little bit too much damage. And Kelzer will be forced to retreat. He isn't committing to this push, not yet. He is instead macroing up back at home, getting his tech, getting ready for a stim timing once again.
Oh yeah, Stim is on the way, building up our Raxes, getting ready for our bio push. We do see a Riser going for his tech of choice. We had a Twilight Council into a Dark Shrine of all things. This feels like a bit of a desperation move here for Riser. You know, when behind, Dark Shrine.
When behind indeed, and yeah, when you're on even bases and have fewer workers than your Terran opponent in a PvT, you're absolutely behind. There's a chance. I can see, especially since Riser does have a gold and a rich Vespine base, so he can try to catch back up, but he is going to have to rely a lot on reciprocating the damage that he already received.
Oh yeah, does have to rely on that, and we'll see what he can get done. Meanwhile, across the map, he's going to try and push into the natural. We have a bunker in position. One Stalker already goes down. Remember, there is no Blink. There is no Twilight Council upgrades to make use of. Riser is expanding, taking a third base. I mean, this is all well and good, but can he survive that eventual push? Likewise, is Kelzer going to be ready for these Dark Templar? He has a Raven.
Scan. He does have a Raven. I'm confused about the scan. I guess maybe he thought he saw an observer here.
Yeah, maybe just assumed there was an observer in position, so was getting ready for it. At the same time, we can see Riser setting up to deny a gold that doesn't quite exist, but the pylon was at least spotted.
Yeah, the pylon was spotted, and it will, in theory, ideally anyway, provide a little bit of a fort warp in position. Raven going a little bit too far forward, but will survive in the end. Dark Templar will not finish warping in. And that is going to be game. GG is called. Kelzer going to be taking that series 2-0. GG, very solid here from Kelzer.
Yeah, GG, well played. Congratulations, Kelzer will take the series 2-0. Game 1 was more back and forth on Oceanborn, right? You know, you had Riser shutting down the drop and keeping up with the initial pressure and aggression of Kelzer. But here in Game 2, we tried to clan it up a little bit. We tried to take a risk and go for the gold, but we were punished quite hard. And Kelzer was looking a lot more dominant or a lot more informed here in that second game.
Yeah, without a doubt. It wasn't just the fact that he was able to take advantage of the quirkier expansion of Riser here. It wasn't just the fact that, you know, he had the control to juggle his units and really take it out. But it was also after that, you know, he kind of understood what Riser's one path to come back in this game was, right? To counterattack, to go for those ZTs. He was already prepared. He already made a safety bunker, which completely deflected the stalkers and the zealots that Riser tried to send across the map. And he was active with his drop. He was able to scout that fort pylon position, was able to send the force to take it out, and then just completely prevent Riser from getting anywhere close to his game. So GG, very nicely done from Kelzer. He's going to be advancing to the next stage of this open bracket to face either Creator or Epic. We don't quite have we don't quite have confirmation on that yet.
Yeah, we're still a little bit in the dark. They are currently in game. I know that much at least. Both Creator and Epic are mid-series, and we might end up jumping in mid-series, or we might just end up casting the winner of that versus Diego Kelzer in the next round.
Yeah, it all depends on how it comes down. I believe that they are at least in game number 2. Creator and Epic, I mean. So yeah, it's possible that we're just going to jump immediately to our upper bracket semifinal. Liquipedia is back, and that's how...
Yeah.
And with that, I'm able to confirm that we're not quite in our qualifying match yet.
Not quite. We still have plenty more StarCraft ahead of us, and plenty more to come.
Indeed, we do. We do have a couple of results here, though, in the open stage. So, looks like Gumiho has been able to take out Mars Bar 2-0. So we have confirmation that the upper bracket semifinal is going to be a TVT between Gumiho and either Ryung or Future. And it looks like Rogue was able to take down Solar 2-1.
That was a fast series.
That was, faster than ours.
Yeah, I mean, we had a short game too as well. That ZVZ must have blazed by.
And that went all the way to the ace match. Ours was a 2-0.
Oh my god. So, shout out to Rogue and Solar. They must have had a very chaotic ZVZ, as does occur at times. And, Rogue is going to be advancing on. It's going to be insane, by the way, if Solar somehow does not make it out of the open stage. Like, that just goes to show how brutal the open stage is.
Yeah, that would be absolutely insane. Solar, who I think we've all considered to be top 2 Zerg player in Korea and top 3, if not top 5, Zerg player in the world overall for the past 2 years or so. If he doesn't make it out of the open bracket, if he doesn't at least get into that knockout stage, that would be a major surprise. Solar isn't out yet. We do have a little bit of a double elimination going on here in the open brackets, so there will be another chance. That's, funnily enough, how we determine our second qualifying player from each of these groups.
Oh yeah.
So we have our upper bracket finals, and then the loser of that will go down to the lower bracket finals to face whoever, made their way through the entire lower bracket.
And speaking of the format, speaking of some updates, we just have one, by the way. It looks like Creator takes down Epic 2-0. Oh, so many matches just wrapped up.
Wow.
Creator 2-0'd Epic. We have Skillers taking down Zane 2-0, and Shidown 2-0'd Mana.
Ooh, that is a surprising result.
Yeah, very much so. I was not expecting. I mean, I'll be honest. I was favoring Mana there. Like, Mana's a veteran of the scene, not just a veteran, but even nowadays is very much so in form. And for Mana to go down to Shidown, like that's
he's
huge.
A veteran. He's a veteran. He is in form, as we've been able to see and witness in WTL these past couple of weeks. Dallas is kind of his home turf ever since 2018. He's kind of made it his home turf, so yeah, that's a very impressive result here from Shidown, and potentially a good omen for him.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he does have to face Rogue next, so still a little bit scary, but you know what? If you can 2-0 Mana, I think you have a decent shot against a Rogue who has just come back from the military. I'm expecting that series to at least go to the ace match.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's a little bit too soon to celebrate for Shidown, but it is still like a really solid win for him. And again, I'm happy for Shidown to bring down Mana, and I wish him the best. Again, Shidown, he has been looking pretty solid as of late. He's been getting some better and better results in WTL, specifically for the Platinum Heroes. Yeah, it's up next, right? Is a Titan, right? Is a literal world champion. So it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, but yo, if you can somehow edge it out, then that's one more match to the knockout stage.
Yeah. One step closer.
One step closer. Speaking of one step closer, the players are conducting their vetoes.
They are conducting the vetoes, and we are going to be going on a short break here. Going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have Creator versus Kellizer.
See you then. and a mighty fine yeehaw to you. Here we are, coming back for our second series of the evening. Well, afternoon if you're actually at the event, but evening over here on this side of the world. We're going to continue our TVPs. We are in a pre-qualifying match here between Kelzer and Creator, kicking it down on Site Delta in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom right. We have our red Terran player coming down from to represent the land of Brazil, representing his team R8 Esports. We have Kelzer.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Club NV. It is Creator. Yeehaw! Beautiful.
That one's for you, chicken man.
Este pollito, papi, este pollito. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Just wrapped up our first series of the day with Kelzer versus Riser, and the TVPs continue as we dive into our second matchup of the night. But here now, some of the heavier hitters are facing up.
Yeah, indeed. Already, Kelzer and Creator, I think, are players who we would normally expect to make it out of the open bracket, to make it at the very least to the knockout stage. Unfortunately, there are also other players in this particular group who we also expect to make it out of the open bracket. So yeah, it is going to be brutal, and we are just about going to begin some of the more close cuts, I should say.
Oh yeah, we're here to just sink our teeth into this and determine who advances on into the next round to face off against one of the other big Terrans in the group, whether it's Gumiho, Future, or Ryung, yet to be determined. But for now, we're settling in. Kelzer does start things off with an eBay block on the low ground. It will delay the expansion here of Creator, so a nice start for Kelzer. He's following this up with a double. Oh, sorry. I was also almost about to say double gas open. It's going to be racks into factory. Now, if you remember, in the previous patch, it was very common to follow this up with Cyclone production, but the Cyclone has since been nerfed, so I'm curious where Kelzer takes us this time.
Oh. Yeah, every now and then, yeah, there we go. We do see a safety Cyclone or two, mostly for defense against any early game shenanigans coming out from a Protoss player. Maybe catch a pylon that's somewhere in the middle of the map, and that is the direction Kelzer is going for. He's actually opening up very, very safe here, getting his CC on the high ground, so I'm not sure what it is about Creator specifically that's got Kelzer spooked, but yeah, he is just being very cautious this time.
Yeah, I mean, the eBay block also delayed his own follow-up as well, and he barely has an army, so if he tried to get the CC on the low ground, it most likely would have been delayed by that Adept, but now we have our defensive Cyclone, going to be able to bully it back, going to be able to gain map control, and we're going to be settling not into additional Cyclones behind this, but working towards what looks to be a pseudo mine drop here, just with some scouting information, potentially even some aggression as we're building up quite a marine count.
Yeah, this was a Reaperless build coming out from Kelzer. It's partially why he was able to gather enough gas to get his Cyclone without it impacting the 1-1-1 too much. Did go for a reactor afterwards though, so like you said, is continuing to pump out the marine count, so something a little bit reminiscent to game number 1 that we saw in Kelzer versus Riser, where he was going for a bit of an earlier push. Triple mine drop coming out from Kelzer. He wants damage to be dealt.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit more committed from our red Terran player. Meanwhile, back at home, a very safe opener. It is going to be a Twilight Council into Blink build here by Creator. We have 1 gateway in the main base, and we have 2 gateways in production at the natural, so it's going to be 3 gate Blink from Creator.
Yeah, very safe opening, but also very versatile one. I mean, we saw Phoenixes coming out from Riser, and that was a very safe opening for him. But one where he wasn't quite able to do too much. I mean, he got a couple of SCVs here and there, but wasn't able to do too much while transitioning to Colossus. With Stalkers, on the other hand, you can be a lot more active on the map.
You can, but as Stalkers move out, the Widowmines, they move in. So far, good reaction out of Creator. It looks like only a couple of probes going to be going down on the low ground. Meanwhile, 2 more Widowmines have yet to really reveal themselves. 1 probe does fall.
Nope.
Yeah, that's only 1 so far. 2 probes so far. Creator not quite quick enough to take out the second mine before burrowing.
Yeah, and in the end, Kelzer, he does dip behind the middle line. Now, there are 2 winner lines left. They can always go back in. They do pose a threat to Creator, so he has to be very careful with his movement. As we can see, it was a triple gate opener, and we are expanding, taking a third base. So again, just a bit of a safer build here. A bit of a delayed expansion because of the 3 gate, but Creator just working towards the mid gate.
Yeah, he does delay that third by a little bit, but on the flip side, because he was able to get these additional stalkers, he also hasn't taken too much damage from the mine drop. And again, this was a more dedicated drop coming out from Kelster. This wasn't just meant to get scouting information, and it hasn't quite scouted the Robo Bay yet either. This is a drop that's meant to deal damage.
Okay, there we go. And yeah, from here we're going to be just settling into our game. The Bay is now finishing up, so Creator working towards Robo production, towards that Colossus, and really, yeah, settling into his 3-base setup here. Meanwhile, looks like we are also being notified in the chat that that Creator is actually no longer on Club NV.
Oh, interesting. I'll have to update that pretty soon.
Yeah, thank you so much for letting us know. We'll make sure that we introduce Creator to be on the correct team when we can. Meanwhile, Widowmine Drop is going to be coming back in. Oh!
And nice dodges coming out from Creator. Once again, not taking too much damage. Great blink with the Stalkers, not taking any additional damage here. Will lose a couple of probes to the Auto-Tart Harass. But as Raven is now out of energy, it is going to be deflected. Creator still going to maintain a slight worker lead and is going to be ahead when it comes to the base count once again.
Yeah, Kelzer is working on a third CC, so it's not going to be a 2-base all-in. We're working on eventually that third base. Stim, I believe, is done, and instead of moving out and going for a big push, we are going for drop play. Double drop here on the right-hand side. The Adept, ooh, I believe barely may have caught a glimpse of it. You can see Creator is repositioning here at the third base location. There's a probe in position to take a fourth, and the drop is going to be shown.
Yeah, Stim did finish up. No combat shields just yet, but this is also a very naked Colossus. Great force fields coming out from Creator, though. Going to be able to completely block out those Marines. Stalkers in the main base. Going to try to get some damage done. It's a battle of juggling, and it looks like Kelzer was doing well until he, just kind of ran out of health.
Yeah, ran out of HP there.
He was doing well until he wasn't, you know?
I mean, the juggling was solid, but you could only juggle for so long as both the medevac and the tank go down across the map. At the same time, double drop doesn't get much done. We do see the Auto Turret coming in once again, and we are getting a couple of probe kills here and there, but that was a brutal loss from Kelzer. Bleeding out tanks, bleeding out medevacs, and the double drop just did not get enough done.
Yeah, not yet, anyway. As we are still building up that army count here for Kelzer. He does have a pretty potent army with Marauders. All of his units have Stim. He has Combat Shield now, so yeah, a little bit of a multi-prong. A well-placed multi-prong, or well-timed multi-prong, I should say, can absolutely do wonders. A little bit too idle here with this drop. We'll be losing a couple of Marines somewhat unnecessarily, but hey, there's still, I would say, enough Marines here to take out a couple of probes or act as a bit of a distraction while the main army gets work.
Yeah, and we have to distract because we're up to 3 Colossus. We have reached critical mass. The drop is going to be coming in, and Creator out of position. The Robo. Oh.
Yeah, very good pickoffs here. Depowers 2 gateways and is able to take out the Robo. That's a lot of production for Creator here. That's going to be halted. Now, very clutch recall will deflect this drop for now, or will deflect that push for now, but Kelzer, doing Kelzer things, is setting up for multi-prongs.
Yeah, we have another drop here on the right-hand side. Now, Creator's in position. He's here at the third base, not too far away from the fourth, so even though the fourth is looking a bit exposed, and the army is not too far away, the drop is going to be deflected, and Creator is keeping up. Did end up losing some of his production, but he is keeping up with the army, and Creator, he is stabilizing here and settling into a 4-base economy.
Like so. Still hasn't taken too much economic damage. I would say not enough economic damage here.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, Kelzer, he's been committing quite a lot here to these drops, and he's been getting some damage, but it's still not quite enough to give him the lead that he's been hoping for. This is still up in the air here. We're now commencing Viking production. We have a Ghost Academy on the way for those Ghosts, but we don't have them yet. And Creator is soon going to be moving out, not just with Colossus, but also with Archons, with Charge Lots, with quite an army.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of the game, it all comes down to positioning. Moves like this from Kelzer, being able to pick off so many stalkers in the middle of the map, that is a huge pick-off, and that is going to be super advantageous for him as when we get to the eventual push and when we get to the eventual main army engagement. But there's still plenty of time for both of our players to continue building up and continue to try to out-tech each other.
Yeah, Shift B, if you want to have a look at the trade there, that was 5 Stalkers for 2 Marauders, a Marine, and a Viking, so a very worthwhile trade there for Kelzer. Meanwhile, the armies are passing by each other. We have Kelzer pushing towards the left-hand side. We have Creator moving out towards the right instead. Now, Kelzer does have some army to defend back at home, but I don't think it's going to be enough to deal with the entire force of Creator.
Yeah, I mean, we're going for a base trade. Going for a full base trade. Kelzer trying to take out that 5th base, and Creator knows he has momentum, knows that there aren't enough defenses, so he's going to take that out. Kelzer going to turn around and try to catch this army. Creator is splitting up his army a little bit. His Colossus are a bit exposed, so there might be a chance here for Kelzer, but he's already taken so much damage. I don't see him recovering from this position. He has to not only win this engagement, he also has to be able to push and keep pushing with the army that he has.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, if you could maybe catch Creator with his army fragmented and segmented, then maybe we could win this, but Creator, he pulls himself together. He brings everything back together, consolidates his army. He's not too far away with those Colossus. He can engage, does encounter the army. 31 SCVs have already gone down. Zealous, they bust into the natural as well, and Creator, he's ready for a fight. He's ready for a big moment like this, and Kelzer, he just doesn't have enough.
No, he does not. Oh, but a War Prism is going to get caught. That's going to hinder the sustainability of this army by a lot. Good force fields coming out from Creator to try to funnel that, but that's still a lot of Terran to deal with. A couple of Colossus going to go down in a recall.
Yeah, I mean, Kelzer's pretty all in. Like, he's got 35 SCVs. Like, he doesn't have an economy. There's no sustain, there's no economy. Time is on a Creator's side. He's going to have a shield battery. He's going to have overcharge, stack defense as well to defend. Kelzer, he has to end the game with this push.
And there is a possibility here. I mean, I'm just looking at his third base, but there's no shield batteries here. One of them just about to be thrown down, another one very exposed. Creator needs to rely on these Purification Novas, and he gets a juicy connection.
Yeah, very juicy connection there. Another Nova going to be but 2 more Novas connect. GG gets called as we come in for a surround, and Creator will take game number 1.
Wow. That was some of the fastest shooting I've seen in the West here, coming out from Creator's Purification Novas. Sometimes it only takes 1. In this case, it took 3, and he got all 3 of them.
Oh yeah, all 3 Novas did connect. There was maybe a chance there for Kelzer, as we mentioned, like he was up in army supply. You know, there's a lot of potential with a bio army like that, but pushing into disruptors, pushing into Purification Novas is never an easy thing to do, and yeah, Creator able to come out on top there in game 1.
Yeah, just about. GG. Very solid defense coming out from him throughout most of that game. Only losing a handful of probes here and there to the harass from Kelzer, and this was a build from Kelzer that was meant to deal a lot more damage a little bit earlier on as we moved into the eventual timing push. Kelzer wasn't quite able to do that, wasn't quite able to really slow down the tech progression here from Creator, so he was eventually able to get into his Colossus, he was eventually able to get into his Gateway Explosion, and from there, had a bit of an easier time defending against Kelzer's timing attack, and then had an even easier time counterattacking.
Yeah, exactly. It was such an unfortunate moment for Kelzer, right, where he had moved out, and just as Creator had moved in, and we entered that kind of pseudo base trade. As we saw, Kelzer did end up turning back around, and unfortunately, he just didn't really have much to save back at home at that time. And to be fair, even if we did commit to a base trade, like Creator, he could always recall back home, and did feel like Creator did initiate that base trade first as well, so a lot of damage was already dealt.
Yeah, definitely. By the time we got to the end of that base trade, you know, you mentioned it, Kelzer was already all in. He had to end the game then and there, and I really thought that there was a chance if Kelzer, you know, had the most perfect DMPs, was somehow able to catch the army in the middle of the map. I mean, in Creator's retreat, when he was forced to recall, Kelzer was able to almost reset the Colossus count. He took out 2 of them. By the time Kelza got to the opposite side of the map. Creator was working with one Disruptor, one Colossus. It took him a little bit longer to get his additional Disruptors into the front lines, but that one juicy Purification Nova halted so much of Kelza's momentum that by the time Creator came in with his additional Disruptors, there really wasn't much that Kelza could do there. So GG, very well done here from Creator. And I have a feeling we're going to see a very different dynamic here, at least coming up from Kelzer, as we load into game number 2 on Alcyone.
Yeah, I would assume so, as we're diving into that second game and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Brazilian Terran player, the Red Terran representing R8 Esports. It is Kelzer.
And over here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have a blue Protoss player coming out from the land of Korea. He's going to be representing Blacklist International, I believe. We have Creator.
Here we go. Go on.
I was a little bit uncertain with that because I did see that Blacklist International was in parentheses. So I thought, wait, is Blacklist International not the name of a team and actually just, NDA'd or something? But no, it is a team name.
Yeah, it is.
Can gather.
It is a team name. I was curious about them. So big shout out to the Creator to find a new team. I know that Club NV are very passionate and they were, of course, supporting Creator for a very long time. But I also know that they were always kind of promoting, the fact that they're open to, their players are open to joining new teams and getting more support. Just because Club NV support was a little bit more limited. So yeah, they were always championing, either Creator or DRG or Nightmare or all these ex-players to join your team. Yeah.
It's part of why we did form the Club NV X Duckling show matches. And I'm glad that a lot of the players who were featured in there, players like Creator, players like Shin, have been able to find new teams and have been able to get a lot more opportunities coming into ESL Masters spring.
Definitely. I was just quickly looking into Blacklist International. Apparently they're a Southeast Asian esports team.
Yeah, Filipino.
Yeah, apparently. Apparently they kind of cut their teeth in PUBG and in Call of Duty and Apex.
Yeah. I googled Blacklist International, and before I found out where they're based, I knew immediately they were Southeast Asian because the very first result that came up was Mobile Legends Wikipedia.
Yeah.
that is huge here. That game is huge here.
Yeah,
for some reason.
Maybe Ender is maybe aware of this team as well and maybe has some ties to them. Potentially.
Potentially. Never know.
But for now, we're getting into openers. This time, a much more economic opener from Kelzer. There's no eBay block. There's no additional factory follow-up. It is going to be racks expand into a factory instead. So much more economic this time here from Kelzer.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot more sense on Alcyone. It is a much larger map, and it is a map that I think does lend itself pretty well to Kelzer's traditional playstyle when it comes to TVP. I mean, we saw a little bit of it earlier in the series against Riser, and even in that previous game against Creator, the Kelzer who is just dedicated to multi-prong attacks and really stretching his opponent's attention. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense coming out from him to try to go for a bit of a longer game, at the very least keep it going into the mid-game.
Yeah, I would hope so. As Reaper comes in, 2 probes go down, we get a full scatter of the natural as well, we get eyes on the tech, and Blink is on the way, and this is going to be the same opener as game 1. Creator is going for not 2-gate Blink, but 3-gate Blink.
He is. Yeah, with Robo backing that up, so again, this also makes sense for Creator. If it ain't broke, don't break it. Don't try to change anything, so he is going to be working on that very versatile, safe defensive opening. Kelzer got up to 3 Raxes before a starport.
Well, even more than that, that is a 3rd CC. It's almost done, by the way. So before these Raxes were thrown down, it was a Rax expanded to factory into 3rd CC. A very fast base here, very unorthodox by Kelzer, very greedy from our Terran player. It looks like he does want to just skyrocket ahead in the mid game here and, yeah, take a much more economic approach this time.
Yeah, still playing it safe, still throwing down bunkers in that natural. There is a point in this game here, in this Terran build, where, like you said, everything's just going to shoot up. The supply, the army supply, is just going to shoot all the way up. It's basically the Terran equivalent of going for a gateway explosion. And when that hits, I worry that Creator won't quite have what he needs to defend against it. Won't quite have enough Colossus. Won't quite have the upgrades that he needs. But it does look like he's going to be a little bit more active this time, as well as, yeah, Templar Archives about to finish up. War Prism now on the way.
I mean, this Temple Archives is a big moment here for Creator. It means that even though Creator is moving out with that Prism, we're thinking further ahead and we're going to be skipping some warp ins here. We're working on further tech. This should be leading to an expansion. There it is, third base is on the way. So again, this move out from Creator isn't too aggressive. Kelzer was getting ready for the worst. You can see here, like a line of defense with bunkers and tanks and a tank in the main base as well. So Kelzer is ready for aggression. And we can see that Creator won't be able to punish Kelzer too much. Like, Kelzer should be okay against this.
Yeah, normally I would say this might be a bit of an overreaction from the Terran player, but Kelzer is getting his production, is getting his tech. Cyclone in the main will be taken out. Stalker is trying to harass just outside of tank range, but will be deflected in the end by all this bio.
Yeah, and even though, like, you could argue that maybe Kelzer did maybe over-prepare, at the same time, he didn't know, right? Didn't know that we're rushing into Storm of all things. There could have been another fourth gateway behind this, and Creator could have just committed that much harder. Instead, Creator, as we can see, is taking and expanding, and Kelzer will eventually break out. For now, though, the Stalkers are still being a nuisance, and we do get an SCV.
Not too bad. Delays the missile turret by a little while. And best case scenario here for Creator is for Kelzer to end up deciding not to send an SCV to continue building that missile turret. Have a bit of an easier time coming in with his Stalkers, like so.
Yeah, speaking of, 5 SCVs go down in total. Not bad here from Creator, and he's buying time. And what is building up here behind this? High Templar. High Templar, they're warped in. Storm is already done. Like, we got a very fast Storm here for Creator, and we're banking up that energy, getting ready for an eventual push. We have a gateway being proxied across the map. Third base getting up and running. Gateway explosion here for Creator, and soon, like, this is going to be a pretty interesting timing from our Protoss player, as here come those High Templar.
Yeah, very interesting timing. I mean, Kelzer obviously still working towards that push. Because of the delayed starport, he's going to be waiting a little while to get medevacs out, but when they do come out, it's going to align pretty well with concussive shells, with 1-1, so it's still going to be a very powerful timing. On the other hand, Creator going to be defending with High Templar and charge lots, which is not really something that you see too much in this dynamic. Storms can be a very efficient way to defend, but I feel like they're not as reliable as Colossus.
You say defending, this is going to be a brutal push. This is a crisp timing here. Charge just finished. We have 4 High Templar, full of energy, by the way, and the goal here is to break this position. Creator bringing everything here together here. That is so many Zealots as well. Kelzer, the last thing he wants to do right now is unsiege. He does spot the Stalkers at least. He's dealing with the proxy gateway. The gateway is going to be going down, but here we go. Creator getting ready to dive in.
Indeed, he is. Even sending out a hallucinated Archon to try to scout ahead. Does confirm that there are tanks, but also confirms that there's not too much bio in this position. That was a huge explosion. I believe the Warp Prism went down to a Widow Mine, but at the same time we had a Storm going down.
Yeah, Storm did go off. The tanks go completely reset. As you mentioned, Kelzer was out of position with his bio army, but he does arrive. He forces it back, and Creator, he did bleed out a lot of his High Templar in that Prism, only down to 1.
Only 1. It doesn't have that much energy on it. The rest of these High Templar have to be warped in from the other side of the map and coming down. Kelzer setting up a little bit of a surround. He does have to be careful about the Storm potential. But if this Protoss army does get sandwiched, that is going to spell disaster for Creator.
Yeah, Creator, he did rebuild that Prism, does load in those High Templar. Storm jumping on top of the army. Massive storms here on the bio of Kelzer, and he has to retreat. And again, he lost the backbone of his army earlier. It was brutal for him to lose all 3 of those tanks. And now we do see that Kelzer is still stuck here on this 3-base setup. Creator expanding, taking a 4th, chilling back at home.
Indeed. Making the most of this push. Not quite able to break Kelzer, as you said, but does confirm his map control, or solidifies his map control. And so he's going to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and from here he's going to have to retreat. Again, Kelzer killing that Prism earlier was just a massive win for him, and it allowed him to deal with most of the storms, at least, to hold the line. We can see Creator taking up into a bay. That's going to be for Colossus production to diversify his splash damage, as he does skirt around the edge here, trying to sneak up on Kelzer. Oh!
Nice storm. Going to be able to take out a little chunk of the Bio army. Perhaps a little bit of an overextension by Creator, though, but he is going to be able to retreat just at the end here.
Whew. Yeah, he does end up backing off in the end. Kelzer has held, working on his own 4th base, and with this hold, now we have Ghosts on the way. We have no Vikings yet, no reason to invest, just Marines, Marauders, and Ghost production 4th base on the way, and Kelzer, he's maxed.
Indeed, he is. He has a fully maxed out army, and it's a terrifying Terran army to deal with, especially when you don't quite have your diversified, when you don't quite have your multiple forms of splash damage. We're getting Disruptors now, which isn't a bad idea, considering the amount of Marauders that there are on the ground.
Yeah, not a bad idea. I mean, it's a risky move for Creator, but he knows he's a little bit vulnerable because he's only relying on Storms. And Storms, they're very hit and miss. But we've been hitting more often than not here, as that was a brutal storm earlier on the main army. Creator still being very active with those High Templar as he's building up that Disruptor gun. How many do we have? We have 3 Disruptors so far, soon to be 5.
Soon to be 5, and yeah, it's only going to be 5 as now Creator is going to be maxed out as well. We have 2 maxed out armies. Maxed out Terran army and a maxed out Protoss army. It's all going to come down to these Ghosts.
It is going to come down to those Ghosts, come down to those EMPs as well. Kelzer moving out 3-3 on the horizon here for our Terran player Creator. His upgrades have been delayed because of that storm timing earlier. We were relying so much on it. And again, it did not kill Kelzer. It was designed to. We're diving on in. Good EMP, but we do miss the High Templar.
Oh. That we do. We still have a lot of Ghosts in the back line with plenty of energy, though. And EMPs are good, but they're not great against Disruptors. All of the Ghosts are starting to clump up.
They are clumping up.
Kelzer will be able to evade the Purification Oas.
Yeah, Widow Mines went down, but the Ghosts are still standing strong. The base itself taking a lot of hits. It's going down.
Yeah, it's going to have to go down at this point. Creator being very patient with these Purification Novas. Storm will connect with the main army. That doesn't really do too much. Kelzer setting up for a massive Doom drop into the main.
Yeah, we drop into the main base, and Creator out of position right now. No recall whatsoever. Racing back into the main base. The production is under fire. The Storms!
Yeah, still a couple of Storms left in the chamber. We're able to catch basically the entirety of this army. Creator might have been able to trap Kelzer in this main base, but he's also losing a lot of production.
Yeah, production going down. Nova goes off, does connect with the main army, and Kelzer has to get the hell out of here. Didn't trade too poorly, took down the Prism, and you can see Kelzer just rallying across the map. He wants to try to break Creator here and now. Disruptor goes down. Once again, Creator trying to keep up with the movement here of Kelzer.
Yeah, and Kelzer still has momentum, as you were mentioning. He still has his economy back home. He still has his production, and he's keeping this parade push going. Purification Novas not quite getting the connections that they need here. Yeah. And all of a sudden, Creator is on the back foot.
Yeah, that was some half-decent connections, but as you mentioned, Kelzer still has a supply lead. The gold base getting up and running behind this as well. The production, the economy does not stop, does not slow down for Kelzer. And remember, Creator lost the base. He lost the base, is now down in workers, trying to expand desperately here towards the top left. But can he get it up and running? Because Kelzer is going to be the first to remax.
Indeed, he is. Once again, Creator just took so much damage when it came to his production structures earlier on. Losing a lot of gateways, losing a robo, if I'm not mistaken. He needs a little bit more time to recover, and that's something that Kelzer's going to try to avoid doing as much as possible. Decent connection, managing to get 2 Ghosts.
We do get both Ghosts. We dive into the natural base. We have reinforcements on the way behind this. Nova going to be going off, and it will connect, forcing the pickup.
Does force that pickup, and there's still a Terran army here. As Creator's army supply isn't looking terrible, but he doesn't have a very mobile army. It's not enough of an army to really split, and to really split up and try to match the movement here of Kelzer.
Yeah, it's a bit of a kitchen sink of an army. We have Immortal, we have Arco, we have Storm, we have DTs. Drop coming back into the main base once again. Creator missing the drop, missing the main army, and we could even deny +3.
We are not quite able to do so yet. A lot of DTs being warped in to defend. +3 attack is going to be denied. Very nicely done here from Kelzer. Plenty of scans still available to him. These ETs are doing nothing. And across the map, this is Creator's Hail Mary. He needs this push to get damage.
Oh, he needs to, and he is trading well here with his disruptors, but at the same time, we're running out of steam. Storm going to be connecting here with the Marauders. Liberator rating down on the main army. We're down to only a handful, just almost pure Immortal with the main army of Creator.
Yeah, we just don't have enough anti-air to deal with these Liberators. The Liberators, I would normally say, are doing a really good job of zoning away this army, but instead they're just killing the ground army.
They're not zoning, they're killing. Freedom has arrived and nothing shoots up. We have to recall back home. And Creator, he's hurting right now. He is in a world of hurt. He's mainly focusing, or mainly has Immortals to work with. The drops are finally being cleaned up. But Creator needs time. And Kelzer, he's not slowing down. Not with the gold base.
Not with the gold base, not with all of his production still intact. Once again, Creator lost half of his gateways, half of everything here in the main. He desperately needs time, as you said, to try to rebuild and try to re-max his army.
He needs that time. Liberators have been spotted. We are going to be trying to harass here across the map. At least the fresh bases have been confirmed, so Kelzer, he's aware of where he needs to focus his harassment, but Liberator does go down, so does the other. So far, this harassment has been not too successful. Oh!
Not yet, but yeah, now that these bases have been scouted, Creator's going to have a much more difficult time moving his units between these bases. Creator, with a little bit of a force, going to try to get something done here. This army from Kelzer isn't looking too big, but for Planetary Fortress support, maybe he can get something.
Oh, I mean, we're mowing through the Marines, but nothing else shoots up. The Liberation Zones, they zone away the army once again. We're down to 4 Stalkers. EMP does connect, and Creator cannot break through. He also pulled the boys with that. 22 probes went down.
Yeah, 22 probes went down, and not all of it was to liberate or harass.
Yeah, it was not, as we have Liberation Zones just taking control of both mining bases of Creator, and here comes the Freedom on the main army. It looks like Kelzer is going to be forcing the ace match. GG gets called. Kelzer ties us up 1-1.
Oh boy. Yet another breathtaking match. Breathtaking? That's not really the word to use. But that was a very close match. That was a very high, fast-paced match. A lot of back and forth going down. I felt like what was going on, what I was able to see, was much quicker than what I was able to say.
Yeah, it was a very high-octane game there between both Kelzer and Creator. Very high-paced, as you were saying. Again, Creator was banking a lot on his Storm timing, as we mentioned. And remember, he reset the tank count, but he wasn't able to kill. Like, the goal there was straight-up kill Kelzer. Yeah. He wasn't able to, and from that moment, he was kind of in an awkward position, rushing into Disruptors, wasn't able to use Colossus until the very end, but Kelzer had momentum on his side. He was so aggressive, so in the face of Creator, and giving him a really hard time defending back at home. Like, the drop play and the pushes of Kelzer were insane.
Yeah, they absolutely were. That was Kelzer making full use of the fact that he had mobility on his side, while Creator didn't at all whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we had a couple of recalls here and there, but again, they were on cooldown for a lot of the time, so we saw Creator just having such a difficult time there keeping up with the pace of Kelzer. And now we're going into the ace match. Game 3 is going to be on Oceanborn.
Here we go. Nice standard map to conclude everything.
Yes, we are going to be leading into one of the more standard maps. Has been around for a little bit longer, you know, like Site Delta, like Alcyone. I mean, yeah, we have some more standard maps so far. Standard vetoes, I should say. No Dynasty this time.
Yeah. The Dynasty, well, I was going to say no gold bases, but Diego took care of, Kelzer took the gold bases on Alcyone.
did take it in the end. And now we're diving into the final game of this series.
Indeed, we are. Ace match spawning in on Oceanborn, where we're here in the top left-hand corner map, starting all the way in. The top left, we have our red Terran player coming down from the land of Brazil. He is, of course, going to be representing R8 Esports. We have Kelza.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing his new team, a Blacklist International. It is Creator.
It's almost insane to me after what we've witnessed so far that neither of these players are going to be qualifying yet, and one of them is going to go down to an elimination match after this.
Yeah, it's such a brutal format, right? It's just such a brutal setting here in the open stage. To see such high caliber players already bow out is brutal. But I mean, that's how competitive StarCraft is here. You know, you have so many strong players, but only so few can, you know, make a deep run.
Yeah, there can be only one.
Can be
that
only
wins.
one.
When it's 1v1, you know?
Yeah, that's how 1v1 works. Only one wins. Crazy.
Math.
That is math. Good job, Yaku.
Yeah.
As we do see Creator initially just scouting the the linear third base to make sure that there was no crazy proxy. Once again, Kelzer going for an economic opener, going for a racked expand. We'll keep an eye on the third CC timing to see if we go for another insanely fast third base. Remember, that was the other big thing about that last game. It wasn't just that Kelzer defended, but remember, he also cut corners and he snowballed out of control in the mid game after such a greedy build after that fast third CC.
Yeah, that was that spike we were talking about when it comes to army supply. Or when it comes to production. Creator, on the other hand, I'm just keeping my eye on the minimap, because I see a couple of probes here and there going to corners of the map. I wouldn't rule it out for Creator to go for a little bit of a cheeky proxy in the ace match, but yeah, so far he is signaling that, his build anyway, is signaling that things are going to be somewhat normal.
So we're going for a Twilight Council opener. Dark Shrine builds are not unheard of in this matchup, or DT openers I should say. There's potential for a proxy Dark Shrine even, as odd as that sounds. I'm curious if that's what we're thinking here with this proxy pylon.
I feel like that's what it's got to be at this point.
I mean, the Twilight Council just not finishing up. Oh, there it is!
There we go. Dark Shrine going to be coming out here as an opener for Creator. He has shown a propensity towards them in our previous map, but that was when we got into the mid game. That was eventually to round off his army. This is Creator right off the bat saying, I want to bamboozle you.
Yes. I mean, a big thing about this build here, you may be thinking, wait, DT openers, is that good against Terran? Don't they have scans? They do, but because DT openers are so uncommon, chances are we're going to be muling, right? We're not going to be holding on to scans. The Hellion is going to be scouting, and we do not check. We don't know them checking, but again, like, we should be muling. We shouldn't really be holding on to energy, so these DTs can still actually get damage done here. A surprising amount of damage done as well, so we'll see if Kelzer can piece this together. We'll see if he's able to scout us. We're going for Adepts as well. Glaives.
That
is
might
this just for show?
fake out.
Yeah, I feel like this is just for show, right? Like, we're not going to commit.
Just cancel,
yeah.
Creator. Very sneaky this time.
Yeah, he reveals. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Kelzer did dip into the main base, and you know, might be scratching his head a little bit. Might be sensing something is off because there was only one gateway, and there was no tech in the main either, apart from that Twilight Council.
Yeah, as we're actually morphing in the Archon. I wonder what the tell was, because, I mean, there's no turret, there's no detection, there's no scan either, so there was potential here for DT harass, but it looks like instead we're going for Archon harass, as the Prism is on the way. I feel like there was an opportunity for some damage here, and we're maybe second-guessing ourselves a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but we'll see. This may be an Archon plus DT harass. Yeah, maybe a bit of a multi. Yeah, it looks like Creator wants to go for a little bit of a multi-prong. DT is still going to be sneaking into that natural base. Kelza does scout the Shimmer, and he has enough energy for one scan.
Does that one scan, we drop into the main base, go for the tank, but we have the repairs, and Kelzer does hold, and this is a little bit scary. I don't know if you noticed, but very similar build to the previous one that we just had. Kelzer went for a third CC. I believe this CC was done, or was being built before these two Raxes, so once again, a greedy economic build here from Kelzer. Creator just now finishing up his own third, whereas Kelzer is keeping pace with the bases of the Protoss. Oh! The prison!
And the Warp Prism will get locked on, but will not quite get taken out. A couple of DTs try to sneak in once again, but we still had scan energy.
Yeah, the scan starts are finishing up as well. Now, Creator, he has confirmed he has eyes on the third CC, so he knows how greedy Kelzer has been, he knows how economic he's been, and he also knows how much pressure there is on a Creator to get more damage done, because so far it's not been enough.
Yeah, he was able to finish up his own third, so he is keeping pace, but that's hardly going to be enough when you're the Protoss player in a PvT. Is able to force his orbital command back somehow.
Yeah, I think that's maybe Kelzer overreacting a little bit here. Like, I do think he can expand, and I think he just wants to be a little bit more comfortable here. There we go, he's going for his third base. Just moving out with his army, making sure that his third CC won't be disrupted here by the army.
Like so, yeah. Still a couple of angles that Creator can try to chip away at that base, and he was trying to, but instead decides to dip straight into the main. Might be able to pick up a unit or two.
Yeah, he threatens the turret, threatens the main base, but Kelzer's in position. Kelzer does defend. Back at home, Creator is transitioning into Blink, into his Forge for +1, and into his Robo production as Colossi are on the way for Creator. But again, this DT opener did set him behind. Blink is delayed as a result. The upgrades in general are later than they otherwise should be for Creator, so he has some catching up to do.
Yeah, we have some catching up to do, but Kelzer is trying to limit that time, or try to limit the time that Creator has as much as possible. 1-1 about to finish up. He already has Stim. He already has combat shields. He wants to hit this timing sooner rather than later. Almost able to pick up the tank, but not quite. Good on Kelzer to keep it alive.
Yeah, barely does survive there, turning back around. Is going to be topped up here by the SCVs. And as you mentioned, with 1-1 finishing, I'm waiting for the timing of Kelzer as his medevacs are now online. He can go for some drop play. It's going to be on Kelzer to avoid these Blink Stalkers as they are marauding around the map, looking for those drops. And we can see that Kelzer is still teching, by the way. He's not slowing down. Ghost production is on the horizon.
Yeah, he already sees what the potential next step for Creator is here. Either through High Templar or even just Charged Archon. Either way, EMPs are going to be super valuable for him going on, so he just wants to make sure that even if he does go for this timing, he'll have what he needs to go into round 2 if he's unable to end the game here.
Yeah, the Observer does confirm the army, so Creator's getting in position. We have 2 Colossus, we have force fields available with these sentries. Stalkers and Zealots are amassing as we speak. Charge is finishing up in 10 seconds, just in time for this fight. Oh, and we'll see if we can hold on here as Kelzer goes for the Stim.
Does go for the Stim. Colossus are looking a little bit naked. Second shield battery does finish up. We still have that overcharge available. Now it's just been popped. It's a little bit premature as Kelzer is more than willing to just wait this out.
Yeah, just barely out of range of that shield battery. Overcharge is running out as we speak. Colossus coming in though with that drop. And can we break this Marine line? It looks like we can. The Colossus, they do a little bit too much, and Kelzer has to back off.
Like so. Kelzer going to be regrouping, going to be getting ready for round 2. This time with Ghost. Wasn't quite able to break Creator. Really good on Creator to not only defend his economy, but also be able to keep his high-tech units, his Colossus, alive.
Yeah, every Colossus did survive. We're up to 3. That's critical mass. We're working now on Immortal production. We do see that Kelzer is coming in with the second wave, this time with EMPs.
Yeah, that's going to be very useful in this engagement. We do have critical mass here for Creator. Critical mass of Colossus, but they're not all lumped together. They're not all grouped up.
No, but now they are, and Kelzer doesn't go for the dive. He will retreat, doesn't risk it as he moves out. We do have some tanks that were left idle here. They were left on their own. Hopefully they can make it back home, though, as now it's time for Creator to move out.
Yeah, looking to sandwich his army in the middle of the map. Stalker's in the back line. Gonna try to blink on top of these medevacs. Able to pick off one, able to pick off two. Huge chunks of the army going down for Kelzer for free. And all of a sudden, Creator is about to max out. He's got so much momentum on his side.
Yeah, Creator, he's maxed out. Triple Colossus, maxed out as well. Kelzer, he is in a world of hurt right now. Can he try to hold on? I mean, the tanks are in a good position. He can maybe pull the boys as well. 4CC is under fire. As Kelzer, it's now his turn to need time here to just build up an army to try to hold on.
Yeah, he just needs more. He needs more to be able to defend. Creator trying to set up a surround. And he's gonna get it.
Yeah, he shuts down the tanks.
Stalker's gonna be able to deal with the Vikings. He shuts down the tanks, as you said, and the backbone of the Terran army has fallen, and everything else is going down.
Yeah, the boys are being pulled, but it's too little too late. GG gets called as Creator snowballs out of control, and we'll take the series 2-1.
GG, very well played. I was not ready for this high octane this early on, Light, but it just goes to show how competitive the open bracket still is, just how brutal and intense it gets. This wasn't even a qualifying match yet.
Not even a qualifying match, and it still went to the ace match, still went down to the wire there as well. There were moments for both players, but congratulations to Creator as he advances on. As you mentioned, thankfully, there is still that lower half of the bracket here. Thankfully, there is a bit of a safety net for Kelzer. He's still in the tournament, still has another chance in the lower bracket.
Indeed, he does, but it's... yeah, just because it's a lower bracket, it's not going to get any easier from here, as, yeah, we are just starting to thin out, starting to get some of the more difficult players, I believe. Oof. I believe Kelzer might be going up against Ryung? Wait.
Future.
Future, okay, there we go. Math, man. But yeah, he is going to go up against Future, who is still a very terrifying opponent, and is still one of the best Terran players from the Americas region. So, like we said, Kelzer's still in this, but it's still going to be tough.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy for Kelzer. Wishing the best of luck in the lower half of the bracket. Meanwhile, !B in the chat to get a link to the Wikipedia page. As we have some updates, Gumiho took down Ryung 2-0. I should back up a little bit. Ryung 2-0'd Future, Gumiho 2-0'd Ryung. And up next is Gumiho versus Creator in the upper bracket final.
TVPs, they keep on coming. And this is going to be a qualifying match, so yeah, the winner of this series is going to advance to the knockout bracket. The loser of the series will be going down to the lower bracket final.
There we go. So we have our essentially qualifying match, as you were saying. I believe we should be covering this, but I will confirm that. Otherwise, yeah, again, that was a wild series here. We glossed over it, but Ryung has also been knocked down to that lower bracket. Despite being a TVT sniper, Gumiho got the better of Ryung here tonight.
Well, that's the thing, right? Ryung is a TVT sniper, but Gumiho's not exactly a Terran player.
Yeah. You raised a good point. You do raise a good point there. You know, Gumiho is a very unorthodox player and typically does things his own way. So, yeah, he can be quite a tricky player to go up against in every matchup, by the way. He's crazy. And I'm looking forward to this. So we casted Gumiho versus Showtime in a best of 5 2 weeks ago in Stars War 11. Gumiho played mech.
And that was very...
in that TVP.
He did. He played mech in TVP.
Yeah.
And was able to come out on top.
Oh yeah. So Gumiho, he's very much a wild card.
Yeah, it was a close match regardless, but still. That was absolutely wild to see, and potentially something that we're going to see repeated? Question mark? It's, you know, still going to be a TVP here. Creator, definitely a bit of a different player than Showtime. For one, as we just saw in his series against Kelzer, is not necessarily as committed to defensive play, but we'll see. We shall see indeed.
We shall. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. There's not many other updates to really go over. I guess Future did 2-0 Mars Bar, so Mars Bar has been eliminated from the tournament. And I guess there are some updates in the lower half, in bracket B.
Yeah, there are. Rogue, I guess, pretty expectedly did defeat Showdown and will be advancing to that qualifying match. But, important to note, Showdown did take a map off of Rogue.
Oh yeah, Showdown went to the ace match, which is, again, really impressive stuff out of Showdown. Like, I'm really looking forward to see, like, where he goes from here and how far he can make it. I mean, I say that, like, he's now in the lower bracket, so it's going to be a little bit harder for him, but to go to the ace match against Rogue is impressive.
Definitely. So he's going to be facing Mixu in that lower bracket of Group B. Mixu did take out Zane 2-0. So yeah, the ZVPs just keep on coming in Group B. And winner of that will most likely be facing... Well, I guess it's a little too early to call. Solar is up 1-0 in his series against Mana, and Laser is up 1-0 in his series against Skillus. So yeah, it might be Skillus, it might be Solar from the looks of things right now, but still a little bit too early to call.
Yeah, wish them all the best of luck there in the lower half of the bracket. I imagine Steadfast is in Laser versus Skillus, so he's got you covered there. Again, we're going to be going on that short break, and when we return, we should have Gumiho versus Creator.
Indeed, so stay tuned for that. And we are back, finishing up with the TVPs, at least on our end. For Group A, we are going to be continuing this series with, or rather, this bracket, here we go, with some of our TVTs coming down. If you were wondering what's going to go on with Creator versus Gumiho, that is going to be played on the mainstream, as it is a qualifying match, but for our end, we still have a couple of matches before we get to the lower bracket finals. And that is what we're going to determine who is eventually going to face either Gumiho or Creator in that lower bracket qualifying match. It's most likely going to be a Terran player, just based on the progression, and it could be one of these two that we have here on Site Delta. We're here in the top left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the top left. We, of course, have our red Terran player coming out from the land of Brazil. He is going to be representing R8 Esports. We have Kelza.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the blue Terran representing Majorino Esports. It is Future.
And this is going to be quite the clash of the NA Titans, the NA Terran Titans, if you will. Future, for a long time, has held on to that claim of being the #1 Terran player in North America, at the very least. Kelza has recently overtaken Special, I would say, to become the #1 Terran player from Latin America. And now, when it comes to the combined Americas region in general, it's still a little bit of a toss-up. I want to favor Kelza a little bit, but Future definitely still has it in him to take it to Kelza and try to reinforce that claim, if you will.
Definitely, this is a classic battle of the Americas here between Kelza and Future, between Latino America and the North Americas here. And yeah, we'll see how this does for now. I mean, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping we can get the most out of these two, but yeah, it's going to be on both Kelza and Future, as we do see a double gas opener from Kelza, a bit of a more safer and potentially more aggressive opener from our red Terran player. Meanwhile, Future going for a Rax Expand economic opener out of our blue Terran player.
Interesting. Didn't exactly neglect the Reaper, but he is focused a lot more on his Marine production. Only one Reaper for the time being, whereas Kelza is, going to be a little bit more orthodox here. Still going to go for more of a Reaper Hellion opening. Going to have a little bit of a stronger scouting force when he gets across the map.
Yes, Kelza will have more of a map presence here with his Reaper Hellion. Future is going to be taking more defensive stands. I mean, Bunker is almost done, so he's going to be able to hold on to at least that natural. He's going to have to keep an eye on this Reaper cliff as well, as Kelza could always try to bypass the ramp with his Mass Reaper and dip into the main base. Again, it's on Future to defend. It's going to be on Kelza to make these initial units worth their while.
Yeah. It's going to be a little, I don't want to say conservative, but this isn't quite the coffee build that we're seeing. It's only 3 Reapers and only 1 Hellion. Maybe switching a little bit into Wood Mines for defense. Just keeping my eyes peeled. I'm curious as to when Kelza will actually pull the trigger, as so far it looks like he is waiting for his starport to finish up.
Yeah, we're just waiting for that. We're still just keeping our Reaper Hellion busy back at home. We do see Future moving out for a bit of scouting information. Is going to be the first to move out across the map, but again, shouldn't be getting too much damage done. We even have that safety Wood Mine here on top of the ramp, and Future, is going to take it to the face.
Just like so. Tried to avoid that, but was just a split second too late, and with that, that's going to prompt Kelza to go across the map with what he's got. Try to dip in and get more damage done than Future did.
You can see we're in position again. We have the bunker full of Marines. We have the Cyclone on the high ground as well. Kelza is going to try and test the waters, get a read on what's going on, and for now, won't find too much damage. The Hellion dips in, confirms the bunker at least, and on the high ground, Future is just settling into his 1-1-1. Never mind, going for a second starport very quickly.
Oh boy. This can be a lot of things. I'm keeping my eyes peeled for a potential fusion core coming down. Raven going to come out, so yeah, it's looking a lot more orthodox here. I'm super curious. You don't often see double starport openings in TBT.
Yeah, if you remember, this is a very special build. Juanito's very fond of this. This is a 2-base all-in. 2-base all-in, mass Viking. Basically, you go up to, I want to say, around 5 Vikings, and then you make a Liberator. And because you have so many Vikings, you have air control, you can bully back anything in the air, and then your Liberator zones away the ground army, you just commit to an all-in, you break your opponents. And so far, Kelzer's in the dark. He tests the waters, force back, and he has yet to confirm the main base.
This is starting to ring a bell to me, yeah. Yeah, definitely a very interesting build. Definitely a very unique build, I should say. Juanito Special was the main proponent of it, was really the player who made the most use out of this specific build. With the double starports, of course, you're not neglecting your Ravens. You're still going to be able to have them for a little bit more utility as the game continues. Still have your disables, still have potential auto turrets as Future. Actually going to pull the trigger a little bit early here.
Yeah, this is a bit of a different variation of it. There's that Liberator that we spoke about. Again, so important to get it just because that's the purpose of having all these Vikings, is for that air control for the Liberator. And here we go, Kelzer going to try and slow this down. Kelzer went for a faster TC. He was going for a more economic build, and he might be caught with his pants down. The Future does have that supply lead.
Does have the supply lead. More importantly, he has the air control with these 2 Vikings. Already going to be able to disable one of these tanks, banking up energy to disable the other.
Yeah, again, we don't want to waste it. You can see Future getting in position, trying to get even within range of the main base. We're still waiting for those reinforcements, though, and Future is throwing down a 3rd CC behind this, so this is not going to be an all-in. Future is trying to think further ahead.
This is an interesting take on this build.
Oh.
This little variation that we're seeing. Tank does get disabled and will get taken out. Raven almost goes down, but Kelzer just barely going to keep it alive. Gonna repair it?
Yeah, and you can see this massive army making its way into the natural base as well. You can see that Future, even though he's throwing down the 3rd CC back at home, he may not need it, as Liberator is going to be zoning away that ram, make sure no reinforcements come down from the main base, and the CC is under fire.
Yeah, it's going to go down, or most likely going to go down. Even if as it lifts up, we still have Vikings in the air that can attack it.
Yeah, the Vikings going ham. The base is barely going to escape. We get 13 SCV kills, and now we can even push into the main.
We got a disable on that tank. Kelzer desperately trying to get Vikings out. That is just one way of coming back here, but the Future is already here, ready to meet him with that Viking count. Kelzer clutch disables, will be able to get his Marines into position, get them forward, but disables do run out. Marines do go down. And Future is going to be able to keep this push going.
Yeah, exactly. Future going to bleed out one of these tanks, but no, never mind. He shuts down the tank with the high ground. GG gets called, and Future takes game number 1.
That was very special. Not quite the special, but yeah, very interesting take on the special build. Like you were mentioning, when Juanito usually does this, it's meant to be an all-in. It's meant to be a 2-base all-in. Future wasn't all-in. He was still getting that 3rd, but it's still very potent, even though he moved out with only 2 Vikings, when you know, ordinarily you would move out with 5. It just goes to show how powerful of a timing this is, how crucial air superiority can be, especially in the early game. That Kelzer, who was in the dark the entire time, who was opting for a more economic build, just didn't have anything to respond to it, just didn't have the tools available.
Yeah, it was really interesting to see, because usually when Special does this build, the reason why he has more Vikings is he actually doesn't go Raven. He doesn't start with Raven. He goes and prioritizes Vikings instead before going into that Liberator. So as you said, this was a different take from Future, and Future does come up with his own builds more often than not. He's a very kind of adventurous and a bit of a pioneer in the Terran matchup. So yeah, it is really cool to see him kind of have that own take that we did mention, and yeah, that was a wild game.
Wild indeed is how I describe it.
And now the pressure is on. Now Kelzer, Diego is up against the wall. I mean, it also helped, just winding it back a little bit, that Kelzer did go for a faster TC. So remember, he was working on a more longer game, working his economy when basically a 2-base all-in had occurred. I know that there was a CC behind it and more Raxes behind it, but like, it was still very committed and hit like a truck.
Yeah, without a doubt. And with that, we're going to be continuing our series. As a reminder, this is an elimination match. The loser of this series will be just knocked out of the tournament entirely. But here we are, going to continue it on Crimson Court, where we're here in the top right-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the top right. We have our red Terran player coming down from the land of America. He is, of course, going to be representing Matcherino Esports. We have Future.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player representing R8 Esports. It is Kellezer. Down in this series, and he has to fight back here and now to force that ace match.
Indeed, he does. Getting a little bit blindsided in game number 1, and he just can't afford to... He just can't afford for that to happen again. This is the elimination match. He's one map away from just being knocked out of the tournament entirely.
Yeah, again, Kellezer, he was, if you remember in the last game, he was denied entry into the main, denied entry into the national. He just could not scout whatsoever. He was struggling to scout. And we saw that again, scouting is paramount. Had no idea what was coming his way until it was too late. But now we're entering a very different game state. Double gas opener again from Kellezer, same as game 1. This time Future doing the same.
Indeed, he is. So, yeah, it's very standard coming out from both of them. Reaper expands, I imagine, are on the table right now.
Yeah, with double gas openers, there should be a faster factory, and there it is. We have the factory on the high ground of Future. He fakes out an expansion on the low ground, so interesting move as, oh my god, the SCVs barely get away. He wants it.
He's juking. He's jiving. They're dancing.
They are dancing, and again, it is going to be mirrored builds. Again, racks into factories from both players into delayed command centers, but we should be eventually expanding here. One base all-in's much more of a rarity in TVT.
We'll get taken out in the end by that Reaper. And not the biggest of deals, but a little bit of a morale victory.
As we do get one SCV, Reaper gets into the main base. CC is being thrown down in the main as well. Future with the map control gets his own on the low ground. Ooh, as the Reaper does take some extra hits.
Yeah, Future going to be able to take out the Reaper of Kellezer, and now things can get a little bit worrisome.
Yeah, Kellezer bleeds out a Reaper. The Reaper of Future still being active across the map as well. Future does take a Reaper lead, and that is actually quite important. Thankfully, we have a Hellion in time, so we should be able to hold on.
Yeah. At this stage, we're not quite able to snowball out of control. You know, we are very much in the early game, but Future has pretty much solidified his map control. Now he has the Hellion to come meet the rest of his army, and he's looking to make full use of it. He can try to bully Kellezer back, there we go, take out the SCV, building the starport, get a further delay. Get a further delay on the natural base as well. Cyclone's going to come out, and that should just about be an end to this, but Future has just gotten such a strong start for himself.
You really have two SCVs go down, the Reapers, the Hellions as well. Big delay in the production, delay on the CC. Hellions, they're not done. They want some Marines. They get one extra Marine here towards the end, and they might even barely get another as the Hellion is going to be finally cleaned up. But as you mentioned, Future getting a surprising amount of damage done in the early game.
Yeah, that's nice to get in the early game, right? When we have a series or when we have a matchup that's potentially super, super, super close, advantages like this can end up being what pushes you over the edge here.
It really can, as Future going for even a drop follow-up here, just really not slowing down, not easing up on the gas or on the pressure on Kellezer. Kellezer moves out, and it looks like Kellezer will get eyes on the Medevac. He will delay this, will force the drop in the middle of the map.
Yeah, we'll force another drop, but a very quick boost, a well-timed boost, will be able to prevent that. Fellas are going to drop once again, or Future going to drop once again in the middle of the map. A nice little bit of juggling coming out from Future. He's still going to be able to land in main base.
Yeah, he shouldn't get much done, though, as the Cyclones, they keep up, they get some lock-ons, and the Medevac, it goes down!
Expensive loss here coming out from Future.
Yeah, very extensive medevac. A tank goes down as well. Suddenly, Kelzer, with a bit of momentum, is moving out across the map, and now it's on Future to defend. Now he's going into a pretty hefty tank count. He's already got 2 here back at home, so he should be okay. But with this medevac, we could avoid those tanks. We could go for the mineral lines.
Yeah, we absolutely could. And there's not that much anti-air here for Future. We have 1 Viking, which can be avoided if Kelzer is able to keep eyes on it, is able to tell what the positioning of that Viking is.
That's another second starport. It's the same build. it's the same build 2 games away from Future.
Yeah. And we'll see how this ends up panning out for him. Kelzer going to try to fight back even harder, going to try to reciprocate the damage that he received earlier on, going for a tank drop of his own.
Yeah, he is sieging up, trying to get within range of the production, dropping into the main base as well. Future a bit out of position here. Oh, the lock on the Raven, the big hits going off, forcing out the auto target, which means there's no disable. At the same time, Future collapsing on that tank.
Yeah, trying to anyway. We'll be able to take it out, but there's still the Cyclones going ham in the main base. 5 SCVs go down, and this is Kelzer getting himself back in this game economically.
Yeah, big scout as well. We get eyes on the second starport. Now, Kelzer does have a third CC on location, still focusing on the economy. Still greedy play here from Kelzer, and Future is coming in to punish this.
Indeed, he is. Kelzer getting in position, and Crimson Court is, I would say, a more defensible map than Site Delta.
Yeah, you can see the Future, he needs Vikings. So he needs the Vikings to keep up, to zone away those Ravens, otherwise the disables are going to be massive. We do get some extra hits on that tank at least, and we're going to go for the third base. We do force a lift up, but can we break the natural?
And no need to siege up just yet for Future. They're going to try to take out this. They're going to try to take out this CC. Camping the production right now, trying to take out these Vikings as they pop out.
Yeah, the tanks are getting within range of the reactor. The reactor is going to be going down. You can see the Kelzer is responding with the second starport of his own. So he's going into double starport production here at the natural base as well. But he's supply blocked
pretty heavily. Oh no, the starport is also in range of these tanks. Once that pops, Kelzer is going to cede pretty much entirely of the air control here to Future. He will lift, and that will keep the starport alive. But while it's lifted, it can't actually get any production down.
Yeah, and that's going to be a denial of combat shields. A big pick off there from Future. Meanwhile, he's getting within range of the tanks. Disable is brutal, and 1 tank goes down for free.
That was combat shield?
He's going to do it again. That was combat shields.
We don't have Sim yet.
We don't have Stim.
Interesting,
and Kelzer is getting picked up by the Vikings. They land on top of the tanks. Another tank going to be going down. Order is going to be helping here, but we lose every single tank.
And without tanks, how do you push into this? Well, we have Ravens, we have some auto turret potential, but once again, Vikings lift up, and Future has the air superiority once more.
Yeah, thankfully there's a tank on the high ground. The boys are being pulled as well, trying to buy time, trying to force a Future back. We have the CC here towards the northern base. Kelzer trying to keep his economy up and running, but again, he's just down in the army.
Very much down in the army. It's going to be difficult for Future to try to push into this position, I will say. But he's getting there, slowly but surely.
Yeah, he is still pushing in. 2 tanks, they reposition here on the low ground. We can see Future edging on a bit closer. The eBay is going to be shut down. We will deny +1 armor. We go for the disables.
Oh, the Ravens. We do go for huge disables on Future's army, but there's so many tanks, and we still have so many Vikings that it might not matter in the end. Marines are going to get completely wiped out. Kelzer able to keep most of his tanks alive, but he's still running a massive deficit compared to the tanks of Future.
Yeah, Future getting his own 3CC up and running. He is throwing down additional Raxes back at home, but he's just bullying his way forward, forcing his way into that natural base. Without any more Ravens, it's going to be difficult to break this siege line, as you were saying, but can we get within range of the starport? We can!
Uh-oh. Future once again going to be able to keep Kelzer's air production as low as possible. He kept a starport on that tech lab, or he kept a tech lab on one of his starports, so he is able to resume Raven production. Raven pops out. and it's looking... The chances for Kelzer are looking grimmer and grimmer. He pulls voice once again as a bit of a desperation move. He is down 40 army supply, and this is gotta be the end here.
Yeah, there's just nothing left here. 21 SCVs go down. We're down to 0 tanks in between the two bases. Again, Future just pulling his way forward 2 games in a row, going for the double starport all in. It, of course, has an economy behind this, but this just hit once again like a truck. GG gets called, well played, and Future takes the 2-0.
Wow, GG, very nicely done here from Future with a very interesting build coming out from him, a very interesting take, I should say, of what's meant to be an all-in, but technically wasn't. Still a very committed push, still a very strong timing coming out for Future here, and yeah, just that one adjustment to have a tech lab on one of those starports, to have Raven production and push out with a couple of fewer Vikings, that worked brilliantly. Kelzer tried to play economic, tried to play standard both games, and both times was, I wouldn't say blindsided necessarily in game number 2. I mean, he saw that it was coming, but yeah, I guess he just wasn't quite able to formulate a responses build wasn't quite able to formulate an adequate response to this build.
Yeah, exactly.
In what little time, you know, in what very little time that he had to adjust.
Exactly. It's such a unique build here, or I say such unique, but a new take on an otherwise 2-base all-in build from Future, and yeah, it's a little bit harder to scout as well, just because of the Ravens. I mean, Kelzer did see it coming ahead of time, and he was preparing, he was harassing himself, he was aggressive initially, if you remember, but that counterattack was brutal, and yeah, we saw it was just so unfortunate that the starports were being camped multiple times. Like, they were within range of the tanks, and without those starports, without any Vikings, the air control was brutal, and it was, again, heavily in favor of all Future, and was able to flex that to snowball into a win both times.
Yeah, very nicely done. I'm gonna have to save this replay.
You're an
I'm gonna have to look more into this one. So yeah, GG, very nicely done from Future. He will keep his hopes and dreams alive here in ESL Masters Spring. He will be advancing to the lower bracket semifinals. Kelzer, unfortunately, will be eliminated from the tournament in what feels way too early for Kelzer normally.
Yeah, my condolences to Kelzer here. I mean, he's a great guy. He's a fan favorite as well. A lot of people behind Kelzer. Even Cosmos was, of course, casting Cosmos, the Portuguese caster, or the Brazilian caster, and yeah, alas, Kelzer does bow out here early on.
Yeah, unfortunately, but the tournament does not. And it looks like we don't quite have too many updates yet when it comes to Bracket A. Seems that Epic and Ryzer might... Oh!
They, I believe, have completed. I don't think they announced their score, though. So I believe Ryzer versus Epic has concluded. Maybe even versus Ryung as well. I'm uncertain about that. So we're going to try and get some updates. We're going to try and figure out what's going on. And yeah, the winner of Ryung, Epic, and Ryzer will be going up against Future in the next round.
Indeed, they will. Winner of that, of course, will be moving forward to the lower bracket finals, a qualifying match, which should be on the main stream. So, yeah, we're gonna have to figure out what we're gonna be casting here. Potentially the last match of this bracket, and yeah, of this bracket, as it looks like group or bracket B is also still going on. Elaser actually took out Skillus 2-1 and is currently poised to go up against Rogue in the qualifying match later on mainstream.
Yeah, Rogue versus Elaser, that's going to be on mainstream. I believe Steadfast is covering Shadown versus Mixu, or maybe Solar versus Skillus. Again, some insane matches going on down there in the lower bracket of Bracket B, or lower half of Bracket B. So, wish all those players the best of luck. And yeah, our future series, our future is uncertain here, as we don't really know who's up against Future.
Yeah, we'll try to determine that.
we will do our best. Otherwise, we might just go on an extended break here. Once we wrap up with bracket A, we might dip down to bracket B, depending on, you know, what's happening, depending on what finishes faster, what finishes slower. And brackets C and D are still poised to begin in 2 hours. If we finish early, I don't know if we're going to start that early or if we're going to start it at the designated time.
Yeah, I think usually it depends on whether or not, you know, whether or not the players are present. Because obviously the players aren't there, then there's not much you can do. It was scheduled for later, so you can't really fault them. But if the players are there, and when I say the players are there, I mean every player is there, then, you know, there's no reason not to, just play it while they're ready. When they're ready.
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah, we'll try and get you guys an update on Epic versus Riser. Until then, though, we're going to be going on that short break, and when we return, we'll have some more StarCraft at some point.
Yeah, stay tuned for that.
Yeah, see you soon.
And we are back here, ladies and gentlemen. Gonna be switching things up a little bit as we're still a little bit uncertain as to the result of Epic versus Riser. We felt that would take a little while, but on the other hand, we have a fresh series here on our hands, so we're in Bracket B that wasn't quite getting coverage, so we decided to switch over. We are now in Bracket B, the lower bracket of Bracket B. Yeah, there we go. And we're going to be having an elimination match that is a ZVP on our hands. So, yeah, let's just get right to it. Over here in the top left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we, of course, have our red Zerg player coming out from the land of Korea. He's going to be representing Vitality Esports. We have Solar.
Team Vitality.
Yeah.
And
Too much
Sporting.
R8.
In the Sporting in the right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. And you thought we wouldn't get a Zerg player.
Oh, I hoped we wouldn't.
But yes, as you mentioned, we've been focusing on Bracket A for quite some time. But as you mentioned before, we're a little bit in the dark as to what's going on there when it comes to any updates on Epic versus Riser. It looks like there might be some delays going on, or again, we're just waiting for any kind of results to be coming in there. Because of that, there was another series that was opening up, and we are diving right on into Solar versus Skillous. As you mentioned, loser of this series is eliminated from the tournament.
And the winner of this series, on the other hand, will be moving forward to a what I like to call a prequel match. It's not quite the qualifier, but the match before the qualifying match.
There you go. Whew, so we'll see how this does turn out here. I mean, Solar was one of the favorites to make a deep run in this tournament, not just in this bracket, but in the knockout bracket and maybe even into the playoffs. He's one of the best Zerg players in the world, but he did go down to Rogue. In the ZVZ, he did go down to Rogue, and now he is up against Skillous. Skillous, who's been on fire as of late as well.
Yeah, Skillous, who almost made it to the finals of Stars War 11 very recently, did have a very strong showing against Hero in those semis. So Skillous is absolutely looking in form. Solar, as you mentioned, was one of the favorites to take this. I think Solar is probably one of the top 3, if not even top 2 Zerg players in the world right now. But did lose that series against Rogue in, I mean, I don't even know how long it was, but it went all the way to the ace match, and it was shorter than our series, which lasted about less than 20 minutes. So,
oh yeah. And when it comes to Skillous' recent accolades, I mean, you were talking about Stars War 11. I mean, Skillous is one of the reasons why the winner Zerg players in Stars War 11, he did eliminate Raynor from the qualifiers of that tournament. Did help knock him out.
Yeah, so Skillous is absolutely in form, specifically in this matchup as well, to go up against a player of the caliber of Raynor and completely prevent him from making it to that offline playoffs.
Oh yeah, that did occur. Meanwhile, we do see Solar being active with these Lings. The goal here is to try and delay the third base. The probe is on the way. The Adepts are here to help ferry that probe. And nice movement here. The probe doesn't get wedged behind the mineral line Lings, though they collapse here on these Adepts. Oh.
And they will be able to take them out. Oracle forced to come back home and spend a little bit of its energy cleaning up the rest of the Lings. Probe will survive, however, and will be able to throw down that Nexus, throw down Pylon, just set up a third base here for Skillous.
Oh yeah, third base is set up. Skillous going to be moving out with his double Oracle, headed towards that natural base. Droning is on the way here for Solar, and he's going to try and maintain himself. He's going to try and keep up with the Oracles, and so far he is. So far the Oracles are fended off.
Like so. Super important for Solar right now is just keep these queens bunched together before his Spore Crawlers can really get up and running.
Yeah, as the Spores are now finishing up. There's a Spore at the third. There's a Spore on the way at the natural. Spore in the main base as well. So Solo not cutting any corners here in the defense. And working towards +1 melee. Interesting. So working towards what looks to be a Ling, Bane, potentially Roach Ravager heavy composition. And there's that Roach Warren on the way.
Like so, a pretty standard composition nowadays when it comes to ZVP, particularly against Blink Stalkers.
Yeah, Slings, they get across the map. Once again, there's no shield battery, by the way, only some adepts, and they're going to be focused down. One adept, full second adept as well. Now we can go for the probes.
Oh. Yeah, a little bit of an awkward position there with the probes having to be a little bit body blocked by these pylons. Lings are able to catch a couple of probes that are transferring from other bases as well. Skillus picking off a couple of drones here and there. Good target firing with these adepts, but when it's all said and done, Skillus will lose a few more probes.
Yeah, that was a bit of a give and take here. Skillus bleeds out 5 probes, Solar bleeds out 4 drones, so not a bad trade, or not a bad back and forth, I should say. We did amass a lot of links, but the links can't really do much, not with these oracles out of the map, as they can make short work of these links. They're going for the surround on those stalkers, and they will force the activation of the pulsar beam. Oh.
And it's something if Sola's able to trade links with stalkers, not too bad. Again, Ling's very cheap, and even though they are what you're going to be utilizing the most eventually in this matchup, you can't afford to lose them early as long as you take out a couple of units while you're at it.
Yeah, exactly. Trading minerals for gas, always a better trade for Solar. Still being active with these links. At the same time, now we're moving out with the Oracles. We have double Oracle towards the natural. We don't quite commit. We also have the Oracle making its way towards the third base, but Spores are in position. Skillus doesn't find any extra damage, but he's looking for some scouting information. He's looking for any further tech. Confirms there is no extra gas. There are no Hydras. Or Spire.
Yet. Well, I say yet, but, you know. What... I say yet, but Sol's not exactly planning to get into that phase just yet. Lair did finish up for him a while ago. Yeah, Lair did finish up, but that's just for roach upgrades for the time being. He does want to hit a very strong timing with his roaches, with his +1 lings.
Yeah, very important that you point that out, because Solar is getting a base, but he's cutting workers at 66. That is 3 base saturation. Solar, his goal is to max out on Lingbane Roach Ravager off of 3 bases. This 4th base is just really for Larva more than anything, and he's going to be moving out with a massive army. Now, Skillus may have a smaller army back at home, but he will have the defender's advantage. So we'll see if it's going to be enough, because here come those Dropper Lords. Here comes the push.
Yeah, he coming. He is coming very, very soon. Creep Highway, not quite as set up as Solar would like, but it's still about halfway there. He's still going to be able to hit Skillus very, very soon.
Yeah, the Queens are loading up as well. Again, a very committed push. It's basically a 3-base all-in out of Solar. Back at him, Skillus, he's going to have a Storm finishing up just in time, but we need more side defense. We need cannons, shield batteries. We need a defensive setup here at the 3rd base. Otherwise, it's not going to be enough.
No, it will not. I don't believe Skillus has any sentries either, which is a little bit worrisome.
Yeah,
Force fields are the main way to really deflect all of these lings. Speaking of which, they will get a full surround. Storms do land, and it will start thinning out the ling count, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Archon caught in between this concave of roaches will be going down. Another Archon going to be caught before it even finishes morphing in.
Yeah, exactly. Again, only limited amount of storms, but the Immortal is coming out. Stalkers have a go. Concave Overcharge is already on cooldown, and you can see Solar breaking through this defensive line, getting onto that 3rd base. We have reinforcements on the way. Is it going to be enough? More shield batteries finishing up, but cannons are falling.
Oh. Cannons are falling. A lot of probes have went down, and that's good damage, but again, Solar is basically all in at this point. He wants even more damage. Was able to sneak in a couple of links to the main base. That's going to completely disrupt the production here of Skillus.
Yeah, Skillus, he's holding, he's chasing down the main army, but as you mentioned, we lost 23 workers in the main and at the 3rd base. Aye. And we're becoming more and more all-in. We're moving out across map. We catch a good amount of roaches and ravagers, but Skillus doesn't have the economy to sustain this.
That he does not. He doesn't have the economy. His production is a little bit staggered here, with a couple of gateways getting depowered, with a couple other production getting depowered. Solar going for another push here towards the 4th base this time.
Yeah, and Skillus still busy trying to deal with these lings. Again, it was an impressive defense out of Skillus. He did hold quite well, but the harassment, right? The drop into the main base was brutal, and with that, Skillus is up against the wall. Lings, they come in for another surround. Bile's not quite connecting. Archon does get shut down, though, as Skillus is forcing Solar back once again, but that's a kill on the Nexus.
Indeed it is. Skillus is trading very efficiently so far, but we're kind of at the point where Solar... Again, Solar doesn't It's not super important for Solar to trade efficiently right now. What's important for Solar is to make Skillus bleed, is to take out these expensive units like the Archons, like the Immortals, and then just keep this harassment and keep this aggression going.
Yeah, and he's not stopping. Again, Solar, he hasn't droned. Solar, he hasn't droned at all. He's saturated on his 4th base, but again, it's something because he's running out of minerals elsewhere. Meanwhile, he does collapse on these High Templar. Ooh, they're barely saved just in time. That was a very clutch moment there for Skillus.
Indeed, it was. They're continuing to bank up energy. A couple of well-placed storms can absolutely turn the tides in Skillus' favor. Now, he's down a base. He's down, actually, 2 bases pretty soon, but like you mentioned, Solar's not looking to drone. Now he's starting to drone up a little bit.
Yeah, he's saturating and taking another hat-trick here on the left-hand side. You can see Solar, he's transitioning, working on Baneling's speed. Not +2 yet, still on 1-1 upgrades. This is amassing another Ling Bane Roach Ravager-based army. Skillus moving forward. He has a lot of Stalkers. They can be quite efficient.
Yeah, they really can. Very nice blinks coming out from Skillus. He's blinking back with his front line of Stalkers as they start getting injured, not, blinking them back in an entire monolith or a block.
Yeah, so far, nice control here from Skillus. He has a lot of storms backed up. Massive storm here on both of these armies. Very nice done, or very nice push so far from Skillus, but he's all in. Like, again, there's no 4th base, and Solar makes sure that that's the case.
Indeed, he did. Even stuck in a couple more Lings earlier on just to keep up and confirm that Skillus is on 3 bases, is continuing to go all in. Solar just needs to survive. He just needs to get more roaches out and just continue to chip away at this army without ceding too much ground.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be all about the storms. If we can get some juicy connections, then Skillus can break through and get on top of the bases and end the game. As you mentioned yourself, he is still very all in, and these are some pretty good storms.
Yeah, a lot of these Ravagers getting battered and bruised down to the orange and red health.
Yeah, we're down to orange and red health. The High Templar just went down. 0 storms remaining here for Skillus. Probes are going down. Looks like the 3rd base has been broken as Solar cripples what little economy we had left. And Skillus, he's running out of time, and Solar is still maxing out.
Yeah, Skillus is starting to run out of steam with this army. Solar was still mining behind all of this. He went up to 70 workers, which is enough to keep this going. And yeah, was just able to continue chipping away at this rather expensive army, compared to what Solar has anyway. Rather expensive Protoss army of Skillus.
Yeah, and we got the Immortal, we got the High Templar, we got the Archons. What do we have left? Blinkstalker. That's all that remains here for Skillus, and you can see his supply eclipsed here by Solar as he's now maintaining himself on 70 workers, on 5 hatcheries. Again, it was an impressive defense earlier from Skillus, but these Ling and Bane run-bys have been brutal, and they've been winning Solar the game.
Yeah. Feels like Solar went all in initially, or was planning to go all in, wasn't quite able to break Skillus, but did enough damage to cripple him, right? So now that dynamic is flipped a little bit. Skillus is a player who is all in, and Solar just kept sending out wave after wave after wave of Ling to try to force the issue and try to force Skillus to be all in.
Yeah, and now we're moving out across. We're hitting the 3rd base once again, and we're running out of shield batters, running out of static defense. We do have some storms in the back line, and they will force Solar back for a moment, but there's only so much time we can really buy here because the wave of Zerg doesn't end.
It is overwhelming at this point. These are the last units that Skillus has available, and it's not going to be enough. GG is called Solar, limiting game number 1.
GG, well played. Solar does take a lead here. And that was a pretty close one. I mean, towards the end, Solar, of course, he did snowball out of control. But the initial all-in that Solar went for, Skillus did defend quite nicely. You know, he was able to hold his own against the main army, but specifically only against the main army. That drop into the main base was brutal.
It really, really was. Very smart thinking cut here from Solar. I guess he figured correctly that the Lings wouldn't be that useful on the front lines. There was more than enough storms there for Skillus to really evaporate the Lings before they really make contact with the army. So what does he do instead? Sneak them into the main. Just really hinder the economy of Skillus while keeping him distracted in that main engagement. And by the time that was done, Skillus was the player under pressure at that point. He had to go across the map. He had to reciprocate. Solar just had to defend, and he defended.
Did defend in the end, and with that, we do see that Solar is now that one step closer to advancing on into the next round. Where we do have an opponent ready and waiting for him.
Indeed, we do. We have an opponent waiting for him. Shidown did take out Mixu, 2-0. And our mistake, actually. That was actually game number 2 that wrapped up.
Yeah, that was...
between Solar and Skilless.
Yeah, that was game number 2, and apparently we are tied up 1-1. So, yeah, I should let some of our lovely people know that.
Yeah, we're much like you, dear viewers. We're kind of basing our assumptions on what has been updated on the bracket available in Wikipedia.
Yeah, exactly. So we were a little bit in the dark as to what was going on. But yeah, we're going into the ace match. Let's go.
Indeed, we are going into the ace match. This is going to go into the next match against Shidown, who I think we kind of glossed over, but he did take out Mixu 2-0. And after that, we have yet another opponent waiting for the winner of that. It's going to be Rogue, waiting in the lower bracket finals, who did get taken out by Laser 2-0. So a Laser going to be the first player to advance to the knockout bracket, at least from the open stage.
Yeah, we are just getting ready for that eventual knockout bracket, or for the eventual qualifying match as well on the horizon, as you mentioned. It looks like we're kind of nearing the end of this portion of the broadcast where bracket B is all lined up for us. You know, we have Shidown waiting in the next round, Rogue waiting after that as well. I mean, that was a big win for a Laser 2-0ing Rogue. That is wild.
Yeah, that's absolutely huge here. Laser building a lot of momentum for himself here. A lot of momentum for himself going into the knockout stage that's going to be happening tomorrow. I think that's also something else that's worth pointing out, is if you're able to win your matches early, as Laser has, if you're able to secure a spot in the knockout stage this early on, you have a lot more time to not only rest and recuperate, but also a little bit more time to kind of tighten up whatever you feel that you need to. You have a little bit more preparation time compared to some of your potential opponents tomorrow.
Oh yeah. We do have that more. There's that time of preparation. Not too much time, but you know,
well, it's enough time to look back at your own games in the knockout bracket and try to figure out what you can tighten up. You know, what you can try to practice a little bit more. What you can try to work on in the few hours that you have before bedtime. You know.
Oh yeah, exactly. You know, then that time can be really valuable in these kind of weekend tournaments to kind of ruminate over your matches and think up some builds as well. Very, very important to have that time to yourself as a player.
Yeah. Or alternatively, some of the players might benefit a little bit more by having a little bit of additional time to rest. Some players just need maybe ruminating might not necessarily be super effective, but just having that extra rest will allow you to go into the knockout stage fresher than potentially some of your other opponents.
Oh yeah, as we are just getting ready here, and again, because we haven't heard from Epic and Riser, we are just going to be focusing on Skilless Solar, into Shidown, into Rogue. I say potentially because we mentioned before that the mainstream, they will pick a lower qualifying match to cover as well. And if the Group A series are still held up, then they might just pick the Rogue qualifying match, which would make sense for them to go for.
Yeah. And it does mean that we'll potentially have the opportunity to jump back up to Group Bracket A and potentially conclude that.
Oh yeah, well, don't worry, we'll cast as much as we can. We'll
yeah. Here we go, just making sure all of our players are ready. We're going to be jumping in. Final game here in this ZVP. Again, Skillus, Solar, on the cusp of elimination.
Yeah.
One more map to determine which player will advance and which player will be eliminated.
I also just remembered, like, a reason why Rise of the Epic might be held up is they might be doing, like, maybe an interview or some kind of, oh, since we do have a bit of a pause. Well, they might be doing an interview, they might be doing some kind of, like, player spotlight as well. That is something that sometimes, holds up some brackets. Maybe even, like, some player shots or, like, a photo shoot. Sometimes that does occur.
Yeah. Every now and then, but we shall see. We'll just kind of roll with what we have, but regardless, we're going to be concluding this match here on Ghost River. We're here in the top right-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top right. We have our red Protoss player coming down from...
Game paused.
It looks like we might be... Oh,
looks like we might have some technical issues here. Oh, I see. He unpaused by accident.
there we go.
Yeah. So
Oof.
it looks like we are going to be remaking. It looks like the unpause was not intentional, and we did miss a bit of a macro cycle there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, you know. Usually we do see a bit of a countdown coming out from our players before that unpause, so a little bit unintentional here coming out from Solar. Guess that's a good reminder to our viewers. Clean your tables. Question mark. I'm not sure what the lesson there was.
Clean your tables, clean your keyboards. Be sanitary with your gamer setup here.
What?
Oh.
Solo's just informing us in chat that his hand warmer, and I quote, boomed. Very messy.
Yeah,
His
it is.
Wait,
it's
is
very...
that an electric thing?
No, it's not electric. Yeah.
Okay.
Hand warmers, they're the way they work is like as you squeeze them, it creates like a chemical reaction inside, which causes it to warm up.
Right. It's like a glow stick.
Kinda, yeah, sure, kinda. It's very common for players in general to have those heat packs. The heat packs to have the heat packs,
right,
to keep their hands warm. And it sounds like maybe Solar he squeezed it too hard.
I can see that. I can visualize that. Yeah, very messy, as he says. Anyway, we're going to be concluding this best of 3 No, not quite a prequel match yet. Anyway, we're going to be concluding this best of 3 series here on Ghost River, where we're here in the top right-hand corner map, starting all the way. In the top right, we of course have our red Protoss player going to be representing Team Liquid. We have Skillus.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing Team Vitality. It is Solar.
Getting a little bit too hot in his hands, but you know, maybe that's the amount of heat you need. I don't know. I've never felt, coming from a place that doesn't get cold, I've never felt the need to warm my hands.
I thought you were gonna say something like, I've never felt, the warmth embrace of anything. So I only know the cold.
No, I feel too. It's the opposite. It's too warm.
Ah, I see. The luxury or the curse of living in Singapore.
Well, it's a curse when your fashion sense calls for long pants and sleeves. And you never get to wear it. And you never get to wear that. At least outside.
I understand. But we are settling into our ace match. As a reminder, the last game did go the way of Solar, and we missed out on game 1. Apparently, we did miss out on game number 1, so we're jumping in mid-series, and it all ends here. It all ends on Ghost River. One player advances on into the next round. The other is eliminated from the tournament.
Indeed, they are. We have confirmation that Skillus won game number 1. That at least we can deduce from what we've been able to witness. But yeah, and we're not sure what map that took place on and how exactly that went.
And Also, on top of that, we also know as well that Solar, now his hands are cold. His heat pack has exploded, and that means that that means that now his hands are gonna get a little bit frosty.
He needs to find other ways to keep him warm. Somebody, if you're at the venue, hold Solar's hands.
I sit on his hands, Pappy. Sit on his hands. As that's going to be a kill, not a cancel on the pylon. We do delay the third base, but that was not quite worth it. A pylon, that is 100 minerals down the drain for Skillus.
Yeah, quite a hefty investment here to not quite pay off for Skillus. Step going to get into position, going to be able to force a little bit of movement here from Solar, kind of get him a little uncomfortable, but it's not really something too threatening.
Yeah, in the end, this was still a better trade for Solar. Getting the kill on that pylon was huge. But now we have 2 Adepts. We can one-shot drones. We can threaten the mineral lines here of Solar. Didn't even get to mention it, but we're loading into Ghost River for the first time in tonight's broadcast. And Ghost River has a very short rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored here. And we're not going for a Twilight Council opener. Despite that, it's still going to be the Oracle opener from Skillus.
Yeah, interesting choice. I mean, I can't really blame him too much. It's possible that, especially after game number 2, Skillus is expecting Solar to take the role of the aggressor, so these Oracles are going to help a lot in the defense, and on the off chance that Solar isn't going to be attacking too early on, they can still be useful across the map to get some harassment damage done as well.
To get some damage done. Third base now on the way here for Skillus. The Oracles have yet to really move out. They've been stuck at home alongside the Adepts, so Solar is free to drone. It's free to drone and set up back at home. We have a Spore at the natural. We have no Spore set up in the main base or the third, so potentially some exposed areas here as the Oracles are looking for damage.
Yeah, looking for damage, but not quite finding it yet. Queen's once again in position to try to chase this away. Ling's going across the map to try to lay the third base of Skillus, but will instead meet 4 Adepts and get deflected.
Yeah, Lings are deflected, but so are the Oracles as they dip into the third base. No damage dealt yet. We have +1 attack on the way. We have Blink as well, so Skillus transitioning into his Blink follow-up. And Adepts, they still continue to threaten these shades. Can we find some damage here as the Adepts? Do we commit? Up!
They will get right into the main base. These are vanilla Adepts, but with good enough target firing, they can still pose a very, very credible threat to the mineral line. Not so much when it gets surrounded by Lynx, though, as demonstrated.
Yeah, the surround was real. Oracles, they dip into the main. We do get 2 drone kills, but only 2. The Adepts go down, and now that means we can go for a big counterattack. Lynx, they hit the third base, but the recall finishes up just in time, and the Oracles will defend.
Lynx will get into position and make an immediate U-turn once they spot the Oracles recalled.
Okay, get the hell out of there. They do pull back. Meanwhile, we do have our Templar Archives follow-up. That's an interesting choice, a tech choice here from Skillus. Not working towards Colossus, but working towards, I imagine, Archons and even Storm.
Yeah, once again, just another really potent counter to the Ling-based army composition that Sol is going for. Skillus has been able to get into the main, has been able to scout a couple of buildings. He scouted the lair being warped in, and I believe was able to get eyes on the Roach Warren as well. So, as far as Skillus is concerned, we are going to see a little bit of a repeat of game number 2.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice here from Skillus, as the Oracles are still being active. They don't quite get too much done, but we're going for double robot production. This could be Immortals and Archons.
Yeah, very potent, almost a pseudo Soul Train, if you will. We'll have to keep our eyes peeled on the amount of sentries that do get warped in here. Skillus not typically one to make too many of them, but they are essential to defend against Lings.
And there it is going to be Immortal production. So again, this is a very unique build that has been rising in popularity these past couple of months. Ignoring Colossus, right? For a very long time, Blink Stalker into Colossus was the meta, was the standard of ZVP. But yeah, this has been trendy as of late. Again, massive Immortal here, Storm, Archon production as well. We're going to be building up a death bull of an army, and yeah, this can be quite difficult to deal with.
It can be, But on the flip side of that, Solar's already getting into hive tech, so...
Yeah, Solar back at home has been happily droning. He's already up to 81 workers, by the way. I mean, he barely lost anything against the Oracle harass, so his economy has been left almost untouched, and now Solar, he's soon to snowball out of control. Now he's done droning, he can focus on his army.
Yeah, he's making full use of that economy. He's getting to his endgame tech. We should be seeing an Ultra Cavern, I imagine. Just with how dedicated we've been to melee upgrades.
Yeah, we have options, right? I also lean towards Ultras as our tech of choice. I mean, if we went for Lurkers, we'd already see a Hydrogen. So, speaking of
Which...
there it is. A Hydrogen is thrown down. Not the best timed Hydrogen, because now we can't start the Lurker upgrades yet, but the Hive is at least done, and we can see Solar moving out with his army. Shouldn't get too much done, but he does get eyes on the composition he's up against.
Yeah, spots those Immortals, spots those High Templar. He knows exactly, like you said, what he's up against, and I guess maybe spotting those Immortals kind of prompts Solar to avoid Ultralisk for the time being.
That it does, as we do see Solar just opening up some attack paths here towards the north, still on a hefty worker count. There's that Lurker Den now on the way. Again, it still takes a while to get into those Lurker upgrades to really hit our final form, and that means that Skillus has time to build up his Immortal count and to build up those High Templar as well. Now, we might not have Sky Toss, but Mass Immortal and Archon can actually do quite well against Lurker tank. They can tank some shots.
They absolutely can. They can tank a couple of shots, so long as you spread them out a little bit so that not every single Lurker spine is going to be attacking your core army units.
Yeah, as the bailing run by comes in, we do split the boys, but will we connect? And 13 probes go down. Very nice run by here by Solar. Does cripple the economy and does give him some breathing room here to max out and to tech up.
That was beautiful from Solar, by the way. Just to anticipate the direction Skillus was gonna evacuate those probes to and just split off a handful of his banelings to try to catch them on the retreat. I mean, Skillus had no choice at the very end there. He saw the banelings to his right, so he moved left. He saw the banelings to his left, so he moved right. But to his right, there were still more banelings, so he had to just scramble to figure something out, but there was no room to split.
Yeah, there was just no good answer there for Skillus. Nice storms on the Lings. Lings are shaved off, and you can see our tech transition here. Skillus is not going to be doubling down on just purely Immortal Archon. We're taking up into Sky Toss. As Sky Toss is on the way, Solar throws down his Spire. Now, it's going to take a while to get into Corruptor production, but it does mean that Solar will have Hydro Lurker Viper first, and he's soon to move out.
Like so. Lurker range about to finish up. Muscular augments about to finish for the Hydras as well, making them move a little bit speedier across the map. Get under these potential carriers.
Yeah, as we make our way towards the right-hand side. Now, Skillus has spotted the main army. He has High Templar in position with those storms. At the same time, Solar working towards that natural and can even shut down the Cyber Core.
He's going to try. That's absolutely a crucial building right now for Skillus. Lurker's not quite able to get much done here. They will get pushed back by the Protoss army. Oh, that's a very bunched up army of high-tech units. Immortal goes down. I think 2 Immortals go down, actually, which was, yeah, kind of brutal at this stage.
Yeah, not a bad trade there for Solar. As you mentioned, he didn't break into the natural, he didn't deny the Cyber Core, but Solar was just trading out roaches, right? He was just throwing away roaches, refining his army, getting into a more heavy Hydra Lurker-based composition, and we even have a couple of Corruptors sprinkling in as he did confirm the carriers.
Indeed, he did. Solar is maxed out, which is going to complicate things a little bit when it comes to his anti-air. He's getting 3 Corruptors, and those are the only 3 Corruptors he's going to have to work with for a while. Good surround on this ground army. Solar able to take out an Archon and a couple of Immortals as well. He does get baited into a bit of a choke point, though, and will take a lot of damage in these storms.
Yeah, very
Important
nice.
to note, though, these Lurkers have been untouched.
They have been untouched. I mean, great use of the terrain, as you were mentioning, by Skillus to make use of those storms. He's holding the line. More carriers are amassing. Look at the units tab. We have 4, soon to be 5 carriers for Skillus. Not a bad amount, but the downside of this army of Skillus is how slow it is, how immobile it is. The mothership will help with that, but it's not out yet, and we'll see if Solar can pull them apart. Once again, trying to throw away these roaches. Once again, pushing on the right-hand side, where the army is not, where the carriers are not.
Yeah, not a big buffer for these Immortals or even these High Templar. So Solar can slowly but surely just keep pushing this back. No detection either. Okay, there's an Observer.
There is an
But
Observer.
even still, there's so much damage.
Yeah, the ground army just bullied away. Corruptors diving on top of the carriers as well. One carrier does go down, and we force out the storms.
We do force out the storms. Corruptors eating the storms a little bit, so taking a little bit of unnecessary damage, I would say. But in the end, there's still so much Zerg on the ground, in the sky, and Skillus has barely started saturating that 4th base. He has the bare minimum economy to keep this army composition going, but like we said, it's a bare minimum. He cannot afford to take too many losses.
Yeah, and I mentioned before that a carrier had gone down. Actually, 3 carriers had gone down, and once again, we're forcing out these storms. They're trying to connect with the Corruptors, which means the Lurkers are free to advance on forward. And Skillus is up against the wall. He's up against his base, does activate the cloak, does force Solar back for a moment. But Solar is still maxed out, still going for the kill. He catches the High Templar.
Yeah, we'll be able to catch them. No storms available just yet here for Skillus. His mothership is the absolute MVP right now. It's doing so much to keep this Protoss army alive, but Sol is just going to wait it out. He's just going to build more and more units, and here comes the pounce on top of what remains of the Protoss army.
Yeah, we dive on the carriers.
One, taking a lot of damage.
2 carriers go down. There's 2 left. The Lurkers are advancing on forward as well, and there's just not enough anti-air there's not enough in the air to deal with these Lurkers as they're breaking through that defensive line. The Immortals are putting in a lot of work, and it looks like we can maybe barely hold on.
Yeah, we got a little bit of surround here with a flanking Immortal. The Corruptors did take a lot of damage earlier. Were able to trade very well against the carriers, but not quite able to take out that mothership. When it's all said and done, Skillus has lost more. He has bled out a lot more. That's hurts him more than it hurts Solar, but he buys himself a bit more time.
Yeah, that was 7 carriers going down, and now there's no Skytoss. Now there's just nothing left in the air. There's just the mothership. We barely have a ground army either. Skillus needs more time. He's been desperately trying to expand. He's been desperately trying to take a 5th base, but the 5th has been shut down time and time again. Solar freely expanding with a booming economy is already remaxed.
Is remaxed. Good storm on top of his main army, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough at this point.
Yeah, Solar is snowballing out of control, takes down the mothership. Lurkers have set up, some decent storms here out of Skillus, but the spine shots are just too great, and we're just bleeding out that ground army. It's just evaporating here before the might of the Lurkers.
Yeah, the ground army is going to go down. There's only a single carrier in the air that Sol's kind of avoiding it right now. You know, he's attacking the flyers because that's going to cost Skillus more resources to remake, resources that he can't later utilize to warp in, and GG is called in the end. Solar will take that series 2-1.
And GG, well played. Congratulations to the Solars. It does take it 2-1, advancing on to the next round. My condolences to Skillus. He's an amazing player. He's a fan favorite. But Skillus will not be making it out of the open stage.
Indeed, he will not, unfortunately. Another heart-stopping match that we just witnessed on our hands, which, again, just absolutely highlights how cutthroat and how brutal the open bracket can get. GG, that was a very hard-fought match. And I hope Solar's hands aren't too cold. I hope that match did warm Solar up a little bit, as he's not even going to be going into a qualifying match yet. We'll be going into another ZVP against Shadown.
Oh, okay, and it looks like we have some updates coming in. As you mentioned, we're going to be following Solar into Shadown in the next round. Meanwhile, we have updates in the upper bracket. In bracket A, it looks like Epic took down Riser 2-1, Ryung 2-0'd Epic, Ryung 2-0'd Future, and Ryung is now, I guess, mid-series versus Creator. Yeah, it looks like they just weren't updated, and I was keeping an eye on Future. I didn't see him go into a game, but I guess he played against Ryung in our absence.
Yeah, I guess he played well. Solar and Skillus played is probably logical conclusion to that. So yeah, that's how bracket A is going to be shaping up. Only one match remaining in bracket A, and that is that TVP Gumiho going to be qualifying for the knockout stage. Going to be moving on forward, advancing after taking out Creator 2-0. And now it's a TVP between Creator and Ryung. Very close match, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
and I don't know if that's actually even started or even completed. I don't see Creator in game, but you know, there's potential for Creator versus Ryung in a qualifying match. Or we could follow Solar into Shutdown. I am just gonna quickly double check here, and it looks like the mainstream is going to be casting. Oh, okay. So it looks
Oh.
like the mainstream is actually casting Creator versus Ryung.
There we go. Okay. Yeah, it does make sense at this point. It does make sense at this point. The mainstream is going to be casting qualifying matches, and that's the only qualifying match available right now. So it's what they're going to be going for. It most likely means that the lower bracket qualifier over here in bracket B will be available for us to cast, and yeah, I believe that's going to be the final, or this is going to be the final two matches of the first half of the open bracket.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we're going to be following Solar here. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, Solar versus Shutdown is going to be right here.
Here we go. Stay tuned for that. And we are back. Hope you enjoyed the ZVP that we just witnessed, because we have another one on our hands. A fresh ZVP now. Showdown, who has been a little bit of a dark horse so far in this bracket, having some very, very impressive results. Now going up against Solar, who is one of our favorites. We're going to be kicking things off in our prequel match. The winner of this, of course, will be moving on to face Rogue next, but regardless, we're going to be kicking off a prequel match on Oceanborn. Over here in the top left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the top left, we of course have our red Protoss player coming out from the land of France. He's going to be representing Platinum Heroes. We have Showdown.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Vitality. It is Solar.
Perhaps not the matchup specifically that that many would have expected coming into the lower bracket pre-qualifying match, but it's what we have on our hands here. Showdown, has been for months been a little bit of a wild card for his team, Platinum Heroes. He has had he's been able to pull off a lot of upsets in the World Team League. He's been able to snipe some very, very favorite players, to say the least. And he's bringing that energy with him today in ESL Masters. He has been able to take out Skillus earlier on, I believe. Mana, yeah, was able to take out Mana first, and then went on to take out Mixu over here. Even managed to take a map off of Rogue earlier on before coming down here to the lower bracket, so yeah, definitely somebody to watch out for, and it would be a shame to see that run end here, as we are in an elimination match, but at the same time, this is Solar that he's up against, so it would be a shame, but also maybe kind of expected.
Yeah, I mean, Showdown has been popping off here, and you kind of glossed over it, but he went to the ace match against Rogue. I mean, that is impressive, right? That is a very impressive result, and that tells us that he definitely has it in him to take it to players of the caliber of Solar. I agree with you, definitely that Solar is favored. I feel like everyone would agree there, but Showdown is... I mean, he's looking a little bit built different here, and looking to be bringing to the table some level of play that maybe we haven't really seen too much of from him. So it's exciting times here for Showdown fans, as he's opening up with a Stargate in a very interesting position as well. Very hidden tech structure for Showdown.
Yeah, not where you would normally place your Stargate at all, really. Normally you'd have it either as part of your wall, or you keep it in the main base, but Showdown is keeping it a little bit hidden, which is interesting. I can't imagine, because I feel like Stargates are just so common nowadays that even if you don't scout it as a Zerg player, you're gonna prepare for it anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So with this, I mean, it's going to get across the map, at least at the main base, a little bit faster by like a couple of seconds. So that's an interesting adaptation here from Showdown as he is settling in, just getting into his 2-base setup here, taking up and working towards that Oracle. Meanwhile, it's going to be on Solar to defend back at home. We have plenty of queens to work with, but can we keep up with the aggression of Showdown, as here comes our first Oracle?
Zooming its way across the map. No Spore Crawlers as of yet, but we do have plenty of queens.
To have those queens, 2 queens in the main, we have 2 queens at the natural. Lings, they do rock up across the map, but we are in position. We have our adepts, we have our 3rd base, so Solar won't be able to apply too much pressure here, as the Oracle gets 2 drones in the main. Oh!
And this is with the first Oracle. Second Oracle about to rock up pretty soon, and then the damage can continue to stack up and continue to domino.
Yeah, we've gotten 3 drones so far, not a bad start. It looks like we find almost another drone at the 3rd base, but a quick Spore Trick and a Gas Geyser as well there from Solar saves both drones just barely. Ooh, doesn't take too many losses as the Overlord dips into the main, but doesn't get eyes on any follow-up. It is just going to be triple Oracle though from Showdown.
Yeah, for now. As we should be seeing a bit of a tech switch coming out from Showdown now. I can't imagine he's going to commit to more Stargate units.
Yeah, from here we should be seeing a Twilight Council and a Forge, but we'll keep an eye on that transition as the Oracles, they rock up at the 3rd base. We have 4 queens!
Unfortunate position here for Shadown, coming in with the weakened Oracle at the front of that formation. Queens were able to take it out. And now the air army isn't that scary, but that's why we do have Adepts on the ground.
Yeah, they shade into the natural base. Lings are cleaned up. We're threatening the mineral line. Drones are now starting to go down here. Queens doing what they can, but we shade into the main base. More drones going to be falling. This is some good damage here by Shadown.
Yeah, some very good damage. I was worried for him, as this was a bit of a committed push. He was coming in with, I believe, 6 Adepts earlier on, but he's able to get 7 drones, so it kind of is worth it for him.
7 drones. The brutal part is he did lose the Oracle, as you mentioned before. Like, that was an expensive loss there for Shadown, as Oracles, they do gain a lot of value over time, so that was a rougher loss for Shadown, but at least he makes up for it a little bit with those drone kills. As behind this, there's a Twilight Council, and there's the Forge.
And we will be seeing that transition to gateway units.
Yeah, and I was
Charge coming up first.
Yeah, I was going to point out here that the Twilight Council was actually delayed. Usually you get it at the same time as the Forge, and we see why it was delayed. We're working towards Charge, working towards early game Immortal production as well. I mean, we saw a composition attempted by Skillus to go into a more Immortal heavy start, and it feels like that's going to be the case for Shadown as well.
It does. It feels like this is going to come a little bit quicker for Shadown, though, as Skillus did invest into Blink pretty early on, and okay, Shadown's still going to be getting that, not neglecting it. Actually cancels Charge to get Blink, but yeah, I do believe that this is still a little bit quicker for Shadown.
Yeah, this is really interesting, right? Like, we canceled Charge, sought up Blink despite working towards Storm and Immortals. It's going to be an interesting composition that Shadown is going to be working with, and we'll see how it all comes together. Meanwhile, Solar droning up to 3 bases, and we've seen this before. He's going to be cutting workers at 67, and I believe Solar only has this 4th base for Larva. I believe we're going to be maxing out on Ling Roach Ravager.
Well, I see Galao Reconstitution, I see Numanized Carapace, I see 8, 9, 7 roaches on the horizon. But interestingly enough, we actually see +1 range this time coming out from Sola instead of melee.
Yep, and here comes that Drop Lord to send the Queens across the map. I mean, we saw the same build against Skillus on this very map, on Oceanborn, right? Where it was Skillus trying to defend on 3 bases, and the drops did snowball out of control, crippling the economy of Skillus. We'll see if Shadown can fare a little bit better, as it is the same end goal here for Solar, as he's so far ahead here in Army Supply. His goal is to break the back of the Protoss player.
Yeah, very similar circumstances to that game against Skillus earlier on. We have Storm here for Shadown, we have Immortals, we have Blink Stalkers, or we don't quite have Blink yet, but we have Stalkers. Whereas Solar has his Roach Ravager Ling army.
Yeah, Storm's going to be Storm's using away. Decent Storm here on the Roach Ravager. There was a stasis on the Lings, but we have 3 Immortals already.
Oof. And they are providing quite a hefty backbone to this Protoss army. Lings being thrown back and forth a little bit after coming off of a stasis, and Solar not quite able to break any position so far.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit dire when it comes to this push. We are breaking the 4th base. We collapse on top of the cannons, on top of the shield batteries. We're going for the Nexus. But here comes the main army. The Immortals, they move down onto low ground. Massive storms here on the Roach Ravager, and Solar, he's being forced back.
That he is. I had to double check. For a second I thought maybe we forgot to have the Observer mod on, but no, we just haven't lost a single probe yet throughout this entire engagement. Shadown still zoning away this army, still getting some very juicy storms, and still is able to come in with a concave on top of this Roach Ravager army.
Yeah, and you can see Solar just being bullied back here. These Immortals, the early game Immortal production, doing so well for Shadown as he's cleaning this up, shutting this down. And unlike Skillus, Shadown doesn't lose any workers. Only 2 probes just now going down. We barely touched the economy of the Protoss.
Not at all. These 2 probes and 1 probe earlier on that I believe was a scouting probe. That's the only economic damage that Shadown has taken so far.
And now I'm a little bit concerned for Solar, as here comes the counterattack. The Ling run-by is going to force Shadown back. There is creep here as well, giving some vision. The wall is not a wall. Lings, they're flooding in.
And they will be getting on top of the mineral line. Forces a recall here from Shutdown, and Solar, remaxing Roaches and Ravagers, finds a bit of an opening, finds a little bit of time to keep this going, to try to segment the army, the Protoss army a little bit, and try to take them out while they're weak.
Yeah, we catch the Immortal. One Immortal goes down. The others are out of position. They got recalled into the main base. Solar making the best out of a bad situation here, but he cannot contend against the main army of Shutdown. That mass Immortal is going to be too much to deal with, but 12 probes go down. Lings are still active in the main. How does he do it?
Yeah, really pulling apart the attention of Shutdown. Very nicely done. That was what I was about to criticize Sola for, actually. When he moved out but didn't send his Zerglings to harass any mineral lines like he did with Skillus, but Sola seems to have caught on to that as well, has been able to rectify this.
Yeah, we do manage to catch a good chunk of workers in the main base. Roach Ravager, we picked off a couple of Immortals. The scary part here, though, is that even though we did some economic damage, Shutdown is still ahead in workers. Shutdown is still up in probes. That just goes to show how all-in Solar has been this entire time. Solar needs to do more.
Yeah, you say Solar has been all in. He has been all in, but he's also still all in.
Yeah, as he is remaxing on Roach Ravager again, is almost maxed out. Shutdown taking a 5th base behind this. Oh my god. A little bit greedy here from Shutdown. We'll see if he can get away with it. Again, he's still maxing out more Immortals. How many Immortals are we on, by the way? We're on 5, soon to be 6 Immortals back at home, and plenty of High Templar for Storm.
Indeed. Solar once again setting up for a bit of multi-prong. Storms get eaten by mostly the Roaches, but it does soften up the army quite a bit.
And the Lings, once again, they bust into the main base. The wall, not a wall for a second time. Shutdown doing his best hero impression as 5 workers do fall. That pylon from earlier is very low as well. A bit of an Artosis pylon that could potentially go down.
That it could. That's going to delay +3. That's going to delay charge. Quick warping of Stalkers will deal with the Ling run by. Shutdown finally on a lower worker count than Solar, but Solar has been able to distract the main army of Shutdown, keep it running back and forth, get it on a bit of a wild goose chase, and so, yeah, that natural base was a little bit exposed. A couple of Roaches did harass, but thankfully for Shutdown, an Immortal popped out just in time.
Yeah, Shutdown, he finally has control of his bases. He has successfully defended. You can see Solar trying to dive on that Immortal. It looks like he gets low, but we have the shield battery to keep it alive. Solar still being active. It looks like Solar has drawn up a little bit, and we are now teching. Solar, he takes his gases at his 4th base, has drawn up to 70, and we're working towards Hydra Lurker production. Solar recognizing that he can no longer kill Shutdown, and we're going for a longer game. And I want to give the edge to Shutdown here. Again, this is not necessarily a game state that Solar wanted.
Yeah, it absolutely isn't. Solar is behind. Just as a matter of fact, he is about to be on an even base count with Shutdown. Shutdown's 5th base that he snuck out before that push of Solar has gone up. It is now currently running, and Shutdown is getting away with it.
Yeah, and now it's time for Shutdown to be the aggressor. He's moving out with his main army on the right-hand side. The bots, oh, not quite connecting. That's going to be a denial of the hatchery. Zealots, they bust into the mineral line here at the 4th. They bust into the main base. We have more Stalkers on the way as well, and Solar is getting pulled apart. That's 12 drones falling.
Oh, yeah, that's quite a hefty loss at this stage for Solar, who hasn't been in a great economic position throughout the entirety of this game. His Lurkers are out now, though. And they're doing a pretty good job of zoning the main army away, kind of herding them into the concave of Roaches.
Yeah, I mean, Lurkers are a great way to buy time. They're a great way to stabilize and max out and make use of a higher form of tech. Shutdown, he's backing off. And as he backs off, we're taking up towards Skytoss. So it looks like Shutdown is also thinking further ahead. Meanwhile, a big run by hit towards the left-hand side. We do not quite get onto the natural.
Massive storm once again. It's going to be completely deflecting the Roach army of Solar.
The army is deflected. Solar working on his Hydra Lurker Viper composition, still building up his Lurker upgrades. Likewise, it's going to take quite some time for Shutdown to really embrace Skytoss as well, as we have 3 Stargates in production, but they're not done yet. The ground army, though, being quite active, and the Lurkers this time are not on the high ground.
That they are not. Shutdown going to be finding a lot of avenues to try to poke and prod and look for openings here in the armor of Solar. I do appreciate how active Sol has been, by the way, with his own ground army throughout this entire time. I still want to give the edge to Shidown. I still think that he is in a prime position to get to Sky Toss and, you know, eventually counter this army, but Sol has been distracting Shidown quite a bit, kind of preventing him from really getting into these bases.
He has been, but that's a good 5 lurkers going down. Spine Shot's going to be going up, but it looks like even though Shidown cannot break this 4th, we can deny the 5th. The 5th base is much more vulnerable, much more exposed. Solar, he's on the chase, trying to keep up, but he's zoned away, and this hatchery will go down.
That it will. Still one High Templar in this army with plenty of energy, still about 2 storms left. Solar going for a bit of a Hail Mary, sending the lurkers, sending everything across the map, trying to go for a base race.
Here we go. The base race is upon us. We have Zealots already busting into the natural base. 4th base going to be going down, and Solar just setting it right down mid. Hits the natural. Cybercore is going to be going down. Stargate production not really being too effective here, as the Immortal is going to be depowered, and Shidown does have the recall available, but we're in full base raid mode.
Indeed, we are. Can Solar get away with this? He has so few workers to deal with. Stargate's gonna get completely depowered. No Stargate units yet.
Yeah, carriers are denied. We've recalled back home. We recalled towards the 4th, actually. And we're holding the line now, making sure. Oh my god, the High Templar!
High Templar will be damaged. A couple of them will get taken out, but very quick morph into Archon will save some of them. Will force the lurkers back for now. Very smart recall coming out from Shidown. Only recalling the necessary units to keep this going. Solar cannot make another hatchery. All of his drones, well, all of his drones almost went down, but they didn't.
That was a close moment there. Lurkers, they're getting siege up. Do we have any detection here? Storm's going to be throwing down the lurkers. A big chunk of lurkers do end up falling here. Looks like Shidown will hold the line, will defend the right-hand side. Still has 2 full mining bases here. Meanwhile, Solar, he's long distance mining. Solar does not have an economy.
He really doesn't, and he doesn't have... He not only doesn't have an economy, he also doesn't have the resources to rebuild his economy. That's how dire his situation is right now.
Yeah, Solar does have the larger force at the moment, so he's up in army supply, but as you mentioned, he has no longevity here. The longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for Shidown, as we are rebuilding our production. Once this gets up and running, then Solar's going to be in a brutal position. But for now, does catch a couple of these Stalkers, making use of the fact that there is no Observer. There is no detection available for Shidown.
And that's not going to be a detection for quite some time. We have cannons, which is going to prevent Shidown, or going to prevent Solar from really getting close to these bases. But for the most part, Solar has the map control for now.
Does have the map control. We can see Stargates and Robos are finishing up. The army is spotted, and Shidown has to be very careful again. Shidown's army is quite immobile, so he has to make sure he keeps up with the movement of Solar as he expands and is taking another base. Likewise, so is Solar. He's trying to expand himself, trying to get his economy back up and running. Unfortunately, Solar has no spellcasters, but there we go. We have the first Viper on the way.
I'm surprised the Hive stayed intact this entire time.
Yeah, we still have the Hive. We still have Viper production.
And that just might save Solar. Just might be what he needs to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. The odds are absolutely stacked against his favor right now, but there is a chance once he gets his Viper out.
Yeah, could have dug. Big spine shots going
Templar.
up. Ooh. We catch a High Templar, very high energy High Templar as well, and we're zoning Shidown away. This Nexus is under fire. Shidown still has a 2-base economy, but this 3rd base should be going down. As I say that, we are remaxing with Void Rays.
Another bad choice here from Shidown. Just needs a little bit of detection to help deal with these lurkers when they burrow.
Yeah, quickly checking here. It looks like we don't have an Observer yet for Shidown. He does have the Robo, but for now, just focusing on Twilight Council, or Double Twilight Council. I think one of those was meant to be a Templar Archives. More Void Rays on the way. We can see Solar just doubling down on Mass Lurker.
Hey, he might as well. It's the best unit he can afford at this point.
It is, but a couple Lurkers get caught out. Not a bad catch from Shidown. Ooh, catching some of those High Templar. Fleet Beacon is done. Tempest are on the way. That is something that we don't have an answer for. There are no Corruptors. Very limited anti-air.
Yeah, no Corruptors, and there's not going to be Corruptors. Maybe if this one Viper has the best yoinks in the world, the Tempest might be able to get taken out, or Sola might have an opportunity to take out the Tempest with his Hydras, but that's a very big if.
Yeah, I feel like the Tempests are a bit of a checkmate. Like, there's just no good answer for them, not at the moment, and the problem is that Sola doesn't know. He doesn't know that Tempests are amassing as we speak, still just focusing on pushing through the center of the map, still holding his own against what we have. We do yoink the carrier!
Ooh. That's definitely a big pick-off here for Solar. Something else go down?
We saw the Viper did survive, thankfully. Viper did survive, just the carrier for now. Wile's going to be zoning it back. Shutdown trying to re-expand, trying to take that right-hand base once again.
And this is a very secure location for Shutdown. Tempests have revealed themselves, and like I said, Sola doesn't have an easy answer to them. He can try to lasso them with his Vipers, but there are Void Rays in position. There are plenty of High Templar on the ground for feedbacks. Everything is, the odds are very much stacked against Sola's favor, and this game has gone on long enough that Shutdown has been able to mine. He has been able to rebuild his production, and now that army supply difference is no longer as drastic as it once was.
It isn't, and you spoke about the Viper and how important it was earlier, and I mean, now we have additional Vipers on the way. We have 3 Vipers in total. They just spawned in. They're going to be amassing up some energy here. Ooh, Storm's zoning Solar back, but again, these Vipers, they can make or break a fight for Solar. As you mentioned before, if we can somehow avoid the feedbacks, if we can yoink these Tempests, then the Hydras, they can get to work.
Yeah, they absolutely can. I think there are enough Hydras to, at the very least, one-shot these Void Rays. Potentially two-shot the Tempest as well.
Yeah, again, we're heavily reliant on these Oracles for the Revelations. You yoink one of the Tempests already. Good pick-off here from Solar. We're down to 4 Tempests with Shutdown's army. Observer is also in position. Spots the main force. We're going to try and push in. No Storms yet.
No Storms yet. Biles do miss the Observer. So we still have detection here available for Shutdown.
Oh, the Tempest! Oh!
Tempests are getting low, but the feedbacks were absolutely brutal. One of these Vipers going to go down. The other one completely out of energy.
Yeah, but we have one with full energy. We yoink one more Tempest. One Tempest going to be going down, but we take a Storm to the face.
Absolutely brutal. We can see Sola's army supply really plummet after that Storm.
It does a plummet. I mean, we barely have any Hydras. We have a handful of Hydras remaining. We have to back the hell off. We have to retreat. We did kill a base, but at the same time, 18 drones went down to the Zealot. Run by Shutdown. He has crippled the economy. There's almost nothing left. Only the army remains for Solar. And the Tempest, they reign supreme.
There's no answer whatsoever to these Tempests. Now the Observer's getting in position, and there's nothing these Lurkers can do. It looks like Shutdown has done it.
Yeah, I mean, we yoink in one, we yoink in 2 Tempests, and it looks like we can bring one of them down. If we can bring both of them down, but again, we're running out of steam here. The Storms are thrown down on the Lurkers. The Hydras, they're barely holding their own. Well, they're falling one after the other. We're down to 5 Hydras.
4 Hydras. 2 Hydras, and GG is called. Shutdown. Gonna be taking game number 1. As I'll remind everyone, game number 1 of this best of 3. That went down to the absolute wire there. I have to commend Solar for making it as close as it was after being, I would say, completely crippled after that base race. Economically speaking anyway, he was down to less than 2 base mining. But with his better army, was able to stick in and was able to put up a hell of a fight. Fortunately, was never really able to find any openings, wasn't quite able to find any kinks in the armor of Shutdown. And so in the end, Shutdown just had to survive, keep on mining, rebuild, and eventually was able to take it. GG, nicely done.
GG, well played. Shutdown does take a lead in this series, a surprising lead as well. Again, we mentioned that Solar is the heavy favorites coming into this. Oh, as we are setting up for our next game.
Just gonna get in here real quick. Oh, players are eager.
Oh yeah, they are eager, and at least we got one of our players set up as we're loading into game number 2 here. And again, Solo went for the same style. He went for a 3-base all-in on Oceanborn, but we saw that Shidown, because he invested early on into Immortals, he had a pretty solid army to deal with it. Like, he was very well prepared, and Solo wasn't able to really do too much. The Ling Runbys did cause some chaos, don't get me wrong. The Ling Runbys kept Solo in it, but it wasn't enough to give him a lead, the lead that he wanted.
No, it was not. And with that, we're heading into game number 2, this time on Alcyone. We're in the bottom left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the bottom left. We have our red Zerg player, who we would normally expect to be up 1-0, but this time he is down 0-1. In this best of 3, 1 map away from elimination, we have, representing Team Vitality, Solar.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Shidown.
Yeah, that all-in that we mentioned Solo was going for, it killed 2 probes.
Yeah.
It killed 2 probes total against a 4-base economy Protoss player. And as you mentioned, Sola later down the line was able to sneak in a couple of Lings, pass the natural wall into the main base, but at that point it felt like Shidown had already kind of consolidated his forces, right? He'd already hit critical mass of Immortals, and sure, he hadn't quite hit his final form. Sure, Sola was able to get damage with his Runbys. I mean, again, those Runbys were absolutely beautiful from Solar, but too little too late, which is kind of weird to say, considering that in both circumstances, at least Solar was able to kill 12 probes.
Well, the difference is that, I mean, it started with 12. Against Skills, like, I think it killed, like, 21. Like, he straight up crippled the economy.
Right,
like,
yeah.
Skills, he went down to, like, 44 workers against Solar 66. In the game against Shidown, in game 1, Solar was doing enough damage to even the worker count. He wasn't taking an economic lead like he did against Skillless. That was the big difference there, is that, as you mentioned, the Ling Runby was too little too late. It was enough to get some damage done and keep Solar in the game, but not give him the advantage that he was looking for.
Yeah, that it did not. Never underestimate the power of 4 Nexuses, or Nexi, if you will.
Unironically, like, as quickly as Shidown was losing his workers, he was replacing them. It was wild what he was able to accomplish with his macro, with his setup. But now we're settling into a different game, and as we load into Alcyone, this kind of 3-base all-in style from Solar, it was very map dependent. You know, there's a little bit more aggression available to you on Oceanborn. On a map like Alcyone, I expect Solar to join up more.
Yeah, it's a lot more of a defensible map compared to Oceanborn. It's a bit of a larger map as well, so roaches do take a little bit longer to get across from one base to the other, and we should be, like I said, seeing something different come out from Solar. We did see on Ghost River, Solar didn't go for aggression at all, at least not in the early game, and instead just went for an earlier infestation pit, tried to get to Hive as quickly as possible, and to eventually Hydra Lurker Viper Ling.
Yeah, and I expect something very similar to that here on Alcyone. I mean, you just mentioned it, but the 3rd base on this map is a lot more defendable. You have the ramp, it's not as exposed. The linear 4th base as well is quite fortifiable as well. So I'm expecting a longer macro game here between our 2 players, but we'll see how we engage. We'll see what Shidown does as well, just because we had such a unique style in game 1 from our Protoss player. We'll see if we go into another Immortal heavy style or if we embrace Colossus instead.
Yeah, we shall see. As I think a lot of it is going to depend on what Shidown is able to scout across the map with his initial oracles. They say oracles. There we go. That's the second oracle.
Yeah, second oracle's moving out. Third oracle's on the way. Adepts on the left-hand side. As you mentioned, Shidown hasn't really been too active yet, but it looks like he's just building up his forces, banking up his army. Ling Ramai does hit the 3rd base, and there are no Adepts in position.
Yeah, this pylon should be going down. Which actually does supply block Shidown a little bit.
Yeah, he's going to be supply block. We have Oracles hitting the 3rd base. There's only 1 Queen in position. Drones are falling here at the 3rd and also at the natural as well, but it looks like we are stabilizing here. Solar only leading at 3 drones. That could have been so much worse. We're going for the Queen.
And we will get the queen.
Not a bad pick off there from Shidown. 3 workers and a queen, not too bad. Across the map, we can see that Solar is denying some mining time here at the third base. Morlings have arrived, actually. This is getting a bit out of hand. Can we even snipe the base? Oh!
Yeah, the Oracle's out of energy. The other Oracles are getting back in position, but they don't have much energy. The wall is not a wall! And the Lings will slip into the main. Once again, the Oracles barely have any energy on them. Good drone drilling, good probe drilling, I should say, from Shidown. Minimizes the losses that he takes, but that's still 5 probes that really shouldn't have gone down.
Yeah, 5 workers go down. Again, Shidown, clearly he is a disciple of Hero. Has not been one to tighten up his defenses and fully wall off. Time and time again, Solar has gotten damage done. And I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to go for it once again, multiple times in this series. Recognizing, of course, that that door is open more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, it's closed now, but...
He checks.
Huh? Oh, he almost forces it open, but not quite. Nice body blocking here from Solar, or nice SimCity, I should say.
Yeah, it
well,
does.
That's a gray area, isn't it? When a drone is morphing into a building, is it a building or is it a body? Think about that.
As we do come in from behind here, we get a couple of extra drones. 4, 5, 6 workers going down. The Queen's not quite in position. Shidown doing a great job of just pulling Solar apart. The Queen's not where they needed to be, and we are going for a Spire.
Okay, not a bad map for it. Mutas can absolutely blindside a Protoss player. They can just kind of rock up behind a mineral line and try to cause damage that way. On the flip side, as the game continues and as Shidown may be inclined to go into Sky Toss eventually, Corruptors are a really good way of shutting that down.
Yeah, I mean, a Muta switch, especially an unscattered Muta switch, can snowball out of control. We've seen it time and time again catch Protoss players off guard, and I'm a little bit concerned. I mean, these Oracles are being active, but they have yet to scout and yet to confirm what exactly is happening. Whether it's going to be Hydras or Mutas, we need to figure things out sooner rather than later, and these Oracles are diving into the natural. Well, they're trying to.
Yeah, but they are playing it safe, and as a result, we'll be turning away before scouting the Spire.
Yes, they won't get the scout off Lings. They threaten the natural base. This time the wall is solid. It is up and running. Shidown will defend. Throwing down 2 more Robos. Oh my god. Looking to go quite heavy once again into Immortals. Has Storm, has Blink Stalkers, but has yet to confirm what is happening.
That he has not. Double Immortal production may just be what loses the game for Shidown. He needs to be aware of what's coming his way sooner rather than later. He has the production available, he has the upgrades available to counter Mutas, but he doesn't know that he needs them yet.
Yeah, the Mutas have gone unscattered, and Solar is moving out towards the left-hand side. Oracle's going to be moving in, but alas, they still barely do not scout the composition. Ling run-by being set up as well here, and... okay, looks like cannons and shield batteries are on the way. Looks like Shidown, he is a little bit more aware of what's going on.
Yeah, he knows that Soul is going to be aggressive once again, and he knows that the Mutas are coming his way. He does have enough Stalkers to deflect them in the natural base.
Yeah, and you can see cannons and shield batteries are finishing up in the main, they're finishing up in the natural, Stalkers are warping in, Phoenixes are now in production as well, big reaction out of Shidown, and so far these Mutas haven't done too much.
Yeah, not yet anyway. Just hasn't been an opening available for Solar. Well, now there is. Over here in the 4th base location, good storms. But the Mutas are very quick to evade them as well. Okay, this isn't an Artosis pylon.
Thankfully not. Depower some of the production, but Stalkers, they keep up. Mutas are bleeding off. We got 6 probes so far, but we were hoping for some more damage here as Shidown has responded beautifully to this. Lings, they're trying to come in from behind, but we do defend. Stasis Trap goes off, and Solar has to retreat. We do have an Archon here, is helped by that overcharge.
Yeah, Solar trying to Magic Box. He will get the Archon in the end, but he will also take a lot of damage on his Mutas.
Yeah, a lot of Lings go down, Mutas as well. Quickly checking here. It looks like 9 Mutas have fallen and 88 Lings. Shidown is holding is so far keeping up, and Solar's doubling down. We're still making 7 more mutas.
Yeah, that we are, but Soul's not all in this time, which I think is important to note. He has droned up to 82 workers, and he is now on 5 hatcheries as well, so Soul's not in a bad position to start working on his late game. Wall is still not a wall.
Yeah, Lings, they flood in once again. They force a big reaction, a big recall here towards that natural. At the same time, the mutas are trying to find a way in, but this is a lot of stalkers that Shidan is working with, and so far he is keeping up, despite the Ling run by, we hold.
Indeed we do. He loses Cyber Core, so no more stalkers for the time being, but like you said, there's so many stalkers on the ground anyway that I feel like Shidan's going to be fine for a while. I say a while because the mutas come in.
Yeah, the mutas, they pounce on top of this High Templar, they force out the storms, Lings flood in thereafter, but the Stalker army is retreating, is collapsing on this army. 9 probes go down, not too much economic damage done, and now we're chasing down those mutas.
We are chasing them down. 10 workers, which is good damage at this point. Shidan is trying to set up to his transition. He is getting more Stargates down the line, so anything Solar can do to try to delay that and try to continue to damage the Protoss economy is going to be useful. Solar now maxed out, but perhaps not with the best army at this stage of the game. I mean, he has what he needs to counter Stalkers, he has what he needs to counter, but he doesn't really have what he needs to counter Phoenixes.
Yeah, as we're diving into the main base, collapsing on those Stalkers, as you did mention, we do get the contamination on the Fleet Beacon. Actually, Phoenixes are going to be coming in, but we don't actually have too many. The mutas are getting out of control.
Yeah, that they are. They're actually able to fight these Phoenixes one-on-one. Shidan doesn't have Phoenix range, so not quite able to kite these mutas, and now it looks like Soul is getting out of control. This Zerg army is getting out of control.
Yeah, Solar, he's finally done it. Stalkers are going down one after the other. No Phoenixes, as you mentioned. The Stargates are depowered. 4th base had been broken. It's been a slow go here for Solar. It took a while to break Shidan, but little by little, we did see him fall apart at the seams, and Solar looks like he has done it. He's hit a critical mass of muta.
Indeed, he has. Still has to be careful against a High Templar. We still have plenty of storms available, but you know, mutas, they're pretty fast.
Yeah, they do back off. They avoid the High Templar. They rotate back around, and Shidan, he's down to 62 workers. Again, barely a 3-base economy. We get into the mineral line. Probes are exposed, and they're going down once again.
The entire mineral line, 17 probes. I'm worried. I dread looking at the unit's lost satellite and just looking at the number of probes that have gone down this game.
Oh god, just far too many here as mutas, they do skirt around the edge. Once again, Shidan trying to chase him down, but he just doesn't have enough to keep up. Sure, there are a handful of Stalkers. The storms are coming in!
Yeah, but the Mutalisks are able to evade them and even take out the High Templar very, very quickly. The entire economy of Shidan has pretty much been broken. GG is called. Solar could be fighting back, could be bringing us to the ace match after taking out 83 probes throughout the course of this game.
GG, well played. Ooh, Solar, he does snowball out of control with the mass muta. Again, so important there as well that he was able to depower those Stargates to deny Phoenix range and to just stay on top of the army there. Shidan was trying to transition into Mass Phoenix, but he was denied that, and there's only so much the Mass Stalker can do, as eventually he just couldn't keep up.
Yeah, unfortunately, Stalkers with Blink are very mobile units, but they're restricted to the ground. Mutas! They're very mobile, and they're free to fly in the air.
There you go. As we
and
are...
with it. Yeah, no, I was just going to say we are going to be setting up for our ace match. Once again, going to be on Ghost River. And once again, it's one more map to determine which one of these players gets eliminated. 2 players who have really been giving their all so far in this tournament. 2 players who, under normal circumstances, I would say are absolutely players who you'd expect to advance to the knockout stage. But one of them, this time, is going to have to fall. One of them is not going to be advancing.
Oh, yeah. Is not going to be advancing again. It's brutal here. This is going to be an elimination match. This is the ace match, the final game to determine who will make it through and who won't. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to Ghost River.
Indeed, it does. Oh boy. Getting some major deja vu vibes after we saw the ace match between Sola and Skillus on Ghost River as well. I have to wonder if, Showdown perhaps looked at that game, looked at that match, and maybe was able to formulate something. We'll see.
We shall see. Again, Ghost River, a much smaller map of the map pool, can lead to a lot more aggression as well. So I'm curious as to how this will all come together. Oh boy, it's all going to come down to this. It's going to be wild, by the way, if somehow we can cause an upset. We're diving in.
We are diving straight in to Ghost River, over here in the top right hand corner of the map. Spotting all the way in the top right, we of course have our red Zerg player. Coming out from Atlanta, Korea, representing Team Vitality, we have Solar.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Showdown.
Very fitting, I think, that not only are we seeing a Dark Horse going up against a favorite player, but we're also seeing the light of the sun, the solar beam, going up against a shadow. How does that saying go? You can't have a shadow without light.
Yeah, you can't have the light without the dark. Exactly. A bit of a yin and yang.
Or shadows are just a creation of light? Question mark. There's a saying that I'm misremembering. But it's like that.
Sure. And we'll see who will triumphant or be triumphant over the other here. Who will advance on? I mean, it's already wild that it's gone to the ace match. Showdown, he's already proved himself earlier, going to the ace match against Rogue, doing the same against Solar. Very impressive stuff here from Showdown. Can he go further? Can he cause that upset against Solar? He's favored. Solar should be in the playoffs. He should be in these later rounds. Yeah. Solar, he's so close. But a Protoss stands before him. That's terrifying.
Oh, yeah. Speaking from experience there.
Yeah.
But, yeah, interesting map that we're going to be determining who advances on. We got a little bit of a preview of this earlier when we saw Solar versus Skillus, and of course Solar in that matchup on this map did opt to not be too aggressive at all. Skillus actually over-defending a little bit too much, one could argue. It did allow Solar to drone up to 80 workers very early on, did allow him to get the infestation pit, did allow him to get into Hive, but that was also off the back of Solar just all-inning him with Roaches and Ravagers and Lings, so couldn't fault Skillus too much for expecting Solar to be aggressive on a map that favors aggression.
Yeah, definitely, as we have now opened up with an aggressive opener. As you were mentioning, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of Showdown. It's going to be Blink. We have pulled out of gas. It looks like 4-gate Blink is on the table here for Showdown. Can do a surprising amount of damage, and I'm curious what kind of variation we go for. I'm still convinced it's going to be 4-gate Blink, but do we go for a Robo or not? There has been a Robo-less variation that has been permeating throughout the European region, where instead of the Robo, you go for a third base, and you macro a little bit easier out of this.
Yeah, and if there was ever a map to skip out into Robo or delay the Robo, I feel like it would be Ghost River. You are going to be relying a little bit more on your control and your positioning with these Adepts to be active and to be able to contain the Zerg player on their side of the map. But because of how short the rush distance is, you can absolutely get away with warping him back at home. And here we have confirmation. third base on the way for Shutdown.
Yeah, so this is the macro Glaive Adept build here from Shutdown. Not even 4 gates, by the way. I believe this is a 3-gate Glaive Adept build. This is designed to deal a bit of harassing damage across the map, apply some pressure, but expand behind it. So yeah, very different take here from Shutdown. What's important though, he has to be careful to lose this. If he does lose out on these Adepts, then he has very little back at home to defend, and very little follow-up as well.
Very little follow-up, very little back home to defend, very little time to prepare defenses as well. Well, as counterattacking on this map doesn't take long. Really good snipes so far coming out from Shutdown, able to take out a Queen.
Yes, Solar, his Roach Roaring was delayed, by the way. Solar getting caught off guard a little bit by that third base. He was not expecting Glaive Adepts of all things, and we do catch another Queen.
Yeah, third Queen potentially gonna go down. Sola did scout that third base. I think that's important for you. I think that's important that you mentioned. So scouted the third, was expecting more macro, and instead, he's up against Glaive Adepts.
Yeah, and we catch a Roach one here at the third base. Lings do get a decent surround of this army. We do shut down at least some of these Adepts, but we shade once again into the main base. Lings are lying in wait, and it looks like we will finally clean this up. Thankfully, we haven't lost too many drones, but we traded decently well here, and Shutdown back at home should have Immortal production. First one is on the way, but we don't really have too much to work with here. Soul's coming.
Yeah, it's only halfway done. Immortal should be out eventually, but there's still a huge opportunity here for Sola to get damage done. He's not risking it though. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, here we go. We do have the Roaches amassing back at home. Only Lings are being active. Okay, so Solar, he's just testing the waters here across the map. Does check and threaten that third, but won't have enough to really break him. Shutdown holds. He has it defended here, and Solar's droning up.
Okay, yeah, once again, Sola not being too aggressive, at least not early on a map that favors aggression.
Yeah, he's just going to be droning up, taking extra gases, Lairs on the way, Evo Chamber, do have our Bailiness as well. Solar settling into the mid-game at this point. And yeah, the dust is going to be settling down. Shutdown does have a worker lead thanks to his aggression, and should soon be looking for a fourth base as well, as he's building up a Sentry Immortal-based army.
Yeah, so something that deals very well against Roaches, but maybe not necessarily against Lings. Well, I say that, but it depends on how well placed these force fields are going to be.
Yeah, Shutdown, interesting choice. He hasn't need the fourth. Shutdown hasn't need the fourth base, and you can see a wall of stack defense, cannon, shield batteries on the way. It looks like Shutdown is anticipating Solar to go for the 3-base all-in that we saw in Oceanborn, but that's not the case. Solar is taking a fourth base, and he is still droning, is still teching as well, so yeah, Shutdown may be overreacting a little bit here, fortifying heavily on 3 bases, whereas Solar is still taking.
There's that infestation pit, yep. Solar doing a really good job of just keeping Shutdown paranoid. Forcing him to, like you said, just fortify back at home, and this is the resources to get this static defense could and probably should have been utilized into getting a fourth base. He's getting one now. But it should have been up a little bit earlier.
Definitely. So again, Shutdown just playing it out a little bit scared against Solar. And with that, the fourth base is going to be delayed. Solar's own fourth is up and running. Can soon work on a fifth base. Hydra Den's on the way. The infestation bit's already done. We're working towards Hydra, Lurker, Viper.
Oh, yeah. Hive on the way. Hydra Den finished up. And let's wait for that Lurker Den. The wall's a wall!
Oh, he's learning. The wall is solid here for Shutdown at the natural base. He's trying to get his fourth base up running. As you mentioned, it is going to be a little bit later. And that means that Solar can really take up like this. I mean, has nothing to really threaten him too much. Sure, there are a couple of Adepts, but we're going to be able to keep up.
Indeed, we are. Solar's on 85 workers, by the way. Which is not quite endgame, but pretty dang close to it. pretty dang close to an endgame economy for Zerg.
100%. I mean, 86 drones is insane here, so Solar has a booming economy and can now focus on that army. Now we see Shidan moving out, but this army feels a little bit lackluster. We have some storms, sure, but we're lacking a little bit of the meat here of the army. We have the backbone, but just the bone.
Yeah, just the bone. The meat has fallen off.
Oh, the Templar!
Does get sniped. Good pick off here from Solar.
Yeah, very nice pick off from our Zerg player. We do have our scouts coming in with these overseers, just confirming our tech, making sure there's no weird tech switch, there's no Bay, there's no Colossus, just Immortals, and Solar is hyperfixated here on the Lurkers. There we go, 7 Lurkers now morphing in.
And that's going to be a bit of a problem here. For a Protoss army that's very much predicated on the High Templar, that doesn't have that many Immortals, that has a bit of an opening here in the defense. It's going to be worrisome, to say the least.
We'll see, as we do have some Adeptras coming in from both ends, on the right and the left-hand side. Drones, at least some of them are going down. But what I find interesting is that Shidan is working on a second Stargate. It looks like he's thinking of going into Sky Toss. First Stargate, as he didn't open Stargate. So it looks like he's getting ready for Sky Toss. Before we can talk about Sky Toss, though, Solar throws down a Nidus Worm, and Solar is the first to max out.
Oh, I had to do a double take that when you said first Stargate, but yeah! This is the first game that Shidan didn't open up with a Stargate, and we're seeing how that kind of flows when it comes to the tech choices.
And here we go, we got Nidus Worm into the main base. We have defended against the Glaive Adepts. Meanwhile, we have the main army pushing through the southern side, but Lurkers are in position, and that puts a halt to the push of Shidan. This Nidus, it's finishing, and we can threaten the production and threaten the Stargates.
Like so. This is what happens when you have a door in your natural base. Solar will find a way regardless. War Prism going to go down, and it's going to be the end of that harass here for Shidan. Shidan breaking into this 4th base location here of Solar. Good Storm's going to zone away a lot of the Zerg army, but he still has to worry about this. Yep, flank.
Yeah, here we go. The surround is real. We collapse on the High Templar. Stalker's going to be going down, and across the map, the Lurkers, they have control of the main. The production is falling bit by bit. The Immortals are being surrounded. There's almost nothing left. The boss connects.
And the Immortals go down. There's only 1 Immortal left. There's only 0 Immortals left. There's only 0 army left on the front lines. The Lurkers, surprisingly, haven't really taken out too many probes just yet, but they've been doing a fantastic job of camping the production, of taking out some of these additional Stargates that Shidan was planning to get.
Yeah, and you can see Solar just amassing his army, going for the kill. Shidan has lost his main force. He's lost control of the main as well, trying to regain control of it, as Solar's looking to knock down that 3rd. And Shidan, he's just falling further and further behind here in that army supply. High Templar coming in. Do we have any storms?
We don't yet. We need a bit more time, and there we go. The final 2 storms will connect to the main army. These Ravagers, these Hydras are so badly bruised, but there's plenty more where that came from here. Solar.
As we focus on every single Immortal Lurker still in the main base wreaking havoc, the main Nexus is under threat. A couple more shots and it doesn't go down, as the Lurkers do get the hell out of there, but the damage was done. And Solar does take quite a supply lead here. We do have a Tempest, but only 1 Stargate, producing 1 Tempest at a time.
Indeed. Nexus. So low.
It is so very low, and Shidan, to be fair, does have these southern bases trying to expand towards the south side. Another Nidus Worm is going to be on the way. Roach Ravager does get eyes on the fresh would-be base. Base is going to be cancelled.
And once again, Shidan's economy is going to stay low. Good pick-off, or rather good defense from Shidan to take out the Nidus Worm before it pops. But now there's another Nidus in the natural.
Can we stabilize? So we have 2 Immortals, we have 3 Tempests. We do keep eyes on the Nidus Worms. We shut them down once again. I still have to favor Solar's main army as he's pushing forward. Do we have any Vipers? The answer is we do. We have 2 Vipers on the way. That's going to be a secure way to deal with those Tempests.
Yeah, do we have any Templar? No, it's gonna be the other question, and we do not. We have one Archon.
There we go. We have 5 Hot Templar morphing in. VMAX, they come in just in time.
Whew. That was clutch. And we do have a cloak on the main Protoss army as well. Detection does arrive, however. We still have one Viper with a lot of energy, and it will yoink the Mothership. Mothership goes down, a Tempest goes down as well. Shutdown still has a defense, but the backbone of his army has crumbled.
Yeah, it has. We're down to 2 Tempests, a handful of High Templar. It's been a valiant effort here by Shutdown, but there's only so much he can do with such a small army, as Solar is making his way towards that third base, edging ever closer, now collapsing on top of it. Shield battery goes down, overcharge, gets spent. The Tempests are doing what they can, but there's only 3 Tempests left.
Yeah, 3 Tempests left and plenty of Hydras. Yeah, Tempests, they can hide in the dead air, but then the rest of the Zerg army is just gonna take out the rest of the bases that Shutdown has.
Yeah, as we can see, the stutter stepping GG, well played. Good luck gets called, and Solar will take the series 2-1, eliminating Shutdown from ESL Masters Spring.
GG, very well played. My heart goes out to Shutdown here. He had a very bright and hot run that unfortunately will be coming to an end a little bit early, but Solar, as our heavy favorite, I guess it wouldn't feel right if he didn't at least have another chance of getting into the knockout bracket to move on to a qualifying match where he will face Rogue in a little bit of a rematch. Oh, GG.
GG, well...
That was a heart-stopping ZVP.
That was a very tense, very brutal ZVP, and we're going to be taking a break from the Zerg versus Protoss, as this is going to be a ZVZ rematch from the beginning of the group. Rogue versus Solar once again.
Indeed. This was another match that went all the way to the ace. Unfortunately, we weren't quite able to get our eyes on that, but it seemed to be a very quick and chaotic best of 3, as it concluded before our first match finished up, Kellizer versus Riser, which was a 2-0, but still was longer than Rogue versus Solar. So, yeah, we'll see.
What you're saying is this could be a really short series. Could be a short series.
It could, potentially, yeah.
Solar versus Rogue. One of these two will advance on to the knockout bracket. The other will be eliminated. This is going to be a best of 3, as a reminder, not a best of 5. So a very, very short series here. Oh boy, how will this all turn out? How or who will make it through? Only one Zerg.
Only one. Well, technically 2 from this group, as Laser did advance earlier on.
Yeah. Laser, he was able to 2-0 Rogue, but between Rogue and Solar, only one can make it through. Vetoes are underway, and we're going to be taking a short break here before our final series of Group B.
Yeah, stay tuned. I don't expect this break to be going on too long.
See you soon.
And we are back! Gonna be concluding Bracket B, as well as the first stage of the open bracket in general. One final player is gonna be advancing to net knockout stage from this part of the bracket. And it's gonna be a Zerg player, but which one? In a little bit of a rematch, we're gonna be kicking things off in this best of 3 on Site Delta. We're in the top left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top left. We have our red Zerg player coming out from Atlanta, Korea. Representing Team Vitality, we have Solar.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing his new team, Team Falcons, not Team Talons, as I believe that is the wrong logo. It is Rogue.
I thought it looked familiar, but also not. I believe the Falcons logo is green,
yes,
and more circular.
Yes. I mean, Falcons do have talons, to be fair.
That's true.
True. But I believe that is something that will be fixed once we let the lovely people know, so we can work on that. But for now, we're going to be settling into our ZVZ again. As you said before, this is a rematch between Solar and Rogue from earlier today.
Yeah, this was the first match that was played in Bracket B. That was earlier covered by Steadfast, who will be joining us once again over here. And that was a very chaotic match, to say the least. Again, we mentioned this before, but I think it still bears mentioning. The match that we casted, Kelzer versus Ryza, that was a 2-0. And that still took longer than Sola versus Rogue, which went all the way to the ace match, apparently.
Oh yeah, went all the way to the ace match in a very fast fashion. For now, hatch gas pools, standard openers, but just because the openers are standard does not mean that aggression is not going to be on the table. It is still very much so viable here, and oh boy, we'll see how both Rogue and Solar will approach this. We'll see what they bring to the table. For now, we're settling in, we're droning, and we should be working towards Bailiness. To be fair, Side Delta is a map where 2-base Roach is viable because the natural base is so defendable. Throwing down a Roach one is not unheard of. We'll see if we expand or start working on that wall.
Yeah, one or the other, really. As it looks like Solar is going to be the first player to expand.
Yes, Solar does take a third base. Rogue should be taking one as well, but is not in position, so it looks like Rogue may opt to wall off, may opt to play 2-base.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it earlier, 2-base Roach is a fantastic way to be aggressive on Site Delta. Just hits so fast and so quick that it's not a whole lot that a player who is playing a bit more macro, is expanding and droning up, can really do about it.
Yep, and we have the Eva Chamberlings. They do slip into the natural base, but Queens pop out just in time, and not a single drone will go down. Solid defense here from Rogue. A Roach one should be thrown down thereafter to just fully wall off here on 2 bases and to settle into our Roach production. I say that we're going for a slightly faster lair from Rogue, actually, before said Roach Warren.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on these gas geysers as the Roach Warren will be popping up. It's not unheard of to go for mutas, but still a little bit of a bigger risk than Roaches, I would say.
Yeah, and a very nice scout from Solar. He did slip into the main base, got a full scout of the lair timing as well, as fully aware what's going on. And Solar, he does go for his own plus on range. Solar should likewise be skipping Bailings and racing Rogue into Roach production.
Indeed, he should. Gonna get his Roach Warren and his lair a lot later than Rogue will, but again, he did expand quicker. He will have a lot more production to work with. He'll have more larva, and he shouldn't have more mining, as we should be cutting drones at this point for Solar, but still getting a couple both of them.
Yeah, so the way this works here is that Rogue will have stronger Roach timing with much faster Roach speed, as the lair is already done. Meanwhile, Solar will have the better economy. Solar should drone up, but he should be up, 5 or so workers before getting into his own Roach production, so that will be Solar's advantage here, is the better economy, better production against the higher Roach count of Rogue.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a balancing act there. You don't want to drone up too much and not have enough larva to defend, but for the most part, he can continue to drone up right now. He can get away with it. there is about to finish up, so you should be getting Gilile with Constitution at, yeah, there we go, around the same timing as Rogue, just a couple of seconds later.
Yeah, I am a little bit concerned here when it comes to... Oh. Okay.
Oh.
I was like, where's Roach Speed? What's going on? We have it. It's a hidden Roach one with hidden Roach Speed, and we're going for a Nidus all in. Now, Rogue has cut workers at 41. Solar did drone up a little bit too much. And he's still droning. Oh, Solar, he's still droning. Meanwhile, this is a straight up 2-base all in from Rogue. The more the Solar drones, the worse it's going to be for him in the defense.
Still droning.
Yeah, he's still squeezing out a couple of workers, running up to 55. Wow. Meanwhile, Lings are moving out. We have... Oh, so we do have an Overlord here outside the third base. Nidus Storm about to finish up, and here comes that eventual all-in.
Oh. And it is going to hit very, very soon. Soul's getting an infestation pit!
Oh my god.
This is not the time nor the place, Solar.
We're still droning. Look at the unit stat. It's 23 roaches against the 11 of Solar. Solar is getting caught completely with his pants down. Now, the Queens will help, but here comes the all-in.
Here it comes. Soul's best bet right now is to try to get a better concave, but looking at the sheer quantity of roaches that Rogue has, that's going to be difficult.
Yeah, the Queens are going down one after the other. The numbers just in favor of Rogue. Solar was a little bit too greedy. He's being forced all the way back to his third.
A little bit?
Yeah, a lot.
Being way too greedy this time, and he did get caught completely off guard. A really good cunning, deceptive play coming out from Rogue this time. Completely hiding the fact that he was getting Gilile with Constitution, giving Sola a bit of a false sense of security, making Sola think that he had a little bit more time to get away with droning, to get away with macroing, when really he needed to be building more army.
Yeah, the infestation bit tells me that Solar probably thought it was going to be mutas, right? Because he saw the fast layer, but he didn't see Roach Speed. GG gets called. That would have been for Infestors, and Rogue takes game number 1.
I would hate to be, not only hate to be in Sola's shoes, but hate to be in Sola's shoes when he looks at the replay and notices that there was a second Roach Warren behind the mineral line.
Yeah, I was so I was so perplexed. I thought I was seeing things when I was like, I see Roach Speed on the way in the production tab, but I don't see Roach Speed on the Roach Warren itself. Like, what's going on? Then it all kind of pieced together, and I was like, oh my god, he's crazy.
Starcraft just crashed for me for some reason, but yeah, I had to do a little bit of a double take myself, because for a second I thought we didn't have Game Heart, or we didn't have the Observer mod, but then I looked at the Evolution Chamber. I saw the icon for +1, and I thought, is this just bugged? Do we just have a glitch here on Site Delta? But no, the glitch was in our minds. The glitch was in Rogue, as, yeah, again, that was... I think Rogue really playing to his strengths and doing what he's kind of known for, being very deceptive and being, in some ways, a Protoss player who plays Zerg, if you will.
Oh yeah, definitely, as just a very nice way to catch Solar completely off guard, and now we're going to be getting ready for game number 2. Ooh, as it is my turn for my game to crash as well.
Yep.
Oh. A little unfortunate there. Yeah, so hopefully we can actually catch game number 2. It's possible that they... hopefully we're able to catch it. Hopefully we're able to cover it. Because I lagged out as we were loading in. I think that is gonna... I think they are gonna rebuild that lobby.
Hopefully, as... Yeah, it looks like they are in the loading screen at the very least.
As we are making our way back in. Whew, but yeah, already a wild start to the series, and we'll see how this does conclude. Well, I mean, I'm hoping we can go all the way to the ace match once again, but the pressure is now on Solar.
Yeah, the pressure very much is on Solar. I mean, it was already on him from the very start, having to fight his way through the lower bracket, having to go through players of the caliber of Skillus, of Shadown. There is a little bit of a, as you could call it, a double-edged sword, if you will, when it comes to being in this position. You know, some players, they have momentum, or some players are very much momentum based and they thrive on that. But on the flip side, it can also tire you out quite a bit. Rogue, on the other hand, has been waiting quite a while for an opponent here, has been given quite a bit of time to recuperate, to get ready.
Oh, yeah, has been getting ready, preparing mentally for this eventual ZVZ. I mean, it could have been against a Protoss player. It could have been against Shidown or against Skillus, but Laser, I'm sure, has been... Sorry, not Laser, but Rogue, I'm sure, has been ruminating over the ZVZ for quite some time. And I wouldn't be surprised if he has another wild game prepared for us in game number 2. Would not be surprised at all.
Yeah, that I would not. Has been given time to, as you put it, ruminate. Just come up with a plan to go up against Solar. I'm sure he was able to look at his own replays earlier on when he played against Solar, and probably has something planned.
I'm sure he does. Just trying to figure some things out here. But for now, we are, just gonna lie in wait, and we'll see if a lobby becomes available. Otherwise, we might just have to wait for the ace match. If there is one, that may just be what we have to rely on.
Yeah. Keep our eyes peeled on the in-game chat channel, and we'll take a look. It seems that because you crashed out on the loading screen, they might be stuck there for a little while. So, yeah, I hope that does prompt them to remake, but we'll see.
Yeah, they may just wait it out and play through anyway. So I guess we're gonna be going on a short break. When we return, we will either have game 2, or we will have the ace match, or we'll have another series. So I do apologize that both, but to be fair, again, both ourselves and Yaku did just crash suddenly out of StarCraft.
Ourselves and Yaku, yes.
Yeah, or myself and Yaku, we just crashed suddenly out of StarCraft. Don't know why, but did happen. So yeah, I guess we're gonna be going on a short break, and yeah, we'll see you guys soon.
Yeah, see you then. And we are back. We do apologize once again for some of our technical issues that we've had getting into this, but thankfully we've worked out a bit of a solution here. Steadfast very graciously has allowed us to restream over from his own channel, so much props to Steadfast, very much appreciated. And with that, we're going to be able to get our eyes on how game number 2 is gonna go down.
Yeah, here we go again. We have, of course, Solar in the bottom right. We have Rogue in the top left. It is going to be, I believe, yes, hatch gas pool openers, standard openers for the time being. So to reiterate what's going on, big shout out to Steadfast as he has allowed us to restream his stream to get into game 2 at least. This is going to be a delay on a delay. So yeah, we'll work with it here.
Dog.
Yeah, we heard you like some delays. But regardless, we are diving into game 2, and oh boy. Also, because we're streaming from his stream, we won't have in-game sounds. But it's okay. We'll be fine. We'll be okay.
Yeah. We'll just rely on the sounds in our head.
Exactly.
Don't be alarmed when you hear them.
Yes, as for now, we're just opening up in a standard fashion. Again, hatch gas pool into, I imagine, our third bases. I say this just because we spoke about it on Side Delta. Side Delta is a very good map to play 2-base Roach. Very good map for that. But on a map like Oceanborn, a little bit less successful. It leans towards that a little bit less. And there we go. We have both players expanding.
Just like so. Keep our eyes peeled for, any additional gases or any the first major tech variation that we notice. Both Solar and Rogue planning to go for Ling Bane, at least to start to kick things off. As Wise Man once said, the early game for ZVZ is of course Ling Bane.
There we go. Yep.
For ZVZ is of course Ling Bane.
So the Baneliness have been thrown down. We're going to be playing some Ling Bane for the time being. We could try to throw down earlier Roach Warren, so we'll keep an eye on that. We'll also keep an eye on whether either player makes a surge of Lings, as that will be another big sign. There's that early Roach Warren from Solar, and Rogue shouldn't be too far behind with his own.
Yeah, shouldn't be the operating word. There we go. There's a couple of seconds behind.
Yeah, there we go. Roach Warren is on the way. So we are leaving the Ling Bane phase of ZVZ and entering the Roach v Roach. Like, this is as standard as standard can be. When it comes to ZVZ, everything's been pretty by the book, and no one has tried to kill the other.
Yet. Yeah, obviously is a pretty major risk when you only have Lings to work off of. If you're very confident in your control, you can try to snipe them and try to have Banelings of your own, take out the Lings of your opponent. But so far it looks like at least Rogue isn't committed to that, as Solar is pushing, trying to see what he can get done. Yeah,
he threatens us around on the Queens. Banelings, they rock up just in time. You can see that Rogue is making Roaches, so is Solar. Solar squeezing out a couple of drones behind this, so Solar is not all in. And we can see Solar is the first to take up and throw down a lair, as a lair is now on the way.
Indeed it is. Let's hope that we're not going to see a bit of a repeat of game number 1 in that Solar gets a little bit too greedy, or he thinks a little bit too far ahead, that he ends up neglecting defending yet another all-in coming down from Rogue. Oh boy.
Yeah, Rogue, he has cut drones at 40. Solar has been droning. Solar is still droning as well. So Solar, he's taking into a lair. He's throwing down an Evo chamber, and he's droning up. Meanwhile, Rogue is doubling down with pure Roach. And Solar's in a bit of trouble right now. The more he drones, the worse this is going to be for him.
Uh-oh. And he's still droning.
Is squeezing out a couple of extra workers. You can see he's checking the saturation, but Rogue, he Maynarded. He's making it look like he just droned. And he didn't. He just sent them over from the natural.
Yeah, and there's no eyes in that natural base here. Solar has no idea.
Solar has absolutely no idea. Thankfully, Solar is amassing some Roaches, but look at the look at the army disparity here. Look at the supplies. It is going to be 68 in favor of Rogue. We have 47 in favor of Solar. It's just not going to be enough. He's still droning.
He's still droning. Good lord. When it does come down to Roach v Roach, quantity is the #1 factor. Now, positioning can help. Getting a good concave can definitely be one way of minimizing that advantage, but there's a certain point where you hit critical mass of Roaches, and that is the point that Rogue has right now.
Yeah, and here it is, another 2-base all-in from Rogue. Did fake it out, did reveal all those workers, and we break through the defensive line. Solar just doesn't have the numbers to defend. He pulls the boys, but there's just a sea of Roaches here facing off against him.
Yeah, we see Rogue be up 10 army supply, and then 20 army supply, and then 30 army supply. GG is called. Rogue takes a very, very, very quick 2-0 in this series and will be our final player from Bracket B, advancing to the knockout stage.
GG, well played. A very fast series. I imagine the first time they faced off was very similar as well, where it was just all in after all in after all in. Aggression from Rogue, faking out greed, faking out an economy. And Solar, he took the bait. He took it hook, line, and sinker, and he was just lured into a false sense of security. Solar was droning, Rogue wasn't.
That he was. He thought Rogue was droning. Key point. He wasn't. That was... Yeah, just... I mean... Yeah. That's all I can say. I mean, I'm shaking my head a little bit at Sola being a little bit greedy there, but in all fairness, I feel like if most of us were in that position, if we were scouting Rogue and we did see, oh, there's some saturation in the third base, or there is no research on the Roach Warren in game number 1, I think we would probably make that same assumption. And yeah, GG, that was very nicely done by Rogue to just be so deceptive and just keep Solar not just in the dark, but also feeding him a lie the entire time.
Oh yeah, exactly. And it was just a really good deception there from Rogue. I mean, I can't blame Solar. He checked the third, right?
Yeah.
Like, he checked the third base, he checked saturation, he did everything that you should be doing there, and unfortunately, he just wasn't able to confirm it in the main base or in the natural.
Yeah, and he technically responded correctly with the information he had available.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the information that he had wasn't the full story.
Yeah, it just wasn't that full story, and in the end, GG, well played. Rogue, he makes it into the knockout bracket. Solar, one of the best Zerg players in the world, is eliminated in the open stage from DreamHack Dallas, from ESL Masters screen.
Yeah, that is absolutely rough. What's even rougher is that Solar only lost to Rogue in this bracket.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true.
Still
Rogue
doesn't quite qualify.
Yeah, Solar, he literally beat every other player. Rogue knocked him down in the upper and the lower bracket as well. ZVZ seems to be maybe Rogue's specialty. I say maybe. Rogue did lose to a laser 2-0, and maybe it's just the mind games, right? Maybe it's just the deception there that is tripping Solar up. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something similar the last time they faced.
Yeah, we'll figure that out. I myself am going to look at some of these VODs to piece together a little bit of what happened, but yeah, GG, very nicely done here by Rogue. My heart goes out to Solar. He, like you said, one of the absolute best Zerg players in the world. It is shocking to me that he's not going to be advancing into that knockout stage. The fact that he had to come in from the open bracket itself is a little bit of a surprise, but we also have a lot of fantastic players coming in from the knockout stage. The fact that he doesn't advance is, I think, the biggest surprise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a crazy result there, and my heart goes out to Solar here. Again, I'm sure he expected more out of his performance in ESL Masters. I mean, I'm sure many did. Like for him to go down this early on. We mentioned it before, but it just goes to show how brutal this stage of the tournament is. Like, the open stage can be as hard as the winner stage, to be honest, just with the caliber of players. With players Gumiho, Creator, Solar, with Rogue here, with Beyond, with Su, DRG, Bunny. There's just so many high-quality players, it's brutal.
It very much is. But I'm not sure if this is good news or bad news. We are about halfway through thinning out the herd of top-tier players here. 4 players from the open bracket have already advanced or will already secure their place in the knockout stage. That is going to be Gumiho, Creator, Elaser, and Rogue. We have 4 more to determine in the open bracket.
Oh, yeah. We have 4 more. I believe we're going to be going on an extended break. I believe that is going to be the plan here. The other half of the bracket was supposed to have started already, but I believe they haven't. I believe they've yet to really commence. I do think we're a little bit behind schedule. So we're not really certain what we're going to be diving into. Dolan versus Cyan is our most likely choice, but we'll also see kind of where we end up and what Steadfast wants to go for as well. Again, we'll try to work together to avoid each other, to cover as much ground as possible. That's going to be the plan.
Yeah, we'll work something out.
Yeah, it works something out. Otherwise, I hope everyone in the chat has been enjoying themselves. Hope you all had a great time. Again, we're going to be going on that break, and when we return, we will have the second half of the broadcast.
Yeah, we'll see you then. And we are back. Hope you're able to make the most of that extended break that we did have, but we have gotten our players ready. We've wrangled them. We've gotten them here. We've had them conduct their vetoes, and now we are ready to get this show going. We're going to be kicking off our second half of the open bracket, of course, here in group, or bracket D, I should say. And we're going to start with a little bit of a PVT that's quite near and dear to our hearts here on the CranKy Ducklings channel. Oh, here, kicking it off on Oceanborn in the top left-hand corner of the map, swatting all the way in the top left. We have representing Mystery Gaming from the land of China. We have Cyan.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back as we are diving into the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the American Terran player representing the CranKy Ducklings as he is one of our own. It is Dolan. Going for a proxy out on the map.
Here we go. This is part of why we wanted to cast Dolan. We were so eager to get into this match in particular, specifically to get our eyes on Dolan, the man with the best builds.
He does have a very specialized way of playing. He's a very aggressive, very all-in player, and I'm curious to see what kind of builds he has in store for us. For now, it is going to be the proxy racks on the left-hand side, just Reapers on the way, but we do have another SCV, or the same SCV, still marauding around, so I'm curious if we're going to be committing here to something a little bit greater, to something like a factory, maybe even a starport, and just a straight-up proxy 1-1-1.
Yeah, we do have a factory back at home, so I'm sensing a starport coming out from this location. No, it's actually going to be a Ghost Academy.
Oh, we're going for a one
It's
base.
been so long since I've seen him do this.
Yeah, we're going for one base all in. We're going for the Ghost Academy. I imagine we're going for a Tech Lab thereafter. There it is. Tech Lab is on the way, and we are rushing Ghosts.
Oh, Lord. There's something that Dolan did cultivate a little bit a couple of years back, and it was specifically a TVP build. It's a build that's meant to utilize that EMP to try to shave off as many shields on not just the units of your Protoss opponent, but also potentially some of these structures as well, and be able to snipe some key tech. We're actually investing into Cloak this time, so Dolan looking to be a little bit sneaky with this build.
Cloak is on the way. Detection is going to be required. Cyan is opening up with a Robo. Ooh, okay, it's going to be a Robo opener. This is unfortunate for Dolan. Cyan is going for a very safe build. Very safe. We spoke about this at the start of the night, about how some of the Korean Protosses have been a little bit more fond of Robo openers as of late, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. With this, we can get a fast Immortal and also a fast Observer from the side of Cyan.
Yeah, very wise move coming out from Cyan. He did scout early on with his probe. He did scout that there was no tech in the main. He confirmed that there's only a factory here. Hasn't quite scouted the proxy yet, but he knows that Dolan is up to something.
Yeah, the Robo is just about to finish up. Meanwhile, Ghost production is continuing here for Dolan. There is a Zealot scouting the left-hand side of the map, and it looks like we will come across the proxy. The Zealot will get eyes on everything that we have to offer here, and how will Cyan respond? How will he piece this together as the Zealot confirms the production, but not quite the Ghost yet?
Yeah, not yet. Dolan doing a very good job of keeping it hidden in the shrubbery, but now they are forced to reveal themselves. Zealot will get taken out, but like you said, Cyan now well aware of what he's facing.
And he already has an Observer. There's an Observer out on the map covering the natural base. I love that we pull the Observer back as well to make sure that it isn't EMP'd. We scan, but the Observer, as we mentioned, is too far back. We won't snipe it.
Yeah, but we may be able to snipe. Okay, not quite. Snipe the Adept.
Yeah, the Adept will survive back at home. We can see Dolan expanding, transitioning, but this is such a late expansion. Dolan needs to get some more done here. Like, again, this proxy, this all-in setup was very committed, and for him not to get any damage done so far, it's a little bit brutal.
To say the least. I'm going to try to make the most of it. I'm going to try to keep these ghosts out on the map as a little bit of scouting, potentially dealing a little bit of damage if they catch eyes on any stalkers or any adepts that are making their way across the map.
Yeah, we do have them patrolling for any kind of movements, as you were mentioning. Meanwhile, Cyan is built up towards 2 Immortals, third base soon to be on the horizon. There's no reason for Cyan to push out, but we do have a Prism on the way. The Prism can help reinforce and juggle our units. Cyan is going to be pushing, and oh boy, do we have much to defend at home. We do have 2 tanks, but that's what the Immortals are for.
That is indeed what they're for. We do have some EMPs available, which will help a little bit, but yeah, we still need a follow-up after that.
We do need that follow-up. Third tank has arrived. Bunker is done. I mean, we're looking pretty fortified at our natural. We can pull the boys as well, but with the help of this War Prism, we can juggle into the main base, and the main is looking a little bit more exposed.
Indeed, it is. And of course, with the Warp Prism, you don't have to worry about just blinking on the edge. You can drop directly on top of these tanks, as demonstrated.
Yeah, we focus on 1 tank already. Second tank goes down as well. 2 tanks fall for the cost of nothing, as the Depths a shade into the mineral line, forcing some friendly fire as well. And Dolan, he is hurting as we dive in, and we're denying Stim.
Oh, we are in fact denying Stim. Is forced to be retaken in a separate tech lab over in the more fortified position, which is actually a pretty huge delay. Stim was about to be done, and with Stim, Dolan has a lot more of an opportunity to get on the map to be a little bit more active, but now he's stuck at home yet again.
Yeah, now we have to
remain at home for quite a while.
Yeah, third CC's on the way, so Dolan is looking to try to macro out of this, but macroing out of this is not going to be an easy feat here for Dolan, as he is behind. We have the Immortal drop in towards the natural base. Gas guys are going to be going down to SCVs, and we delay the third CC. Can we even force a cancel?
And not quite yet. EMP will shave off the shields, but once again, there's just not enough supply to really follow that up with. There's not enough to really clean up these damaged Protoss units here for Dolan.
Yeah, exactly. It's impressive that Cyan has been able to just get so much value and keep these Immortals alive for so long. Very impressive control here from Cyan. Behind this, third base is getting up and running. Archons are on the way, charge ults as well. Cyan is building up on 3 bases. The Immortals, they come back in. Once again, they delay the third CC.
And they're going to get even more damage dealt. Already a couple of SCVs fallen, which is great, but on top of that, shaving off the bio count is just going to give Cyan a much easier time when Dolan eventually goes for his timing push.
Exactly, as Dolan is still building up. I mean, he would have moved out by now, but remember, Stim was delayed, the tank count was almost reset as well, and Cyan is the one to push instead. Moving out with everything he has. The Observer is caught out, but no, the Observer lives!
It is able to retreat to a more advantageous position. Dolan has been able to keep his ghosts alive, so they're going to be useful as the game continues. They can still throw around a couple of EMPs. Vikings now going to have to try to deal with this Warp Prism, but a massive warping of Zealots is going to force an evacuation of the mineral line, and yeah, now Cyan's attacking from 2 angles. He has way too much to deal with. Even hallucinates a couple of Colossus to tank a bit of damage and give a little high ground vision. GG is called. Cyan into game number 1.
GG, well played. Cyan just collapsing on Dolan there from every single angle, and Dolan just did not have enough to keep up. Again, he was so committed with his proxy ghost. Ooh, but alas, here we just wasn't able to make use of it. We saw that Cyan completely shut it down with that robo opener, and with that, Cyan takes a lead.
Just like so. Yeah, that was pretty much a textbook counter to this particular build. It was a build that Cyan wasn't quite aware of coming his way, but he knew that there was a proxy on the map. He knew that it was going to be a very committed proxy as well, with how Dolan made the factory in the main. And so he just decided to play safe, get his observer, get the rest of the tech that he needed, and that was pretty much smooth sailing from there.
Oh yeah, it was a smooth sailing. Meanwhile, I have some other updates coming in as well, which we can get into once we do wrap up this series. For now, game 2 is going to be on Ghost River. a much smaller map here, and I'm curious as to how Dolan will approach this. I'm curious as to maybe what kind of other shenanigans we have up our sleeve.
Yeah, we shall see. As for now, we're going to be loading into Ghost River, continuing our series where we're here in the top left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top left. We have our red Protoss player coming out from the land of China. He, of course, is going to be representing Mystery Gaming, MYG. We have Cyan.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the American Terran player, the blue Terran representing the CranKy Ducklings. Down in this series, but not out, it is Dolan.
Now, it's been about 2 years since it was in the map pool. So correct me if I'm wrong, Light, but does Ghost River remind you a little bit of Stargazer?
Okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. You're talking and referring to a Combat Shields all-in.
I believe so.
Ah.
My memory is a little bit foggy, but yeah, that was kind of a specialty that Dolan created on a map, on the Stargazers map a while ago. Stargazers kind of, to my memory, resembles Ghost River a little bit in the sense that at the very northern tip, you kind of have a bridge to your opponent's base that's very quick to traverse, but blocked off by debris.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that build in quite some time, but I'm looking forward to it.
Well, Stargazers also wasn't in the map pool for quite some time.
It's true. I haven't seen
Stargazer special.
It's been a while since I've gazed at the stars. You're not wrong. I don't typically go outside, but yeah, we'll see. As for now, it is double gas opener going into the factory as well.
I go outside quite a lot, but there's like pollution, so can't really gaze at them.
You're like, I go outside a lot, but I'm in Singapore, and the country is a city, so there's just no way to see the stars.
Yeah, there isn't.
True. As for now, we are going to be expanding, going for our CC on the high ground, so it looks like a bit of a safer opener here, going for the double gas. Meanwhile, Cyan this time is not going for a robo opener, it's going to be a Twilight Council instead.
Yeah. He knows he did go for the full scout, and he confirms that Dolan isn't being as committed, isn't proxying this time, so Cyan can go for a build that isn't as safe, a little bit more resource efficient, if you will.
Yeah, as
Picks
we
off
are...
a probe.
Does pick off a probe, and I assume that this is going to be Blink, but no, Cyan is being aggressive himself, rushing into charge.
Ooh. Yeah, I was right with you there. I was anticipating Blink. I was going to go into my whole, yes, Blink. It's safe, it's versatile, it's PvT, you know? But, like you said, Cyan is going to be taking advantage of the map, taking advantage of how close the rush distance is, and yeah, we're going to see a complete different dynamic here. We're going to see Cyan be the first player to be aggressive.
Yeah, and I'm curious how these compare to each other, because Dolan is going for a 3-rack setup here before the starport, so we're going to be building up quite heavily on 2 bases on this 3-rack setup, and we may even pull the boys with this. This might be the beginnings of a 2-base all-in from Dolan, which I wouldn't put it past him. But against mass charge lots, we've seen time and time again that Cyan wants to fight out on the map with this. He wants to fight out in the open.
Yeah.
I feel like if Dolan pushed into him, that might be giving Cyan what he wants.
Yeah, that's the absolute ideal scenario here. As a Protoss player, meet your Terran opponent's army out in the middle of the map, surround them from every single angle. It's basically a swarm toss style, but since we're still in the early game and we don't have that many gateways, we don't have a full swarm yet, but we're getting there. Do not get us wrong, we are getting there soon.
Yeah, and something important just happened here as we... I think that was meant to be a mule.
Oh. Unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, as Dolan, he
That's actually not the first time this happened this broadcast.
It's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But Dolan, he does confirm the tech and the gateways in the main at least, and he might believe that this is going to be 4-gate blink. With the researching Twilight Council, that would make a lot of sense. If that's the case, we might take more of a defensive stance here with bunkers and tanks. Tanks are getting in position. No bunkers yet, though, from Dolan.
Yeah, not yet, but the defensive stance, regardless, is going to inadvertently be better here for Dolan. He does have to be very careful as Cyan is going to be traversing around. He's going to be crossing that northern bridge, and he's not going to hit from that natural entrance. He's going to hit from behind the mineral line.
He is, but we do have a tank here a little bit further back to protect that mineral line. Tank is going to be going up. You have to be careful of the friendly fire, and the Zealots are going to be forced back. Ooh, 3 of them do get lifted. We do get the look on for a moment, but the Prism will escape into the dead space on a Ghost.
Oh no! These are Marauders! But it's enough to deter the Warp Prism. For now, we don't have a starport just yet, unfortunately for Dolan, so yeah, no Vikings to really chase that down.
Unfortunately, no Vikings. We do drop the Zealots once again into the natural base, just threatening the mineral line, but here we go. We are pushing out. There's a starport on the way behind this for eventually medevac production. But we are pushing, we are moving out, and Cyan does spot this.
Yeah, with not one, but 2 observers.
Oh, do we catch breath? We do!
Unfortunate pathing for Cyan, but yeah, nicely done from Dolan to pick them both off. Unfortunately, again, because the starport was delayed, it's not quite able to deal with that Warp Prism. The Zealots are going to get a lot of damage, and now Dolan is pushing in. There's actually not that much at home here to defend.
Yeah, tanks are getting within range of the shield battery. Shield battery gets annihilated immediately, but there's 2 more shield batteries on the way behind us. We still have the overcharge in the back line. If the shield batteries do finish, we're going for the Nexus. The Nexus is going to fall.
It looks like it's going to, and it will. Dolan not quite able to protect all of these tanks. He can't afford to stim anymore. He doesn't have medevacs with this army. Tanks go down, but so does the 3rd Nexus. Dolan lost 10 SCVs throughout all of this, but he was able to fight back. He was able to bloody the economy of Cyan quite a bit.
Yeah, and from here, Dolan has to make a choice. Do we start up a 3rd CC, or do we get ready for a 2nd wave? And for now, we're getting ready for that 2nd wave. We have Marauders, Marines, Widowmines, medevacs are in production. That Prism was doing quite a bit in the back line earlier, and it looks like we're slipping back in for another warp in.
Indeed, we are. So at this point, pull the boys, right? Well, maybe as, yeah, Cyan's trying to attack from 2 angles. Widowmines will get lifted up, but they are unable to burrow. Force field on the ramp will block Dolan from getting to the front lines, from dealing any damage here to defend. 8 SCVs and even more are going to go down. These SCVs just have nowhere to run.
Yeah, nowhere to go, nowhere to run. 14 workers go down. We still have Zealots wreaking havoc in the main base, going for the add-ons, going for the tech labs. The concussive shelf thankfully does finish up in time. We don't deny the upgrades, but this is just dealing so much damage, keeping Dolan busy and stuck back at home.
Yeah, not only that, but like you said, dealing enough damage to really cripple the Terran economy. Dolan is down over 20 workers to Cyan, and Cyan has rebuilt that Nexus. This economic lead that Cyan has is just going to get higher and higher unless Dolan's able to reciprocate.
Exactly, the pressure is now on Dolan to bounce back, and he just hasn't, or he has to piece this all and bring this all together. Dolan still has a decent army size, but if he moves out, there is that Warp Prism poised to punish him if he ever did.
I think it went down to, yeah, it went down to Viking.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
Prism went down, well, we can push.
We can push indeed. We have a couple of mines. Oh, they are very low though, and they don't have drilling claws. So yeah, there is splash damage potential for Dolan, but it's quite limited to say the least.
It is going to be limited, and again, we're pushing into shield batteries, into overcharge, into 2 immortals. We have some force fields available as well. If we do choose to use them, for now we go for the Guardian Shield.
Yeah, and we do pop a couple of force fields, but Dolan is able to retreat. He is able to not get funneled into a concave, which is exactly what Cyan wants. A couple of Widowmines will connect with Zealots, and there's still enough bio to keep this going, but it is not going to be enough in the end. I believe a couple of Zealots were snuck into the natural base of Dolan, so yeah, really crippled the economy. GG.
GG, well played. As you said, we had a big Zealot counterattack across the map as they were able to just cripple the economy. Dolan was completely all in there and just did not have enough to break through.
Yeah.
We saw that Dolan did break the third base the initial time, but killing the third was not good enough. We needed more than that. We needed to kill workers or break the army. Alas, unfortunately, we weren't able to do either, and Cyan takes the series.
Indeed, he does. It all comes down to that warp prism, or it all came down to that warp prism, it feels like. It was the absolute MVP throughout the entire match, not only getting a lot of harassment damage done, not only setting up multi-prongs here for Cyan, but also just keeping Dolan busy. Delaying his push over and over and over again to the point where by the time Dolan did move out, Cyan already had Immortals, he already had Centuries of Energy, he already had pretty much everything he needed to defend. Dolan might have been able to trade at the very end there, but he didn't really have enough resources to keep that push going, unfortunately. So, yeah, with that, GG.
GG, well played. And with that, we are going to be getting ready for our next series here. Cyan advances on into next round, and Bunny is already lying in wait. So Cyan versus Bunny is going to be available to us.
Another TVP. Let's keep this going.
Okay, so we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, Bunny versus Cyan coming up next.
See you then. And we are back. Going to be continuing our trend of TVPs here with a very, I wouldn't say unusual one, but I think a pretty unique one on our hands. It is going to be kicking off on-site Delta, where we're here in the bottom right-hand corner map, starting all the way in the bottom right. We, of course, have our red Terran player coming out from the land of Korea, representing Team Falcons. We have Bunny.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player from the land of China, representing Mystery Gaming. It is Cyan. Here you go. Also, Yaku, has the sun risen where you are?
Not yet. In about 25-30 minutes. We're kind of in that weird. I believe there is a term for it, but it's kind of that period where it's still
Twilight?
dark out, but it's like a lighter shade of dark.
Okay.
But you can't see the sun yet.
Okay.
Twilight, is that what it is?
I think that's Twilight, yeah. Or wait, no, is
what
that Dawn?
No, dawn is like when you can see the sun, I think. Wait.
We need to find out. We need answers.
Everything's out. Dawn, I'm pretty sure, is a title. In the whatchamacallit, in the Italian underground.
There you go.
But
yeah, here, it's now the sun is up. It's all the way up here. It's almost 9 a.m. in the morning.
Shining. Yeah.
It's bright and shining.
Is it winter over there yet?
Yeah. It's cold. It's very cold.
So does it take? So does that mean the sun rises later in the day?
I wouldn't know. I'm usually asleep.
Oh well. Well.
There you go. But we are settling into our TVP, and we do see Bunny going for an economic opener. It was a Rax Expand setup here. Only a single gas opener out of our red Terran player, so something just more economic. Cyan opening up in a standard fashion as well, and I'm excited for this because we've been singing the praises of a lot of these Chinese Protoss players for quite some time. Players like Cyan, players like Firefly, Jeshi as well. They have all the triad of Protoss, if you will. They've all been improving so much over the past year of play. And I feel like on paper, especially people that have been watching recently, that haven't been watching WTL or maybe these online qualifiers, they would favor Bunny. But I honestly would say that both Bunny and Cyan are pretty similarly matched.
Yeah, I would say the same. The main hesitation I have is that, personally, I haven't really been able to catch much of Bunny. Bunny unfortunately had a little bit of an unfortunate streak a couple of weeks ago when it came to qualifying for things for offline events, and hasn't been as active in some of the more, at least when it comes to the online events that are technically supposed to be more Korean friendly, and thus things that I'm awake for. Haven't really been able to catch too much of Bunny there, so he is a little bit of an unknown. I'm not really sure where I would place his form, but Cyan, on the flip side, has been impressing me a lot, has been playing a lot in WTL, has been very active in a lot of the ESL Open Cups and the Kung Fu Cup as well, a lot of these other online events, so I would definitely say so. I think Cyan and Bunny, with the caveat that I'm not really sure where to place Bunny right now, are pretty comparable.
There you go, as we do have our first Phoenix moving out. Cyclone was in position. We do get a bit of hull damage on the first Phoenix, so very nicely done there by Bunny. Doesn't get a kill, but does get some nice damage done. And we're following this up with a mine drop. Okay, so a bit of an old school opener. We have our initial mine drop moving out. Bunny settling into his 3-1-1 setup, and we'll see if Cyan can keep up with the drop play, with the harassment of Bunny.
Yeah, we shall see. He already went for a bit of a Phoenix opening, so we'll be transitioning to Colossus pretty soon, and of course with the Phoenixes, there we go, immediately lifts up both of these Widow Mines. Doesn't actually have a lot of anti-air to really take them out, but hey, he might be able to kill the Medevac, and that was unfortunate here from Cyan. Not quite able to take out both mines while they were lifted and gravitoned. Didn't quite split up the probes, so did take a little bit of I would say unnecessary damage here, but it could have been way worse. It's only 3 when it could have been 8 or something.
Yeah, but that was still pretty good here from Bunny, getting 3 probes for 2 Widow Mines, but we are going for a counterattack. Cyclones are in position, and the Phoenixes don't actually get much done here. Not yet, as they're shocking around, skirting between the natural base and the main, and we just see Bunny is going to be contained here to his 2-base setup. The medevac did survive as well, bear that in mind. Will it be able to get back home in time and be repaired? Yet to be determined, yet to be seen.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
But now it's just going to chill above the waters. Calm themselves as Cyan has enough Phoenixes now to start picking off these Marines one by one. Bunny a little bit out of position here with his Cyclones, and with a lot more of his Marines as well.
Yeah, again, it was a 3-1-1 setup, so we have quite a hefty bio army that's now moving out for Bunny. Is spotted by the observer. We can see that Cyan's trying to slow it down. Ooh, doesn't lose any Phoenixes yet, but does take quite a bit of damage here. Has to back off. And back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a Colossus already, and with this Colossus, we should be able to hold on here. Marauders can threaten it, but with a shield battery, with force fields, with an overcharge, we should be okay.
Yeah, we'll see how well Bunny's able to really split his army and really force the Colossus to focus entirely on the Marauders, leaving the Marines free to just pick off anything else, really.
Yeah, as again, Cyan is working towards his Phoenix Colossus setup, a very standard setup here in TVP, very meta, I should say. It is the go-to for many a player, and we just see Bunny trying to wedge his way in between the bases, but we have plenty to defend.
Indeed we do. We have 2 Colossus.
That's 2.
One at each corner, providing a little bit of a concave here. Bunny is able to retreat though, and will be able to reposition himself. Widowmine getting a little bit of damage on this Colossus. Thankfully, it was only the Colossus, so yeah, it wasn't anything too major.
Yeah, more mines just going off, taking down Soldiers, taking down some Zealots as well, hiding into that mineral line, but we have these 2 Colossus. They're topped up by the overcharge, and we bully back the ground army. Bunny does have to back off.
Yeah, Thermalance did finish up a while ago, so Bunny's gonna have a much tougher time kiting against these Colossus in particular.
He will pull back, bled out some bio, but at least keeps most of his medevacs alive, and behind this we're working towards Viking production. Ghost Academy is now on the way for those eventual ghosts as well from Bunny, so he's just settling into his mid-game. Third CC's up and running, still just trying to catch up in the worker count, but is holding his own for Cyan. Oh!
He is. His economy has been untouched so far. He's getting a couple volleys off on these Marines. Nice, I was gonna say nice drag with the Phoenix, but unfortunately it seems that the Colossus actually killed the Widowmine before it could get any friendly fire on the Terran army, so...
Yeah, Cyan's been a little bit wasteful with his...
that's what happened, though.
Yeah, Cyan's been a little bit wasteful with his Phoenixes. He bled out 2 Phoenixes in that fight, and we are down to 3, now 4 Phoenixes, so... that is a little bit dangerous. That means that Bunny can potentially pick up and drop into the main. He has drop potential suddenly a little bit more viable here for Bunny. You can see Cyan, he's reading that. He's like, oh, he could try to go for the drop. He's getting in position, but really instead Bunny rotates around.
Yeah, gotta find damage elsewhere, but not quite in the position that Cyan is anticipating right now, which is... I guess not that much of a surprise. You know, Bunny is another one of these old school drop Terran players who does like to try to pick apart his Protoss opponents. But sometimes, when you can drop, it's better to walk.
Oh, yeah, as we do deny the 4th base. That was a nice cancel from Bunny. Again, Cyan out of position. As you mentioned, he was, ready for a drop that never really came, so... Cyan just was not able to hold on to that 4th base, and Bunny is gaining quite a bit of momentum here, now getting into his Viking and Ghost production, and that is becoming quite a terrifying force.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier on that Cyan hasn't taken any economic damage, but neither has Bunny. Bunny has been able to contain the entire army of Cyan to his side of the map, and with that, he's taken advantage of it. He has been teching up, and now lots of Vikings are in the sky, sniping the Colossus. Great EMPs from these ghosts as well. Once again, just giving Bunny so much momentum to keep this push going.
Yeah, exactly. One Colossus falls, we deny the 4th base, and that is the win condition of Bunny, is deny the 4th over and over again as often as we can, and Cyan is struggling to expand.
Yeah, he very much so is, and he's starting to run out of resources, or at least run out of enough mining to really keep this army supplied.
Yeah, I mean, the supply book was brutal there for Cyan as well. You can see him just bleeding out every single Phoenix, bleeding out another Colossus, down to only one. And Bunny snowballing out of control. He's breaking the back of Cyan. Vikings going to be landing. Boys, not quite being pulled, but we just stim and we win. The army crumbles before Bunny.
GG. That was... I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit worried for Bunny. A couple of points in that game, you know, when he wasn't quite able to get any damage done, really. Cyan, for a very long time, was doing a fantastic job of just deflecting Bunny, but I guess that's the key word there. He was deflecting Bunny. He wasn't trading, he wasn't really taking any chunks out of the Terran Bio army. Bunny was doing such a good job of just conserving his forces and building more behind all of that, to the point where he was able to contain Bunny, he was able to contain Cyan, and Cyan just didn't have the resources to muster up a defense that could handle round 2.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Cyan, he was holding his own. He was able to deflect and hold on to his 3-base setup, but not a 4th, right? He was just denied the 4th base over and over again. He wasn't able to really catch up and or shut down any of the drops either, at least not completely. And yeah, Bunny felt pretty in control of game number 1. Very impressive stuff by Bunny. We'll see if we can bounce back coming into game number 2. Looks like we have our map of choice, Alkione.
Indeed, we do. Cyan asking for a quick little break. I hope his hand warmer didn't boomed.
Hope not, hope not. But yeah, this map is going to be a little bit more macro-oriented, so I'm curious to see if Cyan can get into the swing of things. Very clearly, especially after that last game, it does feel like Cyan just wanted to, you know, get into his macro, get into a 3, eventually a 4-base setup, and keep up with the Terran. Last he was denied that in game 1. Let's see if we can try again in game 2.
Yeah, can't exactly keep up when your opponent is keeping you behind. Let's go into game number 2. Oh, we're having confirmation here. Twilight can be both at the start of the day and at the end of the day.
There you go. There you go. You can sparkle whenever you want, Yaku.
Yeah. Drink Tropicana.
There you go.
Sure where my mind is going at this point of the broadcast. But anyway, we're going to be continuing our setup here, our run here on Alkione, where we're here in the bottom left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the bottom left. We, of course, have our red Terran player coming down from Atlanta, Korea. He's going to be representing Team Falcons. We have Bunny.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as a opponent, we have the Chinese Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Mystery Gaming. Down in this series, can he bounce back here and now and force the ace match? It is Cyan.
Oh boy, I don't think we were quite able to cast too much of Bunny ever since he did switch over to Team Falcons, but yeah, it's a pretty interesting team that we have here. At first I was thinking that Team Falcons was going to be another one of those, you know, teams that are just looking for the bonus at the Esports World Cup, right? Just expanding, and we'll get the... I feel kind of mean for describing it this way, but it does feel a little bit like, you know, the token StarCraft player to, you know, get that additional bonus. But yeah, it looks like Team Falcons is a little bit more interested in investing. They have 2 players on their roster now.
Yeah, and I think that's the big sign. That's the big tell, right? Because as you mentioned, this kind of like token StarCraft player has very much so become a thing. You know, Cloud9 had done it,
Yeah.
Na'Vi did it, Talon Esports, right? Even Virtus Pro, you know.
Very recently, Virtus, yeah.
Yeah. And we don't really expect these teams to pick up multiple players. So for Team Falcons to get recently, I mean, they've had Bunny for a while now, but to also pick up Rogue is interesting, right? It tells us that, you know, maybe they're big fans of StarCraft, they want to support it. Maybe they're interested in getting a 3rd player and competing in WTL. Like, it's only just one more
this time.
Yeah, they could just round out their team. It's possible. It's possible suddenly.
Yeah. we're going some pretty interesting places in the landscape of StarCraft 2 in the upcoming years.
Yeah, we'll see where we do end up. As for now, we have our take of choice. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener this time from Cyan, not a Stargate.
Yeah, very, very different on our hands. Of course, Cyan in game number 1 on Site Delta was getting Phoenixes because his game plan the entire time was to go into Phoenix Colossus. It's a very strong defensive setup, as I think Cyan was able to demonstrate pretty early on, deflecting the initial pushes of Bunny. But I guess not necessarily one that continues to be effective or that scales well as your Terran opponent gets further and further into the tech tree. So yeah, Cyan opting for something a little bit more versatile with Blink. There we go.
Yeah, Blink is on the way. It's good that you pointed that out because we did see a charge-based opener earlier against Dolan, which was very unorthodox, but we did see it, so we have to make sure we can cross that out of the realm of possibility for Cyan. It's going to be a double-gate opener. Looks like 2-gate Blink into a third.
Yeah, so still very economic here from Cyan. Just playing to play this out safely.
Exactly, as he now has enough, and there it is, the Nexus is on the way, so a very economic build here from our Protoss player. Meanwhile, Bunny across the map, settling into his own opener instead, once again going for the initial mine drop.
Yeah, only 2 mines once more. He was able to get some decent damage done earlier in the previous game, getting 3 probes and only losing 2 mines, so we'll see if he's able to replicate that. It should be potentially easier for Bunny, as there aren't any Phoenixes to worry about, but Cyan, I'm sure, is, because of that, I'm sure Cyan is going to be even more vigilant on the minimap. Immediately spots a little bit of red coming his way, maneuvers the Stalkers to deal with it.
Yeah, speaking of, we also chase away and shut down the Cyclone. Cyclone does fall. We can see the meteoric jump head towards the natural base instead. What minds they will end up burrowing, and shots are going to be going off. Ooh, we do have to pull the boys away.
Oof. 2 probes go down for only 1 mine so far. Bunny being a bit more conservative with the second one. He does get a full scout. Well, I say a full scout. He was prevented from going into the main base, but he does confirm the Robo, he confirms the third, and he confirms Blink, so he has a couple of pieces to try to put together or piece together what the full picture is.
Yeah, Bunny, he is aware now of the opener of choice from Cyan, but we can see the follow-up. It's going to be the Bay follow-up, so it's going to be 2-gate Blink into a third into Colossus production. We have a safety Immortal on the way just to make sure we have an army to work with. And we'll see if Cyan can stabilize on 3 bases and even take a 4th. That's the advantage of this map, is the 4th base as opposed to on Site Delta. Here on Alkiona, it is much more defendable. It's much easier to expand to, easier to hold on to, leads and lends for longer games.
Yeah, there's only 1 entrance into that 4th.
True.
Although there are 2 entrances into the entrance. Potentially 3 if you clear the debris.
You can try to open things up. For now, we see Bunny moving out with a double drop. At the same time, there is going to be a singular drop headed towards the main base as well. We have Mass Marine and a single Wind Mine inside, so there's potential for damage.
Multi-progs. Here we go. This is kind of what Bunny became known for back in, I want to say 2018, 2019, when he really started to get to his final form. And these probes, so exposed, they do not have anything protecting them. That is an Artosis pylon, and with it going down, we are going to get a huge delay on Thermal Ants on +1. We're even going to prevent, we're even going to depower 2 more gateways. So once again, this gives Bunny so much momentum, and he's making full use of it. He's going straight into the natural base.
Yeah, he goes for the dive right into the mineral line. Probes are going down left and right. Colossus will eventually shut this down and force a pickup, but we get 15 worker kills in between both bases. Mines still waiting to go off as well. Thankfully, the probes, they don't wander in this direction. Otherwise, that would have been brutal. But Bunny is popping off behind this, taking his third base on location. Still just now starting, but we are getting damage done. We're getting value with our drops.
We are 15 probes. Not only 15 probes, but we're also delaying a lot of tech, a lot of upgrades here from Cyan. Bunny has been able to keep the majority of his forces alive, and he's just continuing to build up behind all of that. We're about to hit round 3, or get ready for round 3, and once again, Bunny has done a fantastic job of making sure that Cyan is as inadequately prepared for this eventuality.
Yeah, I mean, this army feels a little bit vulnerable. Sure, there's 2 Colossus, true, but it doesn't take long at all to just stim up the ramp and focus down and focus fire those Colossus. Does scan ahead of time, does put the army.
Yeah, even just drop on top of them. There aren't that many Stalkers on the ground.
Yeah, especially not with the main army, but there are Stalkers at the natural base. Looks like we were ready for drop play. Speaking of, we are going to be dropping on top of the army.
The mines! I'm going to drop with mines. I'm going to create an entire field, entire minefield. Battery overcharge does get popped, and it's doing such a great job of keeping these Colossus alive. Bunny underestimated the power of the... It looks like the power of the Stalkers as well as the damage of the Colossus. And potentially battery overcharge as well. He's getting deflected.
Yeah, he is, as it was an ambitious move to go for the mine drop on top of the army, but the army did survive. We shut down the medevac to shut down the main force, and suddenly Bunny threw away a little bit too much. I mean, you can see him trying to threaten to drop across the map, but there's only 2 Widow Mines within it, or sorry, 2 Marauders within it. We can't really do too much, but he does force the recall.
Oh. Yeah, but it doesn't force too much back home. It's only 4 Stalkers, and we still have a very potent fighting force here out in the middle of the map. Bunny forced to pull the boys to try to chase this back. Warp Prism now out. 1 Colossus goes down. Warp Prism goes down as well. Cyan picks off 9 SCVs, which is actually pretty huge at this point. Cyan is over 10 workers ahead of Bunny, and about to be a base ahead as well. However, he also loses both of his Colossus, so there's still a window of opportunity here for Bunny to push across the map and try to get something done.
Yeah, there's a bit of a give and take going on here, where Cyan was able to get some SCV damage, that is true, but as you mentioned, a lot of his army, a lot of his high-tech units were sniped or did fall in the midst of that attack, so now we have to back off, we have to lick our wounds. Cyan will be able to take and maintain that economic lead, and Bunny is just now working on his Ghost Academy and Vikings. He's building up as well, but I would say for the most part, Cyan is looking decent back at home. It's still hard to call.
Yeah, it very much is. It definitely looks like Cyan is just going to continue to outpace Bunny when it comes to the economy. He's about to saturate his 4th. The fact that he has a 4th itself is a pretty major advantage that he's got.
Yeah, that it is.
But Bunny still has a better army.
Yeah, and Cyan needs a little bit more time. Now that he has a 4th base, now that he has, a decent economy, we are getting into a 2nd robo. Double robo production, double disruptors being produced at a time here for Cyan. And that is a good way to catch back up, to even surpass our opponent here as Prism goes down across the map. No harassment whatsoever. Bunny can now move. He can now push.
Yeah. He's unhindered now. He doesn't have to stay home. He doesn't have to worry about Warp Prisms or Zealots coming into his back line. He is ahead. He, for a brief moment, had pretty much doubled the army supply of Cyan, and he's looking to make full use of it. He's doubled the army supply and actually doesn't have that many medevacs with this army. He has enough to be able to keep stimming, but not so much that they're dead supply.
And is it going to be enough? Again, we're pushing into disruptors. Bear that in mind. First Nova going to be going off. Takes down 2 of those Widow Mines. Mine Shot did connect. Another Nova will connect. Does force back the main army.
Does force back the main army, but those are some beautiful splits from Bunny. Doesn't lose a single bio unit there. Good mine shots connecting with the Sentry as well as the heart of those Zealots. Now the Novas are, I was going to say starting to come on cooldown, but that was a very juicy connection, and it will inhibit Bunny's momentum a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about here, is again, pushing into disruptors is never an easy thing to do. It's just so awkward to do so, especially upper ramp as well. So Cyan has been holding his own, even though he was down in army supply. Cyan is catching up.
There's no observer in this army, but good split right at the end there with that Zealot. Yeah, pushing into disruptors is definitely tough, and it's even tougher when you don't have any liberators, right? The disruptors are a great zoning unit. They're very good at pushing Bio Army back. Liberators ideally would be here to try to outzone the zoning potential of the Purification Novas, but he's just committed to Vikings for now.
Yeah, he is committed. He is doubling down, but his opponent is still making 2 disruptors at a time. We are now up to 7 disruptors, soon to be 8 disruptors here for Cyan. And this just has not been working at all for Bunny. Again, there was a time where Bunny was up in army supply, but now Cyan has taken the supply lead. Bunny looks like he's going to try and go for a split push instead, as he's getting ready for that, even forced back home by these Zealots.
Yeah, he wants to land his 4th, but he's not quite able to yet. Cyan is about to be maxed out, but I will say that Bunny's not too far behind. Yeah, that worker count isn't ideal. But if he manages to max out without making any more SCVs, he will have a much higher army supply than Cyan. And it's technically still possible, you know, with the power of mules.
Yeah, he can, of course, catch up and keep up with his opponent, especially with this new CC getting up and running. Planetary is on the way. We do see the main army moving out on the right-hand side, and Bunny has to make a choice. Do we try to respond to this, or do we keep pushing as Cyan also expanding, taking another base?
Yeah, Bunny's game plan so far has pretty much been to try to slow down the Protoss economy as much as possible. Did a brilliant job in game number 1 and was getting there here in game number 2, but now I feel like enough time has passed. Cyan has moved past the obstacles that Bunny was setting up for him, and now he's just about to upscale Bunny massively.
Yeah, I mean, it has the potential to. Again, a lot of this is going to come down to these Purification Novas. Like, we've been seeing some amazing connections, at least earlier, but now Bunny is that much more attentive. Now he's that much more careful as he does outposition Cyan, going for the base. Oh!
Yeah, Colossus goes down, and there's not much else here to defend. Cyan trying to get back in position. Buddy kind of doing some drive-by shooting here.
Going for the drive-by, Nova's going to be going off, but we do avoid them. We do dodge those connections, but the rest of the army is being shaved away at, and Bunny running out of steam a little bit.
So many Vikings in the sky that have nothing to shoot. Ghosts go down to the Purification Novas, and like you said, Buddy's starting to run out of steam. The army supplies are still comparable somewhat, surprisingly. It really just goes to show how far ahead Bunny was when it comes to his army supply. At the same time, also goes to show how badly starved he is when it comes to workers.
Yeah, he is lacking those workers as SCVs. I mean, we do see Cyan pushing out once again with his gateway army, but we have reinforcements back at home. We should be able to hold on. The base is low from earlier. Widowmine's going to be going down. The main army is likewise going to be clashing, and the Vikings, they're forced to land.
I feel like they should have landed a long time ago. As Cyan, or Bunny, I should say, sorry, did overcommit too much to these Vikings. Was worried for Colossus, and funnily enough, we are about to get Colossus once again. Or Cyan has resumed Colossus production.
Yeah.
But the Viking count has been thinned out. Bunny now getting Liberators, and they're still going to be useful. But we're kind of at the point where having Vikings would actually be also advantageous.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Cyan, he notices that, hey, I've been shaving off your Viking count. I've been knocking them down one after the other. Now I can go back into Colossus. But even before we get into the Colossus, Nova's going to be going off, zoning and bullying back the army. We're running out of units. The boys being pulled into the Nova.
Right into the Nova. Unfortunately, not able to force any splash damage. Friendly fire there. GG's called. Cyan gonna be taking game number 2. Gonna be tying up the series 1-1. Oh boy.
GG, well played. Cyan does tie things up. You can see what Cyan is made of and what he can do once he gets a 4th base. You know, once he's able to get a much more stable early to mid game, have a solid economy, Cyan can take it here to the best of them. Bunny was he was fighting his heart out, trying to harass, trying to go for these drop plays, trying to commit to these pushes, but he could not break Cyan. Not this time.
Yeah, not this time. Not after he got up to 4 bases. He almost broke Cyan before this point. I think it's worth pointing out. Bunny was doing Bunny things. He was playing very aggressively. He had a brilliant push that I really thought was going to end the game then and there. But yeah, for some reason got a little bit too ahead of himself, tried to go for this mine drop onto the main army, and because of that, he also, I think, kind of got distracted a little bit, wasn't able to pay enough attention to his bio army, to the fact that Cyan was attacking him from 2 angles, and yeah, pretty much diminished, and Bunny didn't have a long-term plan after that. Let's put it that way. He had no fourth on the horizon. He wasn't planning to get a fourth, and it took him a long time. Because of that, it took him a very long time to tech up.
Yeah, Bunny, he was quite committed to his aggression, right? And usually if you're playing like that, you need to get damage done. If you don't, you start falling behind, and I did feel like that was the game state there for Bunny. Eventually he was outscaled, so very well done here to Cyan. But it looks like we are being notified here that Cyan is actually feeling a little bit unwell. I don't know the specifics, but maybe he caught a bit of a cold when traveling or something. Yeah, it looks like Cyan, he needs a moment here to rest up.
Yeah. It's an important reminder to everybody, stay hydrated as we get into, well, for most of you it's going to be summer. For Light and the rest of the southern hemisphere, it's going to be winter, and for me and the rest of our the equator, it's always summer.
It's just
never not been summer.
Yeah, it's just more of the same, Smooge, man, smooge. But
I have an update, by the way. The sun has just about risen, or starting to rise now. So
there you go. Sun is rising in Singapore, and yeah, this has been a great series so far. It's gone all the way to the ace match. I hope Cyan is okay. It's always brutal. Like now is not the time to be sick and unwell, but it happens, right? And hopefully it doesn't affect him too much here at this event at DreamHack Dallas.
Yeah, it's not just today that he has to play. It's ideally, if he's able to qualify, let's play tomorrow as well. And then ideally, he'll be playing on Sunday in the playoffs, which is going to be tomorrow. It's already Saturday. Anyway, we're going to conclude this Best of 3 TVP here on Ghost River, where we're here in the top left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top left. We have our red Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He, of course, is going to be representing Team Falcons. We have Bunny.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Chinese Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Mystery Gaming, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Cyan.
Ghost River, so far tonight, seems to be a very popular ace map.
Yeah, we've actually been seeing a surprising amount of Ghost River. I mean, if you remember, we only casted Dynasty the one time. Dynasty once, only once.
Right, yeah.
Towards the
start, and that was our very first match.
Yeah.
Kelser versus Riser.
Yeah, towards the start of the broadcast. We have not seen any of Post Youth. We have not seen any of Amphion. We did see Crimson Court like once or twice. I do recall we did cast a bit of Crimson Court. Yeah.
That was, I want to say a
TVT. Was it
TVT? Yeah. It was the TVT between Kelser and Future.
So yeah, we've been dabbling in some of these other maps, but like the most popular ones have been Side Delta, Alcyone, and surprisingly, Ghost River.
Yeah, normally would say Oceanborn, and we have seen Oceanborn a couple of times tonight, but yeah, Ghost River is not typically a map that we expect to be this popular. For a very long time, at least over WTL, it usually was forced out as the first map a lot of the time, because otherwise we wouldn't see it. But maybe that's what we have to credit towards WTL, making Ghost River more popular among our players.
True. It's all thanks to WTL, obviously.
Thanks, SC boy.
As we're settling into our openers, it's going to be a double gas opener this time at a Bunny. Interesting, a much more aggressive build, going for a faster factory, for a higher tech here in the early game. I'm curious what we invest into and how this all comes about. It is not a one-base all-in. We are expanding. Likewise, back at home, ooh, as the SV will barely survive, it's going to be Twilight Council. It's a tech of choice.
Yeah. Have we ever seen Phoenixes in PvT on Ghost River specifically? I feel like, I mean, until today, we haven't seen that many TVPs on Ghost River, but
I casted KSL over the weekend, and Classic did it, and he died to Oliveira going for one base all-in.
there we go.
Classic went for a Phoenix opener, and yeah, Oliveira just all in the hell out of it. It was great.
There we go. That'll teach you to try to play macro on this map.
You think you play Phoenix on Ghost River? You're an animal, Bob. You're an animal. Aye. Never again, never again. As Bunny dips in and does confirm the tech, but once again, we see something very different on the way.
Yeah, speaking of aggression, Cyan could be the aggressor at the start of this game. Charge going to be coming out, taking a page off of... God, I can't believe I was about to say, taking a page off of Cyan's book. Yes.
I mean, true. He is copying himself. Not wrong. As what Yakuzaku.
This is exactly what he did in the last series on Ghost River.
True. For those curious as to what the hell we're talking about, Cyan did compete against Dolan earlier, the previous series, and did go for the same build. But before that happens, Bunny once again opening up with that Mind Drop. The Mind has borrowed, getting not quite a probe yet.
Yeah, not yet. Might be able to, not quite get a sentry, but we'll get an adept, we'll get a probe, we'll get a scout on the main base. We'll confirm
yeah, it confirms the Twilight Council once again. Yeah, 2 probes did end up falling, so not a bad trade here from Bunny. The the medevac will escape, but here comes that Prism, and here come the charge lots. Wait, my apologies. Okay. For some reason I thought 2 gate, no, 4 gate charge.
Yeah, 2 gate charge, that's... would be interesting to see. Yeah, medevac very badly bruised from earlier. Is in a pretty precarious position, but thankfully for Bunny, he will be able to keep it as well as the cargo alive.
It does manage to boost back home. Meanwhile, Cyan is pushing. We have the Prism. We can reinforce across the map. The army is going to be loaded up, and what can we get done here? As back at home, Bunny is settling into his 2-base setup, a 3-1-1. We have our first tank, we have a bunker on the low ground. Not a bad defensive setup here for Bunny.
Yeah. Doesn't quite have a wall to keep the tank alive against the charge lots, but regardless, he is expecting... since he was expecting aggression anyway, he inadvertently is setting up a pretty decent defensive line against that.
And Cyan is really yet to reveal his hand here. Ooh, we have to be careful. We have to respect that. Widowmine, we dodged the shot. Stalkers come in. They try to focus on some of these SCVs. 2 SCVs have gone down. They focus on the Widowmine.
Did friendly fire kill a Reaper? I think it did. Anyway. Yeah, but Cyan hasn't really revealed his hand just yet, but the lack of blink might be a little bit of a tip-off here to Bunny. Regardless, he has been building up his forces. He has Stim about to finish up, Combat Shield about to finish, so he's going to push. Middle of the map is exactly where Cyan wants to fight, but will he know when to fight? Well, he's got the Observer, so...
Yeah, the Observer does follow the main army. We have the double jump towards the main base. Cyan not quite in position at the natural, though, so maybe a little bit too hyper-fixated on the main push. Here we go, the double jump does come in. Probes are going down.
Oh, not every Marine unloads. Only a handful of them, and they will force an evacuation in this mineral line. Trying to get the Forge as well. Charge has been revealed. Forge will go down. +1 armor will be denied. It's going to give Bunny a much easier time pushing into this.
Yeah, and when on done, we drop into the main base thereafter. 3 probes going to be going down. We can focus on some more. At the same time, Bunny re-sieging his army, getting in position. It looks like his CC across the map is going to be delayed, but the base does survive. We'll be able to get back up and running. Meanwhile, Cyan will clean up this shop. Eventually, he's bleeding out a couple too many units, though.
Yeah, units that he really needs in the defense right now. Shield battery a little too exposed, will get taken out. Zealots try to come in for a flank, but not quite able to really deal with all of that bio.
Yeah, the bio army just escape, but we clean up all the tanks. Meanwhile, the drop in the main base is deflected as well, and Cyan has held, is down in workers, but has survived the aggression of Bunny, and now we're going for a counterattack.
Indeed, we are. A counterattack with lots of zealots. I like the addition of the missile tart here to just try to zone away the Warp Prism.
Do try to zone it away. Likewise, Cyan's main army going to be forced back as well. Ooh, as we do try to focus on the Immortal, we do get it.
We don't lose too much to get it either. Oh, Warp Prism going to try to come in and harass once again. No Vikings just yet. I don't know what it is about Cyan's opponents tonight and not making Vikings, at least not on Ghost River, but that's what's been happening. Cyan very easily reciprocates the worker damage that he took earlier on. Bunny now going to be running a worker deficit.
Yes, the Zealots are still wreaking havoc, by the way. 16 SV is going to be going down. This entire mineral line worth of workers have fallen. Very nice damage dealt here by Cyan. And suddenly Cyan is back in this. He was on the receiving end earlier. Bunny was pulling him left and right, getting so many probe kills and just trading so well, even getting the Forge earlier if you remember. But now Cyan, he's stabilizing, he's calming things down. Bunny is stuck at home and Cyan can build back up.
Indeed, he can. Bunny, you can tell he wants to push. It's always in him. It's in his DNA. He just wants to push. He wants to end the game, and this would be a very potent timing. But this Warp Prism is keeping him at home. It's buying Cyan so much time to catch back up when it comes to the army supply, and eventually he's going to have a much easier time defending.
Eventually he will. The Ghost Academy on the way of Vikings amassing, as we did mention before, just to zone away the Prism to keep our bases safe and sound. The Prism may end up going down as well, as we are forced to unload. Up! What a mass!
Just barely not going to get it. Vikings turn around.
Yeah, Vikings
turn around.
Yeah, they back off, they meet up with the main army, and here we go. Bunny's pushing right through the center. Does have a slight army supply lead, so he has potential with this army, but it looks like he's not feeling too confident. Does fall back as Cyan is able to keep up with a mass zealot army.
And once again, this is where Cyan wants to fight, the middle of the map where he can swarm this bio army from every single angle. We have a lot of stalkers in this as well, so got a little bit of an additional DPS in the backline.
Yeah, gonna be able to focus on those medevacs if need be. You can see both players once again backing off. Bunny working on a fourth command center, so is Cyan, as the fourth Nexus is on the way.
Slowly but surely. Well, not absolutely. It's about to hit. And we're seeing a little bit of a repeat of game number 2. I feel like Bunny is a lot quicker to expand this time. He is getting his fourth base about halfway done. He is getting into Liberators a lot quicker, but starting to see Cyan get less hindered and less broke, essentially.
Yeah, Cyan is at least getting his fourth base at the same time. Prism into the main, going for a big warp in. The Prism is low though, and we deny the warp in.
Very nicely done. Looks like a lot of SCVs are going to go down by the run by regardless, so good damage here from Cyan regardless. But now the Warp Prism has been dealt with, and Bunny is gearing up for round 2. He will have 1-1 versus 1-1. The armory isn't done yet for Bunny. So they're going to have an upgrade advantage, and if this continues going, if Bunny isn't able to break Cyan here, the tables are going to turn massively.
Yeah, especially with those disruptors in the production tab, but they're still on the way. Immortal goes down instantly, and Bunny forcing his way into that third base. Cyan, the surround is not ready yet.
No, it is not, and even if we do have the surround, Bunny just has way too much meat put us in this sandwich.
Yeah, there's just too much Marines, too many Marines, too much bio here. The Zelta coming from behind, they try to get a surround. They do manage to catch a couple of these tanks, but the bio army, it stims on forward and it will not be stopped.
This is some absolutely brilliant positioning coming out from Bunny. retreating to the liberation zones where everything's going to take damage. He maximizes the damage potential despite the surround of Cyan. GG is called. Bunny will be taking that series 2-0. 2-1, my mistake. And we'll be advancing to, I believe, the qualifying match.
Yeah, GG, well played. Bunny will take it in the end. It went all the way to the ace match. It went down to the wire, but was able to find his footing here in game number 3. As you mentioned, will take down Cyan 2-1 and does advance on to the ace match of bracket D.
Yeah, where he already has an opponent waiting for him. Scarlet took out Nightmare 2-1 and will be on the other side of this bracket. Players are going to conduct their vetoes, and that should be what we're going in.
Should be.
Should be. We'll see.
Yeah. We'll quickly check if maybe even the mainstream is thinking of catching them and taking that. We'll see. As for the time being, Scarlet versus Bunny is tentatively going to be our next series, but that is a big win. We kind of glossed over it, but Scarlet taking down Nightmare 2-1 is a very, very impressive result.
Yeah, Nightmare, who has been leveling up significantly. He has been on that grind. He has become just outside the top tier of Korean Protoss players, I would say. You know, if at the absolute top you have your hero, you have classic, you have stats, I feel like Nightmare has been able to get himself just below that.
Yeah, and even then, only just below that, so GG very well played there by Scarlet to take that series, and I believe that is going to be confirming what at least we are going to be getting ready for here, is going to be Scarlet versus Bunny.
Yeah, a little bit of a TVZ, yeah, the first one that we're going to be able to cast tonight.
Yeah, we we haven't been able to cover much of that matchup, so we are looking forward to it. Until then, though, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our next series.
Stay tuned. And we are back, heading into our first qualifying match of the second half of the open stage. It's going to be happening here on Bracket D. It's going to be finally a TVZ on our hands. And we're going to be loading in and kicking it off on El Kione. We're over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top right. We, of course, have our red Terran player coming out from Atlanta, Korea, representing Team Falcons. We have Bunny.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion from the land of Canada. It is Scarlet.
The one Shopify player who was able to avoid Bracket C. Everyone else just thrown together.
Yeah.
Forced a team kill.
Lambert, Harston,
Free
Beyond.
from that for the time being.
Yeah, all the others are all trapped in the same group. Scarlet has broken free, and Scarlet already popping off. We mentioned it briefly before, but Scarlet bringing Nightmare down 2-1 is a very impressive result already. And I'll be honest, I would have favored Nightmare there. Here against Bunny, I'm actually liking Scarlet's chances.
Yeah, as am I. Bunny, I think, has demonstrated a lot of aggression, a lot of aggressive plays so far tonight, and I feel like that's the style of ZVT that Scarlet has kind of been honed under. Scarlet has gotten pretty good at deflecting early timings from Terran players, and has just been able to macro into the late game and just, yeah, really get into a groove and really overwhelm Terran opponents with ultras, with brute lords, with stuff like that. Stuff that Bunny hasn't really displayed a lot of. Affinity for countering.
Yeah, we'll see if we can bring it all together here. As for now, we do have our Reaper opener out of a Bunny, just a standard start from our Terran player. But Scarlet back at home, Hatch Gas pull into a third base. Our early game looking pretty stock standard here as we're once again on Akione.
Indeed, it is. I just realized a much simpler way of describing what I was talking about is that Bunny, he's not a late game boy. Prefers to avoid that as much as possible. Scarlet, much more willing to get into that. Loves Hive Tech.
Yeah, whenever I think of like Bunny's TVZ, I think of his series he played against Rainer in GSL a couple of years ago, where he just cheesed the hell out of him.
Yeah, I think about that series. I think about 2022 DreamHack Atlanta, where Buddy played against Cyril and was actually able to take him out specifically by having some of the most potent 1-1 timings available out there.
Oh yeah, like Bunny can be quite crisp in his play, and here we do see a 3cc opener. It's going to be a third CC into a starport, so a much more economic start from Bunny, but just because the opener is more economic doesn't mean we can't be aggressive thereafter. Ooh, as we do pick up a couple of lings, Reaper will be able to get away, and Scarlet is still just settling into her 3-base setup.
Yeah. The game hasn't really, things haven't really heated up just yet. We're not getting into that, spicy mid-game. We're just setting up for it. I'm sure Scarlet is anticipating that, so she should be setting up, playing pretty macro, but also setting up to defend against that. Nice pick off here from Bunny, taking out a tumor.
It does catch a tumor before pivoting away, and we're opening up here Hellion Liberator, not Hellion Banshee, as we don't have the add-on swap going for earlier stim instead. And I'm curious how this all comes together, whether we embrace something more aggressive like an Armory with a Hellbat push, or just, applying pressure with Hellion Lib and transitioning into more drop-heavy play.
Yeah, it's what I expect to see from Bunny. But we might be surprised.
We definitely could be, as we do see Scarlet opening up with double Evo chamber, so cutting some corners, being a little bit greedier here, but against a 3cc opener, this is very much so viable, very much so a solid response by Scarlet. It is going to be delaying Banelings and delaying a lair in favor of upgrades, and Scarlet shouldn't be punished for it, not with an economic build from Bunny.
Yeah, At this point, no.
We're going for the
Bunny
knife.
able to slip past, slip past all of these queens. There aren't that many lings to go for a surround. So Bunny, is primed to get a lot of worker damage, but lings pop up just in time. Will be zoning these Hellions away from the mineral line. A couple of drones will go down, I believe, to the Liberator, but yeah, overall, pretty solid defense here from Scarlet.
Yeah, only 2 drones go down. We clean up every single Hellion. Bunny gets punished. That was 8 Hellions. 8 Hellions going for the dive, and they got almost 0 damage dealt. So a very nice defense here by Scarlet, and suddenly Bunny has lost all map control.
Literally all map control. Hellions went down, Reaper went down, the Liberator as well. All that for only 2 drones and 24 lings. This is the most ideal early game I think Scarlet could have hoped for.
Yeah, now Scarlet can, I mean, Scarlet is already known for having insane creep spread, and now the creep spread is going to get even more out of control as creep is spreading throughout the entire map towards the left and right hand side. 4th and 5th base on the way as Scarlet is double expanding. Again, we are free to cut corners, we are free to be greedy thanks to Bunny's overextension, thanks to Bunny's misstep with his Hellions.
Yeah. He's still working to that eventual timing, which is coming pretty soon. Stim finished up a while ago. We're working on combat shields. He's working on 1-1 behind this as well. Already positioning his Marines in the middle of the map. Gonna eventually meet them, or have them meet with tanks, have them meet with medevacs as well.
Yeah, this is risky considering there are no medevacs, right? So a surround with lings would completely shut this down, but here come the tanks to reinforce, more of a bio army. Medevacs now coming in to reinforce as well, and Scarlet actually setting up a counterattack instead. Creep is slowly receding here, but Scarlet is poised to go in.
Yeah, the wall is not quite a wall yet here for Bunny. This is, once again, going to be a pretty big risk for Scarlet, but it looks like... yeah, it looks like it's about to pay off. Not too many Marines here to really keep these lings at bay. We get a tank, and it looks like we're about to get some, really significant, a little bit of SCV damage. 2 of them go down.
Yeah, thankfully the medevacs were here to heal, so the SCVs were, there was a little bit of sustain there for them, but as you mentioned, we got a tank, we got Marines, we got a handful of workers. Good trade there for Scarlet. We do see the tank sieging up behind this, but here comes Scarlet looking to collapse on top of his tanks.
Yeah, she should be able to take out at least one of them, like so. Once again, trading only lings, so it's minerals for a very, not only a very pretty gas-intensive unit, but a unit that's also, the backbone of the Terran army.
Yeah, we're down to 1 tank. Again, Bunny's still hyper-fixated on clearing a creep. Meanwhile, there's a double jump towards the left-hand side, and looks like we're going to be able to potentially even deny a base. This queen is going to be going down, and there's not much here in position to defend. Bunny has potential here as we go for the hatchery.
Yeah, like I said, not much here to defend. Things are coming down. A little bit of friendly fire with that Widowmine drop, but it looks like Bunny still has enough to keep this going until the Hydras and Banelings reveal themselves.
Yeah, with the arrival of the Ling Bane of the Hydras, it looks like we can force this back. 1 queen goes down, not a bad pickup. But Scarlet is holding. Scarlet getting droning up on 4, soon to be 5 bases. That is 96 workers for Scarlet. Oh my god, that's a lot of drones.
That's endgame. Yeah.
That's more than
endgame. Scarlet's not gonna have to make any more drones for the rest of this game, even if she throws down structures.
Yeah,
once again, Scarlet's economy has been completely untouched. That hatchery that got low earlier on, it's still alive. Got transfused a little bit earlier on, so yeah, Scarlet can still mine. It's still providing larvae. Scarlet's maxed out.
Yeah, Scarlet has maxed out here. You could argue maybe a bit of a smaller army because of all the drones, true.
Yeah.
But we have plenty of Ling Bane. We have Infestors on the way. They're going to have Fungals available immediately. 1 more Queen goes down. Double drop into the main base. Oh my god, Mind Shot does connect in the mineral line.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, when I say not too bad, it's decent drone damage, but Scarlet still has 87 workers. I think that's actually better for her, as she frees up some supply to get more army.
I would agree. 6 drones go down and we still have 87, so this is still a good account for Scarlet. Behind this, we're just maxing out on Ling and Bane. We still have those Infestors as well, ready for the fungal growth, and Bunny is going for a split push. We have a Force in the center, a Force on the left-hand side. Can Scarlet keep up, as we even have that drop into the main?
Yeah. Oh, that was a kill, not a cancel on the gold hatch.
Oh, can we get the other base as well?
Here for Bud. Finally, it will fall. And Scarlet is starting to lose a lot of her reinforcement points. She is going for a massive push across the map. Not quite able to take out this planetary, being very conservative with these banelings, but here we go. Finally takes out the planetary.
Yeah, planetary does go down, so we trade a base for a base, essentially here. I mean, to be fair, Bunny did snipe 2 hatcheries, not just 1, so bit of a better trade for Bunny, but is going to be bleeding out these medevacs, so the drop is going to be cleaned up. And meanwhile, across the map, ooh, the Hydras will also be going down.
That they will, so we really get thinned out here.
Oh.
Bunny once again go for a double drop. We do have a cancel this time as opposed to a kill, so not as disastrous here for Scarlet, but still, she is starting to get contained a little bit. Bunny has reached that point in the game where we're still in the mid game technically. I mean, Hive has finished up, but we don't really have Hive tech out in the map just yet. Bunny can still go back and forth with these drops, with these multi-prong harasses, and just continue to try to starve Scarlet out. Ideally,
Yeah,
that's
this
the
is
plan.
this is a very back and forth kind of turn of events here between both Bunny and Scarlet, where we've been bleeding out some bases here and there. I do want to give the edge of it to Bunny, just because these dead hatcheries, it isn't just for the economy, but also for the production as well. So Scarlet does have to take care with how much larva she has available. Is going to try to keep up. Infestors have revealed themselves. They can finally go for those Fuggles.
And they're going to try to. We have hit the point where Scarlet has spent her bank, and because she hasn't been able to mine too much from those dead bases, she can't really afford to trade inefficiently. She just doesn't have a bank. She doesn't have that economic position where she can send wave after wave of Lings and Banes, and as long as she kills a handful of bio each time.
Yeah, 2 Infestors are going to be sniped. Yeah, very nice catch from Bunny. At the same time, Scarlet trying to push through the center of the map here, but it is so brutal. Liberator is finally going to be going down. Big mine shots here on the Ling Bane.
Yeah, big mine shots going to be popping off. Scarlet pushing a little bit too far off of creep. And that will, just allow Bunny to have a really good trade, be able to force these banelings into mine range.
To force Scarlet back, and Scarlet is now reestablishing her economy. Now these bases are up and running, the gold base and the base on the left hand side, so the bank is now building up for Scarlet, can now pose a greater threat here to Bunny. We even have that Nidus Swarm on the way behind this, I believe. Do we have a Lurker Den? No Lurker Den yet, just still committing to Ling, Bane, Hydra, Infestor. Oh!
Yeah, a bit of an old school Legacy of the Void composition. But one that has been working out for Scarlet so far. She is starting to trade pretty inefficiently though, and once again we're at the point where, okay, Scarlet is maxed out. She's building up a bank, but not as quickly as she normally would like to at Decision Game. The Vipers are isolated once again, then they will be sniped.
Ooh. Yeah, big pickoffs here. Bunny earlier catching Infestors, now catching Vipers as well. These are some pretty expensive losses here for Scarlet, and now is stuck with mainly a brute force army here. Very little finesse, very few spellcasters. Nidus Swarm into the main base is spotted, is going to be shut down. The main army does threaten to dive as well on Bunny, but does back off, making use of the terrain, making use of the Sim City. It's going to be difficult for Scarlet to really push into this planetary.
You know what? I was worried for Bunny as this game continued. I was worried that if we got into the late game, that would be Scarlet's area of expertise. That's exactly where she wants to fight. But Bunny has just been doing such a good job of trading, of harassing, that Scarlet has never really, despite all the time that's passed, Scarlet hasn't really been able to get into that stage of the game, hasn't really been able to tech up that hard. I think the highest tech unit she has is Vipers.
Yeah, as the Ling Bane rolls in, some decent connections, but the spread was sold from Bunny, forcing Scarlet back, chasing down what little is left of those Hydras. Scarlet is remaxing with 64 Lings. We have the interesting Greater Spire on the way. Scarlet thinking about Broodlords. The Fungal!
And that's, I think, what I was waiting for from Scarlet is some high-tech units with that Greater Spire. Huge Fungal, catches a lot of the bio. It's a very brutal positioning. This is a very brutal position to have Liberators. You can see the Hydra count really starting to get thinned out. lot of Lings, a lot of Banes go down to the planetary, but there's no repair. Somehow the planetary survives, and now we're getting SCVs in position to repair.
Wow, yeah, that was a clutch hold for Bunny. Barely held on. Again, there were just barely any Banelings, mainly Ling, a Hydra for Scarlet. It just was not enough. We saw some brutal snipes going off for the Hydras as well. Again, Scarlet, because of her economy, because of her bases, she can sustain these losses. We have the Rich Festing Gas Geysers, prioritizing Rich Festing Gas Geysers towards the north as well. Scarlet is holding on, is remaxing, but hasn't been having the most amazing trades. Like, her economy is carrying her right now. Has to take care when it comes to pushing into these siege lines or into this defensive position. Oh,
those 96 drones from earlier on. Yeah, some of them did get taken out, but like you said, it's kind of what's keeping Scarlet afloat right now. It's what's allowing her to continue to send wave after wave of Ling Bane into Bunny's army. Trade inefficiently, but still have enough to remax, and it looks like Scarlet has just found the tipping point, has just about been able to break Bunny.
And there it is. 30 SCVs go down. The goal base as well. We caught a massive fungal. GG gets called, and Scarlet takes game number 1.
Whew, that was a 16-minute game that felt like it went for 60 minutes. In a good way, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just so much jam-packed action, so much back and forth. This is... I think what I love about watching Bunny's games is that he just is super high octane and will just keep coming at you in TVZ as well with multi-prong, but also what I love seeing from Scarlet, to be able to weather that storm long enough into the late game where she is able to just really overwhelm her Terran opponents.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly, we didn't see that much late game tech coming out from Scarlet. She was eventually going to get there, you know, with a Great Aspire. She was setting up. She did have a hive for very long, but for the most part, she was relying on a mid-game army composition. Hydra Ling Bane, with a little bit of support from Infestors, a little bit of support from Vipers here and there, but for the most part, it was just brute force.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was just brute force in the end there, and we are going to be now getting ready for our next game here. Again, the economy of Scarlet was insane. On Alcyone, again, with 80, 90 even at times plus workers, with the goal base, with the Rich Festing Gas Geysers. And again, eventually we were able to find that fight, whether it was with Fungals, whether it was catching Bunny out in the open. Bunny, in the end, just could not keep up with Scarlet.
That he could not. But with that was game number 1. We're going to get ready for game number 2 on another macro map, I would say, but not quite as defensive or defensible, fortifiable as Alcyone. Get ready for Oceanborn.
Here we go. We are getting ready for Oceanborn as game number 2. Oh boy, and we'll see where this does take us here, as, again, Oceanborn is a little bit less macro-oriented. I mean, I say that. The third base is a little bit more exposed. If Bunny wanted to be more aggressive, this would be a good map for it.
Yeah. It really would. Like you said, bases are a lot more exposed, and that's kind of Bunny's style in TVZ. Just hitting these exposed bases with very potent timings, with a lot of tanks, to the point where, yeah, there's not a whole lot his Zerg opponents can do other than throw Lings at him and hope for the best.
Oh yeah. And we'll see. We'll see how Bunny does respond. We'll see how he does react. Again, Bunny was doing quite well for himself when it came to the early to mid-game drop play, right? We saw the Bio Army able to snipe bases, right? We killed the center goal base. We killed the northern hatchery as well. Like, Bunny was popping off, but it still was not enough. Can he bounce back? Or is it all over here and now?
We'll find out here on Oceanborn. Over here in the bottom right-hand corner map spawning. All the way in the bottom right, we have our red Terran player coming out from Atlantic Korea. He's, of course, going to be representing Team Falcons. We have Bunny.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Canadian Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. It is Scarlet.
Here we go. Once again, I'm expecting another high-octane game coming out from our players.
Oh yeah, it was a very, very intense game one. And that was only game one. It's still a best of 3, which is crazy, by the way. The fact that this is a qualifying match and not a best of 5. For Nada ESL. But it makes sense. I mean, there are so many games being played here today, and it would take... the broadcast would go even longer than what it is already if we had best of 5s getting involved. That'd be one.
The sun would go down.
Yeah. It would go up and go down. How to explain that?
Can't explain that. Sun, man. The sun things.
That it does, as we are getting into our openers of choice. Really, I feel like my eyes are mainly on Bunny coming into this. If you remember, there was a kind of a big moment where momentum swung away from Bunny when he went for the dive and lost all of his Hellions. I imagine we're going to be taking a bit of a different approach this time and being a little bit more careful with our early game units.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing another Hellion Reaper push. Hellion Liberator push coming out from Bunny, but like you said, maybe a little bit more careful, a little bit more conservative about it. You know, not diving into a mineral line and immediately getting wiped out by Lings and Queens.
Yeah, as our Reaper does dip in, gonna be dancing with the army, at least initially. Scarlet will eventually break out to expand, but for now, hoping to keep these Lings alive so far. Good control, but one Ling does go down.
Like so. 2 Lings? No, only 1. So seeing a bit of a dance back and forth once again, yeah.
Just the one for the time being. And here is our opener. This time, if you remember, in game 1, we had a 3cc opener into Liberator production. This is going to be a straight-up 1-1-1, already a much more aggressive build from Bunny.
Yeah, not quite what I was expecting after how the initial Reaper Liberator push in Game 1 went, but I guess this does make more sense. Oceanborn, a lot less defensible, there are a lot more access points to dive into a mineral line.
And that is Marauder production, not an add-on swap into Banshees, so we are going for what looks to be a Marauder Hellbat push.
Yeah, we're just waiting for concussive shells. We've seen a little bit of a resurgence of this fairly recently. It's a build that we see thrown in once in a while in a best of TVZ series. Of course, the idea with this is to just try to keep on pushing with your Hellbats, get Hellbats in to deal with Lings, get Marauders with concussive shells, there we go, it's on the way, to try to slow down the Queens and kind of drag them into the inferno of Hellbats.
Yes, as we did mention, again, it is a Hellbat Marauder. Medevacs are in production as well. They, of course, can help heal both the Marauders and the Hellbats. Not just heal them, but also juggle them as well to avoid shots, to avoid surrounds. Overlord does go down, and Scarlet has yet to piece this together. Scarlet actually amassing up quite a number of Lings here, setting up a surround, and can we potentially catch some of these Hellions before they can morph into Hellbats?
Well, we'll see. Scarlet fighting aggression with aggression. But like you said, hasn't quite been able to piece this together. Isn't quite in position to deal with this. Has a potential surround setup. But Armory finishes up and you don't want to surround Hellbats.
Yeah, the Roach Warren's on the way. It's halfway done. Spineclaw is being thrown down in a panic, but Scarlet caught off guard here. We're pushing right into that natural waste. We get eyes on the Roach Warren. We're going for the kill. We're going for the Queens.
Going for the Queens, going for the Roach Warren. Lings are across the map, gonna try to go for a bit of a base race.
Yeah, Lings, they get into the main. That should not have happened. Workers are going down, but at the same time, Lings, they do nothing against these Hellbats.
Yeah, she needs roaches. Roach Warren will go down. 6 roaches are on the way. They were able to get produced before the Warren went down, but I'm not sure if 6 is gonna be enough. We still have Marauders in the back line.
Yeah, the queens, they get hunted down. All 3 queens will fall. We have spine crawlers on the way. We have 1 spine crawler on low ground. We have lings and roaches amassing back across the map. We have lost every single worker. We're down to 4 SCVs.
This is an intense base race. I mean, Bunny should still win this, right? He has a better army and he can lift his buildings, but there's a chance for Scarlet if she potentially fights with the spine crawler?
Yeah, I think Scarlet can hold this. I mean, we have a handful of roaches and lings. We can help pull the boys. Well, spine crawler is going to be focused on the marauders. They do so much damage to the spine.
That they do. Hellbats are starting to thin out a little bit, but we still have those marauders, and that is going to be very tricky to deal with. Liberator rocks up, and there's no anti-air.
There is no anti-air. Again, Scarlet did pick away so many of these Hellbats as she was able to trade outside of range of those Marauders. But now we're going for the mineral line. Drones are going down. Spinecrawler trying to reposition. Drones are falling left and right, and Scarlet does have to evacuate.
She doesn't quite have enough to rebuild a hatchery elsewhere. Oh, but she has a third. She's still mining.
Yeah, it's fully saturated third base. Still mining, still making more lings. Oh, Spinecrawler is going to be caught out. But again, that's why Bunny has a limited amount of units. This is all that Bunny has left, and Scarlet can still produce.
Oh, indeed she can. Bunny is all in. Has been all in for a while. Hellbats are starting to get thinned out, and there are only 2 remaining. There's only 1 remaining. Marauders, you know, they're great against roaches. Not so much against lings.
Yeah, lings, they move out across the map once again, getting whatever is left over. Looks like the natural base has fallen, but Scarlet is still down to 1 mining base. Roach Warren is still up and running. 6 more roaches on the way, and we're running out of steam. Bunny, he's down to 3 marauders. Barely an army.
Barely an army at all. But still a somewhat potent army. Medevac in the back line, not quite in position to deal with this. Marauders went down.
Marauders went down. We did save 2 Marauders. They are left over, but we're running out of energy, running out of steam. Scarlet coming back to mine. And without Hellbats, these drones, they can deal with the Marauders.
They can deal with the Marauders. They can't quite deal with the Libs, but that's what the Ravagers are for.
Yeah.
Marauders go down. Liberator in a lot of trouble.
Yeah,
but he has somehow been able to muster up a couple more units.
Yeah, well, look at this. With mining minerals, we have Marines and Hellions. And even a couple of Marauders as well, so we are not done. We are building up for a second wave. It doesn't look like much, but in this kind of game state here, Bunny still has a chance.
Yeah. Let's see how well he can juggle these units, how well he can dodge the vials.
I mean, so far the juggling has been solid. The Ravagers and Roaches are going down one after the other. There's 3 Ravagers left and they're being hunted down. We're down to 2 Ravagers.
Concussive Shell being the absolute MVP here for Bunny. Really preventing these Ravagers, these Roaches from kiting as effectively as Scarlet would like to.
Yeah,
Cyclones are out.
Yeah, with the arrival of these Cyclones, it looks like Bunny has too much. GG gets called, and Bunny will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match.
I'm speechless as to what we've just witnessed here. That felt like it went down to the wire, and it did, but it was also very low-tech early game units that we saw duking it out. Bunny looked like he had it in the bag, but then Scarlet was able to sneak lings into his main and into his natural, completely wipe out his mineral lines, and then it looked like Scarlet just had to hold and defend, and then she would have taken it, but somehow Bunny was able to rebuild. Bunny was able to muster up another force behind his initial push. And when we really went down to the wire, when we really went down to, I think it was 10 SCVs versus 20 drones, the SCVs, or the Terran economy, was able to pull ahead a little bit better. GG. We're going into our ace match. I'm delighted of what we've been able to witness so far. This is the first TVZ that we've been able to cast, and potentially the only TVZ we're going to cast. And it's been an absolute delight.
It's been beautiful. We've been getting some longer macro games in game 1. We saw some more chaotic aggression in game number 2, and now we're settling into game number 3 on Site Delta. Where will our players take us? How will this story end?
Well, wherever they're taking us, I'm ready to go. I'm gearing up. I'm excited to see where we go here on Site Delta, where we're here in the top left-hand corner of the map, swatting all the way in the top left. We have our red Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He's going to be representing Team Falcons. We have Bunny.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. Ooh, being forced into the ace match. Can we bring it back? It is Scarlet.
That was... I feel like the action has not let up. There's never been a single lull in this series. Game number 1 took a little while to get into our groove for both Bunny and Scarlet, but once we got there, we never stopped. Game number 2 was explosive right from the start, and it kept going.
Oh yeah, just kept on going, and oh boy, I mean, it all comes down to side Delta here. Once again, my eyes are going to be on Bunny. I do not expect to see quite an aggressive build this time. We've spoken about this before, but side Delta is a little bit more defendable, especially on 2 bases, so I don't expect like a hellbat push or anything like that on this map. But definitely looking to see what Bunny brings to the table here in Game 3.
Yeah, as am I. And I guess in general, TBZ is a matchup where we would be looking at the Terran player. It is usually on the Terran to be a bit more active and more the Zerg player to react to what's being thrown their way. But especially in this matchup, that's definitely been the case.
Really,
but he's been the one to play that traditional role.
Yeah, that's kind of been the dynamic so far in this series, and we'll see if that continues to be the case. Other players like, Shin or Dark that are willing to throw down early Roach Warrens and be the aggressor themselves, but we haven't really seen that from Scarlet, not yet in this series. I mean, sure, we had like a big link counterattack setup in that last game, but at the same time, that was also due to the more aggressive nature of Bunny's game as well, so... And we'll see how this all settles in. For now, we do have our factory follow-up here, and we'll see if we go for another starport or a third CC.
Yeah. Are we playing economic? Yeah, somehow I doubt it from Bunny. On Site Delta, anyway. We saw that 3CC before starport in Alcyone, but Alcyone is also a map that's a little bit more difficult to attack into your opponent. So here we go, 1-1-1.
There it is, as you mentioned, 1-1-1, but Lings, they do slip in. This should not have happened. They get into the main base. We get a free scout as well, and Scarlet confirms the 1-1-1.
Yeah, she's well aware that Bunny isn't going to be too greedy, is looking to be aggressive, so yeah, now the pressure's on Scarlet to muster up a defense.
Oh yeah,
She herself has gotten her 3rd hatch.
And how do we bring this all together? I mean, it's hatch gas spoilers. You mentioned the standard opener out of Scarlet, going for the add-on swap here. No tech lab on the racks as we use it to lift. Are we going to go for... I was going to say mech. This is a variation of it. We're going into BC.
Here we go. Alrighty then.
Into mech, because this Rax is not landing. It's the... Oh boy.
It's never gonna. It thinks it's an overlord.
Does.
It streams.
Yeah, and you
Fly
know
on,
what?
Barracks.
That is a 2nd starport. It's 2-port BC.
Yep. Just waiting for, there we go, Tech Lab to finish up on the 1st starport. Tech Lab on the way on the other one. Fusion Core about to finish up, and we're banking resources for BCs.
Yeah, I think the last person I saw do this was Gumiho. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute since we've seen 2-port BC of all builds, and this... I've seen many a Zerg player smudge to this.
You've experienced a smudge yourself.
Oh yeah. There was a time like a year ago where this build was a little more prominent. A year, maybe 2 years ago, back in like the Cosmic Sapphire era, but even in the Grespine era a little bit as well. But there it is. We're making 2 BCs at a time. If Scarlet doesn't confirm this, then we could see a very, very abrupt end to this game.
Yeah, this series as well, as we're in the ace match. Be unfortunate. We are in the upper bracket of our group. Yeah, we are in the upper bracket, so obviously It's not going to be the end just yet for the player who dips down. We're not in an elimination match yet, but yeah, it will be a bit of an anticlimactic end to just how back and forth this series has played so far.
Yeah, so we do have a safety Roach one here for Scarlet. We do have a lair as well. A decent amount of queens are set up. We have 6 queens, soon to be 7 queens in total. But 2 BCs with the Yamato can wreak havoc. They can go ham, and okay, we have a second Rax on the way. It's going to be 2-port BC into Bio, not into Mech. Bear that in mind as we're setting up for that Bio transition. And this initial BC push won't have Yamato. Not yet, as we dive into the main.
Yeah, immediate dive, so very committed here from Bunny. Not going to be able to dip immediately out. He does have to rely a little bit more on utilizing the dead space and not getting his BCs into compromising positions.
Yeah, Overlords are going down one after the other. We got 1 Queen, we got 1 Spore as well. Unfortunately, no Transfuse. Another Overlord does fall. And we're not going to get too much more done. I mean, I say that we're headed towards that 3rd base and there is no Spore in position. Uh-oh.
No Spore, no Queen. All of them were pulled back into the main. Oh, a little bit of a miss rally here coming out from Scarlet. Will take a lot more damage than necessary. Spire will fall. And Scarlet is working on a backup, but that wasn't a cancel, so a little bit of wasted resources there will further delay the answer to these BCs. Now, Scarlet did make all of these roaches, and she's going to make full use of them. She's going to go across the map and try to reciprocate the damage as much as possible.
Yeah, but you know what? We have Yamato now completed. We have the BC rocking up. It looks like we're racing back home, and Bunny will eventually clean this up. But how much damage can we get done? So far, 6 SCV kills. That's an okay start. We're getting more SCVs.
Yeah, if Scarlet can wipe out a middle line, then things are going to even up quite a bit. Scarlet taking a worker lead, a pretty decent worker lead.
Yeah. This is actually very nice. 16 SCVs go down. This should not have happened, by the way. The wall was open at the natural base. And suddenly Scarlet, despite losing a bunch of workers earlier, takes that worker lead, settles into all these queens. Spire is now finishing. Scarlet makes it out of this, and Scarlet is in not a bad place.
I cannot believe that I thought for a second that Scarlet wasn't gonna reciprocate. I can't believe that I thought it was that these BCs were gonna end things. I was a fool. I still am a fool, but I was as well in the past for even worrying about that. Oh. We're gonna have our back and forth.
We are. Meanwhile, the Yamato's going to be going off. We do manage to catch 2 queens. We have 2 Yamatos left. More queens going to be going down. Ooh, and these 4 BCs are snowballing out of control. We are not out of the woods yet. We have 7 Corruptors on the way. They're coming out just in time. Can we hold on?
Yeah, but they're coming out isolated. Bunny able to pick off one. Well, not quite one, but yeah, able to get it very, very low. We do not have enough Corruptors to really chase this back. Not yet. Scarlet still needs a little bit more time.
Yeah, as more Corruptors are amassing, we got 4 drone kills in the main. But with the arrival of these next Corruptors, with the Transfuse and the Queens to support, Bunny has to retreat. Bunny has to back off. It looks like we're going to be bleeding out one of these BCs. At least one. Oh, we get 2!
Yeah, he doesn't have... Yeah, we do get 2. He doesn't have teleport. He has to take the long way home, and that's exactly what these Corruptors want. These Corruptors can absolutely chase him down and pick him off one by one. We should be able to get the 4th BC as well, like so. And I'm surprised, not only that all 4 BCs are going down, but also that Bunny's playing Bio.
Yeah, as we mentioned before, you know, we saw the 2 racks set up, now 5 racks set up, and what's good about this for Bunny is that Scarlet is stuck on Roach Tech. Roach Tech can be okay, but doesn't scale amazingly into a longer game, so I'm curious to see how this will pan out. Scarlet does have the supply lead, but again, the supply is a bit inflated by those Roaches. We'll see what Scarlet can get done.
Yeah, I mean, not just those Roaches, right? Those Corruptors that we made earlier, they're not going to be very useful in an army engagement. They can try to snipe key tech here if she's able to sneak them around the dead air and get them into the main base of Bunny, but for the most part, not going to be too useful in the fight.
Definitely, as we have a siege line behind this bio, we can see the Corruptors trying to find some damage done, sneaking their way into the main, and Scarlet has now confirmed that it is not going to be mech, that it is going to be a bio-based army, and immediately Bathing Nest. Bathing Nest is so crucial here to go and transition it out of just pure Roach Ravager into Ling Bane.
Indeed, she is still getting ranged upgrades. So eventually, I imagine we're going to be seeing Hydras. We're slowly but surely getting into Hydra Link Bane, similar to game number 1, but Scarlet needs a lot more time to get there.
Yes, Corruptors bust into the main base. They force a lift on the main CC. Very nicely done here with these Corruptors. At the same time, Ravagers, they poke in. Not able to get too much done, though, as Bunny is going for some drop play. Corruptors not quite in position to deny this, and we are headed across the map. At the same time, Scarlet looking for a way in with the Roach Ravager.
Oh, the wall ain't a wall. The wall is not going to be a wall, even if these supply depots lift up.
Very nice engage there from Scarlet, pushing into that natural base, but we have a lot of bio in position. We're going to be able to shut this down. We're going to force around.
Yeah, that drop from earlier did come back home, and as you said, we get a full surround. We completely wipe out the Roach Force of Scarlet, and this is giving Bunny a massive window of opportunity to counterattack.
Yeah, we spoke about it, how Roach Ravager just doesn't necessarily trade amazingly against a bio-heavy army like this. Bunny is pushing right through the center. Now Scarlet is remaxing with another wave of Roach Ravager. Bunny has to be careful not to pull too far in, but he's pulling the boys. Oh my god!
But he's had enough. He's all in. He's all in. He knows he can win. And he just wants to end things sooner rather than later.
Yeah, stepping on forward while some of them are going to be connecting. We're breaking through that initial line. SCVs are going to be going down. 16 SCVs do fall, and we're running out of bio.
We're running out of bio. The tanks were way too late to siege up. And because of that, Scarlet was able to get a concave going and is able to completely wipe this out. Look at that army supply difference.
Yeah.
Even with the Corruptors not being too useful, even with the inflation of the Roaches, that is still way too much. GG is called. Scarlet is going to be our first player to qualify and advance to that knockout stage from Bracket D.
GG.
My heart goes out to Bunny. Things were going so well until they weren't.
GG, well played. I mean, it came down to that Roach counterattack, right? 16 SCV kills. That was an insane amount of damage dealt there by Scarlet, and that was enough to make sure that the initial BC opener and aggression didn't do enough. It did not do enough damage in the end, which is crazy to say, but yeah, Scarlet was able to minimize her losses, maintain a high queen count, get into Corruptors eventually, and even deal with the push or the bio army of Bunny. Bunny just doubled down with the all-in. Don't think he necessarily needed to go all-in, but went for the kill, and alas.
A little bit too much bloodlust after wiping out the Roach Force that was coming his way, and I don't blame him too much. He had so much momentum after that. I mean, you mentioned it, Roach Ravager doesn't scale well. Scarlet had no time, no chance to get into a Ling Bane army after that, so Bunny was well aware that that was probably the best time he had to push. He tried to push, and yeah, I feel like he should have probably gotten more damage done there, but something went wrong. Maybe it was the tanks were a little too late to siege up. Maybe it was Scarlet just getting a fantastic concave in around the shrubbery or something like that into a choke point. But regardless of what it was, yeah, Scarlet was just able to completely snowball and take that series. GG, very nicely done. I feel like that series that we just saw, Bunny versus Scarlet, was probably what I imagine when I think of TVZ. Not in terms of, you know, the army compositions or the fights or the builds or whatnot, but in terms of the dynamic. Terran player comes in with a plan, is playing active. Zerg player reacts to that and tries to counter and tries to very quickly come up with a counter.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people, what everyone loves about ZVT, right? The kind of ebb and flow of the Terran and Zerg dynamic in that matchup, and yeah, it was beautiful to see on full display. Congratulations to Scarlet as she makes it into the knockout round, into the knockout bracket. Meanwhile, Bunny is knocked down to the lower bracket, where Bunny has a second chance to qualify. Is going to be going up against the winner of Nightmare and Cyan. Is going to be going up against a Protoss player, yet to determine which one.
Yeah, we could have that Nightmare Cyan rematch, Bunny Cyan rematch, or we could have Bunny versus Nightmare, which would also be pretty interesting. Nightmare and Cyan, That's a little bit tougher. If this was a year ago, I would absolutely 100% say, oh yeah, Nightmare. He's the PvP sniper. He should be able to take that, but Cyan has been fighting back quite a lot. He has been improving a lot and has displayed a lot of really strong PvP himself.
Mhm.
But at the same time, we also know that Cyan is unfortunately a little bit under the weather today, so won't quite be able to, show 100%. So it's a little bit up in the air. I would give the slight edge to Nightmare.
Yeah, would give the slightest nightmare as well. But they're currently mid-series, and we have yet to really flesh that out. Again, it looks like the Group C is underway as well. Bracket C is also underway. I believe beyond mid-series against Lambo, they might be being held. Oh, no, the mid-series against Lambo. And I believe Harsum is still in there. DRG as well. There's plenty of high quality matches that are currently ongoing, but it would make sense for us to lie in wait to see if Nightmare or Cyan make it through and to follow Bunny.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled as to what's going to be available to us here. It looks like, speaking of Bracket C, we do have some updates there. Byun did take down Su 2-1, and so he's currently up against Lambo in yet another team kill. Lambo already had to face Harstem, already took him down to the lower bracket. Now he has to face yet another teammate in Byun.
Yeah, the team kills are real for Shopify Rebellion, at least in that bracket. So, bit of a feels bad, man, but I'm sure it's going to be an amazing series nonetheless.
Hey, yeah.
Oh, do look forward to it.
Yeah. You know what? At the very least, we have confirmation. 2 Shopify Rebellion players are going to be advancing to the knockout stage. So
True.
It's good news for Shopify fans.
Yeah, I'm sure they're not too upset. I'm sure they're not too upset about that. As we are just gonna be going on a short break, gonna be going on a break here, and we're waiting for players to come out of game, players to kind of report scores. So we'll lie in wait, and again, we should be following Bunny into the lower bracket. It's gonna be our plan for now.
Yeah. Again, we'll see what's available, but that's where we are planning to go.
See you soon.
See you soon. And we are back, coming back from that break with the, no, not quite the final, but at least in bracket D, the final qualifying match that we have this evening. For bracket D, at the very least. Here we are, kicking off the beginning of the end here on Site Delta. Of course, in the bottom right-hand corner map, spawning all the way. In the bottom right, we have our red Terran player coming down from the land of Korea. He's going to be representing Team Falcons. We have Buddy.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Bleed Esports. It is Nightmare.
Another one of our Southeast Asian teams, or at least teams that are based in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, we do see, of course, Nightmare. He recently did join a new team, joined the likes of Bleed Esports. It's been really cool to see him get some support again. He was teamless for so long. Now, finally, back on a team, back on top. Love to see it.
Yeah, getting support, flying him out here to Dallas to, continue to compete and, really show off a brand new side of himself. Nightmare, I think we've mentioned it a couple of times as we've been able to cast him quite a bit in these past couple of weeks. Has been leveling up significantly, specifically in PvT. For the longest time, he has been known as a PvP sniper, but recently has been becoming a lot more well-rounded. I would say is we don't quite have the stats and we don't quite have the data on our hands right now, but in recent months, it does seem like his PvT is about or almost on the same level as his PvP win rate.
Yeah, it's been looking really impressive. We've been seeing Nightmare take down players like Clem, like Bjorn, Kior very consistently as well. His PvT has been top tier, straight up, some of the best in the world. And that's why coming into this, I'm a little bit concerned for Bunny. I mean, I say that, but, Bunny is a player that you can never fully count out. He is a titan in his own right. Went to the ace match against Scarlet, and we'll see what he brings to the table here against Nightmare as we are going for a Twilight Council opener.
Yeah, seeing a lot of these on Site Delta.
Seeing quite a lot of this Blink play, and this should be Blink. I know that we saw Cyan going for Charge quite a number of times, but this should just be Blink here from Nightmare, just to gain map control, and we'll see how many gateways get thrown down, whether it's 2-gate Blink, 3-gate Blink, or even 4-gate Blink Stalker.
We can count.
We can count. For now.
There's going to be 2 for the time being. But yeah, when we get into some of these higher numbers, it gets a little bit tricky. And run out of fingers. So
4.
4, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a number.
That is a number.
That's, That's a
that's
number that
more than
we
one.
have fingers.
Yeah.
It is more than 1. It's less than 10.
It is less than 10. Let's go. For those who are curious, I pointed out earlier in the chat, we have exceeded the 10-hour mark here live on the stream. I mean, we haven't been casting for 10 hours straight. There's been a lot of downtime. That's the downside of events like DreamHack at times, is there is a lot of downtime. The players have to set up IRL, with their stations. Videos have to be done IRL as well. Like, there's lots, because there's sometimes some technical issues. That's always the thing that's the hardest about these casts, because casting back to back to back, you keep the momentum going. You keep yourself busy, but the downtime can sometimes slow you down a little bit in more ways than one.
Speaking of being slowed down, that was a donation. If I've ever seen one, that was questionable coming up from Bunny. We don't normally see Bunny making a mistake like that, and we just don't often see medevacs moving in that path. We normally see them kind of skirt around the edges of the map.
It looks like Bunny was distracted by the Adept. 3 SCVs did go down, so as Bunny was distracted dealing with the Adept, the drop did go down, and that was a brutal loss. Now here we go, Nightmare pushing on forward, takes down that SCV. Bunker not quite done, Marines getting chipped away at as well. So far, solid blinks here from Nightmare as he does avoid disaster, doesn't lose a single Stalker, and chips away, gets 4 Marines. I mean, look at the units lost tab here. The efficiency from Nightmare has been insane. A big part of that was the medevac going down as well.
Yeah. But it was also something that Nightmare was able to force a little bit, with his Adept somehow sneaking in to the main base, like you pointed out, distracting Bunny a ton. A lot of these times in the early game, when you go for the mine drop, it can be a little bit set it and forget it in a way, so we normally kind of autopilot a little bit, especially as we get to the later stages of a tournament like this. Yeah, I can't fault Bunny too much for autopiloting a little bit and making a mistake like that.
Yeah, again, it was just a bit of a distraction, and, you know, that is a big part of these events as well. The whole stamina, the endurance, you know, we may have been just, you know, casting for 10 hours, but these players have been playing for just as long as well, so it's been a long event so far. Meanwhile, we do see Bunny setting up back at home, settling into his stim, combat shields +1, this 3-1-1 setup here. A pretty solid setup on 2 bases. Meanwhile, Nightmare has been able to successfully get into his 3-base economy. And not just that, it's not just Blink Stalker, we're working towards Disruptors, not Colossus.
Interesting choice coming out here from Nightmare. Obviously, you can get a lot more done with Disruptors, assuming you land those Purification Novas, but it's not really as reliable as Colossus, especially as a defensive unit.
Yes.
Yeah, they're really good for zoning out. Yeah, they're really good for zoning away the Terran army, but not so much when you stand and deliver.
Yeah, as we do have the Prism slipping into the main base, a couple of SCVs are going to be going down. Ooh, even almost a bit of friendly fire as well, but it looks like only 2 SCVs do fall. Bunny will retain control of his main. Prism dipping back in, but we're being a bit too ambitious here as the Prism will barely escape.
Just barely. Yeah, we'll escape. We'll be able to ferry away a couple of Zealots. Bunny, no third base as of yet. Did have an SCV in position, but they get swatted away by these Zealots. You mentioned a little bit earlier on, and Nightmare did focus on Blink to start with, but now we do have Charge. Now we do have a full-on Swarm Toss. Nightmare taking the offensive and not quite able to pick off these tanks. That is absolutely key in the defense here for Bunny.
Yeah, the tanks they live a little bit longer. The tanks will not go down. We barely hold on. A bit of a misjudgment there from Nightmare as Bunny will defend, and Nightmare bled out every single unit. Zealots, Stalkers, Sentries, they all went down. Now Nightmare is vulnerable. Back at home, we do have some Disruptors, but Bunny has some momentum. We can't push out.
Yeah, he's lifting everything he's got, and he wants to ferry them immediately across the map. Like you mentioned, Bunny's got momentum. He's well aware of this fact, and he's looking to make full use of it.
Yeah, he's going to be zooming across the map. We do have a scouting cell from Nightmare. He does spot the Doom Drop, but spotting is one thing. Can we stop the Doom Drop from really occurring? We do have Disruptors. If we can get the most perfect Purification Overs that we can hold, that's going to be a big if. Oh, the Medivacs!
Or if we blink right on top of the Medivacs. Medivac whiff, I believe the tank. Okay, not quite the tank, but a couple of bio units does get taken out. Bunny once again going to get slowed down. The middle of the map is where Nightmare wants to fight when he has gateway units. That was a surprising defense. Surprisingly effective defense here from Nightmare.
Yeah, one Disruptor does get picked off though. We do see some more Novas going off, trying to stone away Bunny. Another Nova looking to connect, but no, the target firing from Bunny does focus it down.
Is able to take it out. Archons tanked a lot of shots, but in the end they will get taken out. Good blink backwards away from that mine shot, and Nightmare's actually chasing this back with what little he's got.
Yeah, but you know what?
I still have to favor, Bunny's army. He does have a decent Marauder count, and as you were about to allude to, without those Archons, Nightmare is a lot more vulnerable, a lot more squishy.
Yeah, but we do see Bunny forced to pull back. Nightmare gets away with his 4th base. It's getting up and running. Again, both players, I mean, Nightmare, I should emphasize here, has an insane economy. 70 probes behind this. Warp against out after Zealot. Disruptor is exposed once again.
And it will get picked off. I have to favor the army of Bunny, but looking at Nightmare's economy, he's got 4 bases. He's up 20 workers. If this game goes on, if Nightmare is able to survive, and he is getting the tools he needs to survive. He's getting Colossus, he's getting Thermal Ants, he's just rounding off his army slowly but surely. Eventually, we're going to see Nightmare in almost an unkillable position.
Yeah, Nightmare is going for a very Swarm Toss composition. What I mean by that, no gases at the third, no gases at the fourth. We do have some high-tech or gas-based units with Stalker and Colossus, but it's mainly Zealot. We're warping in wave after wave of charge ults here to really round out this army, and we'll see how well this can work for Nightmare. For now, Bunny likewise moving out. His army is quite efficient, but if Nightmare can bring everything together, we can shut this down as we catch another medevac.
Will hinder Bunny's ability to multi-prong, and yeah, Nightmare does get eyes on the main army movement. He knows exactly where he needs to reposition himself.
He is aware. We can see Nightmare rotating over. Does collapse on these Marauders. Oh, 2, 3, 4 Marauders almost get picked off here by those charge ults. Nice kiting here by Bunny, but you can see Nightmare is looking to collapse on this army, looking to try to focus on these medevacs.
Yeah, trying to, but there's way too many Marauders on the ground. Colossus is a little bit too far away to deal with the Marines in particular, but they will eventually get in position. They will be able to chase this away. Nightmare still wants to get those medevacs, and all of a sudden, looking at the army supplies, it's starting to dip in favor of Nightmare.
Yeah, again, Bunny just bleeding out a little bit too much there. We saw Zealot run by. 7 SCVs did go down. Bunny is working towards Ghosts, towards Vikings, towards Liberators, but he needs more time. Nightmare, that economy that you were talking about, now reflected in the army supplies here as Nightmare takes a massive lead.
Barely took any economic damage whatsoever. He was staring down a 20 army supply deficit and still decided to go for this fourth. And still decided to saturate it. You know, just getting away with murder, but it is an expression. I think this is a level above that. This is getting away with tax evasion.
As we do manage to catch a couple of Widow Mines here, we did cause the army to come back home at least, but Nightmare taking another expansion. Very unique expansion pattern from Nightmare is what I will say, as he's expanding kind of in the direction that he's been pushing. Meanwhile, Bunny going for his own 4cc, still needs time to get it up and running, but yeah, Nightmare's not going to give him that time. He's already pushing out.
Yeah, he's about to max out. He's only 12 supply away. Once this pylon finishes up, he should have... This pylon and this Nexus finishes up, he should be able to fully max out, and yeah, he might not even need to get there.
Yeah, I mean, there's no tanks, there's no Widow Mines behind this. We collapse on top of those Ghosts. 2 Ghosts go down. Ooh. Not enough to fully break through. Never goes off.
Ooh. And it will connect in the end with a decent chunk of Marines and Marauders. A lot of SCVs going down as well to a little bit of a Zealot run-by towards the south. Great trade from Nightmare.
Yeah, and he's not done. He's coming back in with reinforcements. Nice EMP on the Stalkers, but the Zealots a breakthrough. We focus down this initial disruptor. We have 2 Colossus. We have the Colossus just raining down Hellfire here on the Terran army. And Bunny, he almost has nothing left.
He's got a planetary. Yeah. Zone away the army for now.
Yeah. True. We have the planetary. We have a decent amount of Marauders. We have a handful of Ghosts, and Nightmare, he's just avoiding the planetary. He doesn't care. He's going straight for the army, straight for the kill.
And GG is called. Nightmare going to be taking a very solid game number 1.
GG, well played. And Nightmare takes a lead in the series. As a reminder, this is a best of 3, not a best of 5, so Nightmare is 1 game away from advancing on into the knockout bracket.
Indeed, he is. Just un momento, por favor. Bunny staring down elimination right now. 1 map away. Like I said, 1 map away for Nightmare to advance. 1 map away for Bunny to be eliminated.
Oh yeah, 1 more. I do see some people asking in the chat. I mean, the format is a little bit complicated just because there are a lot of layers to DreamHack. Basically, we have the open stage, and top 2 from each bracket in the open stage make it into the knockout bracket, and you have to make it through the knockout bracket to make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's been said before, right? DreamHack is like an onion.
Uh-huh.
It's got layers.
It does have those. It does have those layers, and oh boy, there's also the winner stage where no one gets knocked out of that. They get knocked down to the knockout bracket as well. Basically, it's all gonna come to a head tomorrow, as we're not touching the knockout bracket yet. Tomorrow, that's when we're gonna be covering it, both on this stream and on the main stream.
Indeed. Day 2 is going to be completely dedicated to that, so yeah, it's going to be... If you thought Day 1 in the open stage was brutal and cutthroat, when you get to the knockout bracket, we see all of these players who barely make it through, have to compete with the... Yeah, potentially get knocked out, compete with the other players up there who, you know, was seeded directly into DreamHack. But regardless, we're going to be continuing our series of Best of 3 TVP here on El Guione. Over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top right, we have our red Terran player coming down from the land of Korea. Of course, is going to be representing his team, Team Falcons. We have Bunny.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player leading the series 1-0, 1 game away from qualifying for the knockout bracket. It is Nightmare. And I just got confirmation. It looks like the mainstream are focusing on the winner stage. They will not be casting one of the open stage matches, which means after this series, we could go into... Right, we could have one more. Could we have one more series?
Yeah, we could have one
match.
more. It looks like that's where it's shaping up. Yeah, it looks like that's how it is shaping up. And yeah, it looks like how it's shaping up. We obviously are still waiting for an opponent there for Lambo in that final qualifier, whether it's going to be Harsem or Sue.
I like what you're trying to say there. Basically, it's like, yeah, it looks like we're not going to bed. It looks like we're not going to sleep. Oh, I see.
Yeah, I feel like we're hitting that tipping point, right? There's a theory that, yes, not having sleep or staying up too much is a detriment, but if you stay up long enough,
then it's still a detriment, yeah. It doesn't suddenly become good for you. It's not like if you stay up long enough, suddenly, you know, you just gain more like vitality, and it's just good for you, for the brain.
You unlock, you know, the secrets of the galaxy.
Yeah, your third eye opens. Yeah, you can see for the first time.
You achieve the Avatar state.
You're Super Saiyan.
You mega evolve.
You become a Digi-destined.
Oh. You get ready to rumble.
What?
Is that what they're saying, Beyblade?
It's a Twilight Council opener.
It's
It's a Twilight Council opener once again out of Nightmare. As a reminder, he went for a 2-gate opener, 2-gate blink opener into a third base in game number 1. And I imagine we're going to be seeing something similar here in game number 2 as well, as blink is on the way, and we're staying on a lower gateway count for the time being.
Yeah, for now. Could be seeing a bit of a repeat of game number 1, at least from the side of Nightmare. There's no real reason for him to mess with a winning formula. My eyes are a lot more on Bunny, as I don't think we'll necessarily see him switch things up too much. I think we're just going to see him try to tighten things up, try to avoid the mistakes that he made in the early game, and yeah, ideally get into his game, get into his groove a little bit smoother and a little bit, come in a little bit hotter, you know?
He is going to be getting hot and heavy here as we do end up bleeding out the initial Hellion. Looking at our gateway count, once again, it's just a 2-gate blink opener out of Nightmare. This should be leading to a third CC. Third Nexus. Meanwhile, Bunny kicks off once again with a Mind Drop, this time skirting around the edge of the map. This time he will not lose it needlessly.
Well, ideally, anyway.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, he's setting himself up to minimize the chances of that.
Yeah, as the drop is going to be slipping into the main base. Meanwhile, Stalker's in position. Blink is now done just in time. Big reaction here, and the drop goes down.
Once again, this drop not going to get any damage, really. I mean, one probe goes down, but he does confirm the Twilight Council opening, does confirm Blink, so it's something.
It does confirm Blink at least. We can see that Nightmare does delay his third base. This is an option you can go for, where this third base is a little bit delayed in favor of the Bay. The Robotics Bay was thrown down first, just so Nightmare can securely get into Colossus production a little bit faster here, to be safe against his opponent.
And that is something that Bunny wasn't quite able to confirm yet, but in fairness, I'm not sure if the knowledge of that would really deter his game plan right now. He is working into a push. He does have that triple barracks production, and he is working on his stim +1 timing.
Oh, exactly, as the Stalkers are going to be blinked and forced out of the natural base. We do get 2 SCVs, but not much more than that, as Bunny is building up on his 2-base setup here with his 3-1-1, 3 axis 1 factory 1 starport, and will eventually break out once he has that stim, once he has those upgrades. Oh!
Yeah, but we do have the Observer in the main base, and we do have the Stalkers able to just blink straight in. Both medevacs will go down. That's a massive delay on the push.
Yes.
Or Bunny could still try to go for the push, I guess, but he doesn't have any longevity to it.
That was an insane pickoff. Sniping 2 medevacs and a Marauder, considering we were building up towards a stim timing with a medevac drop as well. That is brutal. As you mentioned, like, I'm not so confident in this push anymore. The Observer is spotted. Thankfully, it's going to be going down, and we do have some medevacs. I mean, Bunny has to move out, but as you said, there's less sustain with this army. So much less sustain.
He's got to be so careful with when and how he stims.
Oh.
But the boys, we're getting ready. Bunny has had enough. He doesn't want this game to go on. He knows that the longer it goes on, the better it is for Nightmare. Best bet is ending it now, and his best bet to end it now is to go all in.
Yeah, but remember the faster Bay. We have a Colossus already. Boys are being pulled, but we have some force fields available. How well can we close off this ram? Second Colossus has arrived.
Decent-ish force field. Shield battery doing so much to keep these Colossus alive, and that's all you really need to do right now as Nightmare. One Colossus goes down. Not a bad pickoff.
Yeah, one Colossus falls. I mean, it costs us 18 SCVs. We go for the dive, but the overcharge keeps the Colossus alive, and it looks like Nightmare is shutting this down completely. And this was so committed, so all in. Bunny bleeding out 20 SCVs, going for another dive, but alas, it's not going to be enough. The Colossus stands strong.
Colossus stands strong. GG is called, and Nightmare going to be shutting this down, taking that series 2-0, qualifying for the knockout bracket tomorrow. I cannot believe how dominant that looked here from Nightmare. I mean, we've been hyping him up. We've been talking about his PvT, how much better he's been getting in the matchup, and how he's really been becoming a very well-rounded player. That was still absolutely dominant. He made Bunny look like a bad player, and that is not at all reflective of Bunny as a player.
Yeah, I mean, maybe part of it is that stamina thing where Bunny, he just wanted to get this through and went for this more aggressive style, but as we saw, Nightmare completely shut it down time and time again. A very strong performance here out of Nightmare, and with that, Bunny, his run here at DreamHack has ended.
It has ended indeed. Heart goes out to Bunny, man. It was very hard fought for him, especially his series against Scarlet in the upper bracket finals. That was, I mean, that might have contributed a little bit to that stamina thing you were talking about. It was very high octane. It was very hard fought and very close. Bunny, this season, spring into summer, question mark. Yeah, I guess just isn't really his season, as he will be eliminated here. In
day one.
Yeah, in day one. Which, if a couple of things went differently, just a couple of things previously before coming into the lower bracket finals, which did look very dominant here for Nightmare. A couple of things went differently for him previously. Might have advanced.
Yeah. definitely might have advanced there, but my condolences go out to, definitely my condolences to Bunny there in the end, and with that, congratulations to Nightmares, he makes it through. And with that, we are running out of matches. That is the conclusion of Group D, and now our attention goes to Group C, as it looks like Sue versus Harstem is currently mid-series. They are in Game 1 in a long macro game, which means we're going to be diving into Game 2 of Sue and Harstem.
Yeah, I can't wait. As in, literally.
Yeah, it looks like they're on side Delta. It looks like an insane late game between both Sue and Harstem, so we'll see how that does eventually turn out. Regardless of who wins and loses, we will be jumping into game number 2 at least, and then we'll be following that series into Lambo thereafter.
Indeed. One more qualifying match, one more shot. Little bit of redemption for our 3 remaining players. One more chance to make it to that knockout stage to keep their dreams alive here in ESL Masters Spring.
Yeah, it looks like the mainstream is concluded as well, so they get to end early. They're lucky. But it looks like not just the B stream, but the mainstream has concluded. So yeah, it's just gonna be the side streams continuing on here. Again, still 1.5 series left. 1.5 series left to go, so we're gonna keep it going.
Yeah, might as well.
Yeah, so for now we're gonna be going on a short break. When we return, we will have the continuation of Sue versus Harstem.
That we shall. We'll see you then. And we are back, continuing our progression now. Going to be jumping in mid-series onto Sue versus Harstem here, a little bit of a PvZ prequel match that we have on our hands here.
Yeah, we are
continuing that. Yeah, going to be continuing in, and of course the winner of this series is going to be moving up for Two-Face Lambo in that qualifying match. Before that though, we have 1 to 2 more maps to determine who's going to be his opponent, and here we are going to continue things on Oceanborn in the top left hand corner map. Starting all the way in the top left, we have our red Protoss player currently up 1-0 in this best of 3, 1 map away from a rematch. We have, for Shopify Rebellion, Harstem.
And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Dragon KZ Gaming. It is Zoog. And for those that maybe did miss it, we are jumping in mid-series. Game 1 was played out on Steadfast's channel. He was covering Game 1 on Site Delta. It was a long macro game, went all the way to the late game between Harstem and Sue. And Harstem now leads the series 1-0.
He does. He does. That was also on Site Delta? Is it? My memory is already kind of fuzzy for things that happened 5 minutes ago, but yeah, it was on Site Delta, so a map that really does lend itself very well to split map scenarios. I doubt we're going to be seeing too much of the same here on Oceanborn. Map with a lot of yeah, it's just not as good. 4 split map scenarios.
Yeah, it has a lot more aggressive tendencies here, just because the third base is a little more vulnerable, a little more exposed, a little more viable here to go for these like big 3-base all-ins. There's a reason why, if you remember earlier today, we casted a lot of Solar ZVPs, and we saw Solar more often than not in multiple series go for these big 3-base all-ins, cutting workers at 66 on 3-base saturation and trying to kill his opponent with mixed success.
Yeah. Worked pretty well against Skillus, not as well against Showdown. And we'll see if Sue is willing to replicate something similar here. Sue has, again, been another one of these players who has really been grinding and really been showing a new level of play, a new level of form in these past couple of months. I think it was pretty surprised. A lot of people were pretty surprised when Sue was able to take out players like Classic and players like I think Classic was a big one in the last season of, in the most recent season of GSL, or even in GSL qualifiers, and he has been able to keep that going. He has been just maintaining his form quite a bit.
Yeah, it's been really impressive to see him improve the way that he has over the past couple of months, as you did mention, but can he keep it going, or does his story end here and now, because he is up against the wall? As a reminder, this is a best of 3, not a best of 5, so 1 more loss, and he is out of the entire tournament. Likewise, 1 more win for Harstem, and he can advance on to face off against Lambo in a rematch.
Indeed, he can. Yet another Shopify team kill, potentially.
Potentially. Meanwhile, we do see Sue moving out with his lane. Going to be getting us around here, forcing the Pulsar Beam on this Oracle. So we do force some wasted energy at least. And of course, Sue does confirm the Stargate opener. Should be getting ready back at home with his queens.
Yeah, does have a couple of queens already in position. Starting to get Spore Crawlers on the way. Whoop. So this initial Oracle going to be completely deflected. Not quite taken out. Whew.
Takes a lot of damage though. The whole damage is real on this Oracle. But thankfully we have a second Oracle on the way and a third thereafter as well. So Harstem keeping the aggression up. Still not quite moving out with the Adepts yet, but soon I imagine will be, as once again he does dip in between the bases. Gets 1 drone kill. Oh, barely 1 drone here towards the end, but just the 1 drone for now.
Whoop. Yeah, for now. Oracles are a little bit split up, so not quite able to get the one-shot potential, but it does distract the queens a little bit. Harstem takes a lot of damage, but keeps his oracles alive. He's able to get a little bit of worker damage. Couple of worker kills.
Yeah, 3 drones in total. Not too bad here for Harsum, considering that he hasn't lost any Oracle yet, so not a bad start whatsoever. Is now transitioning into a Twilight Council, Forge as well. This should be for +1 and Blink on the horizon. There are definitely charge variations here, but I imagine Harsum is a little bit more of a Blink boy in the PvZ matchup. At least that's what we've seen historically from him.
Yeah, historically, and seeing that +1 on the Forge is definitely signaling that we're going to be going that direction.
We are, as the Mass Adept is going to be moving out. It's going to be 6 Adepts on the ground. We have 3 Oracles in the air. We go for the Queens! Oh!
Do go for the Queens, a high energy Queen that... Yeah, there's just not enough transfuse energy on the rest of them. Another Queen goes down. Very fantastic sniping here. Cut off from Harstem, great surround of the Adept, and we have confirmation. That is charge.
Yeah, okay, it is not going to be Blink. We have Charge on the way instead. Charge lots and Immortal production into Archons as well. We spoke about this before, earlier today. I think it was Shadown that was whipping this out, how this has been quite a trendy composition as of late, going for an Immortal Archon heavy composition. I believe Skillus was doing it as well, and we'll see how hard we can embrace it as the Oracles don't quite make it into the Mineral Lines.
Yeah, they don't quite make it into the Mineral Lines, but they don't quite die either. Take a lot of hull damage, but they are still alive, and they will continue to be useful as this game continues. Su going for a pretty massive Ling run by, trying to get at the very least, trying to get the Sentry. Not quite able to get it.
So
we'll shave off a couple of Adepts, but nothing too consequential here.
3 Adepts, not a bad start from Su, still being active with his Lings. Behind this, Hydra Den is on the way, so Ling, a Hydra, going to be the composition of choice. And we'll see if we can get away with it. It's usually a little bit risky to skip Roaches. There is a Roach Warren, but we're skipping Roach production in favor of Ling Hydra. And with Harsum taking a 4th base, that's going to be our sign that Su is safe enough to take up and shouldn't have to deal with any kind of earlier push anytime soon.
Not quite yet. I'm getting flashbacks to what we witnessed in game number 1. At least a little snippets that I was able to gather from looking at Steadfast's stream.
Yeah, the Lings are going to be forced back. Hydra upgrades are on the way. Interesting here that we went double Hydra Den into double Hydra upgrades. I'm curious if that was intentional or not. I mean, there's going to be a timing here with these 2 upgrades, true, but I don't know if we're really going to be making use of it.
Yeah, I don't know if this was intentional from Su, but at least he's making the most out of it. Is getting both of his upgrades a little bit quicker, or at least one of his upgrades a little bit quicker.
Yeah, the upgrades are going to be finishing up. We are working towards +2. Likewise, the Lings is still being active, denying any kind of 5th base setup here. But Storm is done for Harsum. Pushing into this army, it's going to be quite difficult for a fragile composition or vulnerable composition like Lingbane Hydra. Storm is going to be good against all things light.
Yeah. You would know.
It's true.
Yeah. And confirm, we also have a lot of stasis wards being set up. Harsem really wants to secure himself with this 4-base economy, really wants to get into the next phase of the game. Su is willing to meet him there as the infestation pit is about to finish up.
Yes, and that should be for Hive Tech. That should be for an eventual Lurker switch as well. We'll keep an eye out for any kind of Lurker Den, which should be thrown down momentarily. Meanwhile, we do see Su still being active with these Lings. That will take a stasis to the face. Ooh, does take a massive stasis here on the Ling army. But again, I don't think Su really intends to commit anytime soon. With the Hive on the way, we should be looking further ahead.
Yeah, he's just looking to be active with his army on the map. Ideally, pick off couple of stray units as Harsem, is sending out a couple of zealots here and there to go for run-bys, and at the same time, Su is making is looking threatening on the map, and yeah, ideally is just going to keep Harsem contained on 4 bases and not attacking Su while he gets up to his Hive Tech.
I mean, that's a lot of Banelings. We have a Fleet Beacon on the way that's going to be for Skytos if we have to deal with Lurker Tech, but at the same time, here we go. Su is going to be pushing, and how good are the Storms going to be? That's a lot of High Templar.
There is a lot of High Templar, and the Storms will absolutely evaporate the Banes before they can connect with really anything.
Oh
Still plenty of Storms remaining. All of them do get popped. and none of the Zerg units are able to connect.
Yeah, we are forced all the way back. Su behind this, skipping Lurker Tech, going for a Spire instead. Interesting. Spire is on the way. Of course, that will help against Skytools by rushing into Corruptors. And meanwhile, we're still sticking with Ling Bane Hydra. This is an interesting choice. I do worry a little bit for Su because we saw how many storms there were earlier, and we still have plenty left over here. Like, this is still a threatening ground army here for Hearthstone.
Strapping myself in.
Well,
as Banelings try to go for a run by, but really fantastic set of defense here from Hearthstone. Very attempted storm usage as well. Gonna prevent Su from getting any worker damage, really. 2 probes go down. But at this stage, it's not the biggest of deals. Hearthstone still able to saturate his 4 bases, still gonna be able to get into carrier production.
yeah, I mean, Su is throwing away a lot here to not get much done. Like, that's a lot of gas invested in all these Banelings. You see Banelings trying to rush in once again, but we do not touch the mineral line here. Hearthstone, just his defense is just too solid. And that Skytoss is on the way. Thankfully, Su already has a greater Spire in production. I imagine going to be working on a second Spire and additional upgrades for the Corruptors. Still being very active with the Ling Bane, but again, has been bleeding out a lot.
He has, and arguably he does need to clear up some supply to be able to get more Corruptors, to be able to eventually switch into Brute Lords, but like you said, he's not doing anything, or he's not really getting anything in his trades when he's sending out all of the supply. He's trading a lot of Banes for, I say trading, but he's not actually getting much out of them, so I don't know if it's much of a trade, really.
Yeah, as we have some Zealot Ramais coming in, they're able to force Su back home. Hearthstone, the big thing for him is going to be expanding. We've been stuck on 4 bases for quite some time. Taking a 5th base is going to be quite necessary for him to build up a bank. He has yet to do so, though, as we're still working on carrier production. 2, now 3 carriers getting out here for Hearthstone. Still stuck at home, and Su is able to at least deal with the would-be Zealot Ramais.
I guess the main advantage of Su's more mobile ground army for the time being. Ultra Cavern on the way, okay. That I think was something that Su was missing in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Ultras are a good way.
If I'm wrong, chat.
Yeah, they're a good way to dive on the army, to get on top of these High Templar, deny the storms. Like, they're definitely an answer to some of the more supportive units that Hearthstone is going to have. We'll see how this all comes together because, again, it takes a while to get into those upgrades, and Hearthstone, I'm pretty sure, is soon to move out.
Yeah, I mean, he's vaxxed out. He's looking to start to position himself on the map and start to take the fight to Su.
Yeah, exactly. As how many High Templar are we working with? We have 6 High Templar here for Hearthstone. The carrier army is still amassing slowly but surely for him as we do throw down a massive wall of sight defense. Creep is spreading all around, by the way. Hearthstone, we need that 5th.
We really, really do. It's just really difficult to keep up and remax an army or continue to build units here when we get to the late game stage, the Fleet Beacon stage, when you only have 4 bases to work off of. Banelings come in from just about every single angle. There were some beautiful storms taking them out, but it's still a lot of damage that was dealt. Corruptors able to snipe the mothership. Still a lot of Archons on the ground, so they're not quite able to get on top of the carriers, but a decent trade from Su. One of the first trades that I think really went his favor.
Yeah, and that's why we have the Ultras now on the way. As you mentioned, there's actually not that much in the air for Hearthstone. He's got 2 carriers and that is it. So we have Ultras in production instead. Storm's going to be annihilating some of the Ling Bane here, but we're breaking on through nonetheless. Another carrier goes down.
Like so. The Archons on the ground, still putting in a lot of work. The ground army has been able to fight back a lot harder than the air army, and that might just make the difference here for Hearthstone. Ultralists are now out, and they're not fully upgraded yet, but there's still a lot of potential for them, especially if they can get on top of these High Templar.
And bearing in mind as well that we did rush into that Greater Spire earlier, so Broodlords are viable here. They're definitely a viable option for Harsum. Once he realizes that there is 0 Skytoss left, Broodlords will reign supreme. Usually Broodlords force out Tempest, but again, there's just nothing in the air, not anymore.
Yeah, and that's not really an option here for Harsum. Again, he's down to 4 bases, or he's been kept on 4 bases for so long, so switching into continuing his Skytoss production is not going to be the most efficient use of his resources, let me put it that way.
Yeah, as we at least have the mothership on the way. I mean, that's going to help with movements, you know, with an extra recall, very viable, a very useful tool here for Harsum's main army. As we do see Lingbane rolling in once again, the probes are getting caught out, and we do get some connections. Able workers go down.
Yeah, good storm's going to prevent the Banelings from connecting with the main army, but like you said, the damage that's been dealt was economic damage, and again, this is just going to keep Harsum further and further behind, slide a little bit lower and lower in the tech tree, in the tech production, as Sue is working with Hive Tech.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to see that kind of Broodlord switch. We haven't gotten there yet. Harsum does at least clear up some creep, and again, he should be looking to expand soon. Until then, though, Sue's still being very active. Once again, the Ultras have arrived, making sure that there is 0 expansions here from Harsum. And over time, we are going to be running out of these mineral patches and running out of gas. Sure, Sue hasn't been the most efficient player, hasn't had the most efficient fights, but he has bases, has an economy to make up for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I would summarize Sue's style, right? He survives long enough to get into the late game with a very strong economy, and then he pretty much lets his macro speak for itself, his economy speak for itself, as he has so much production, so much mineral mining, and enough of a bank that, like I said, he can just be inefficient and still get value.
And there it is. Broodlords are now on the way. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. Again, there are so many Immortals with this army. Ultra's gonna melt. Ultras, against this many Immortals, they have a really hard time pushing in. Broodlords, on the other hand, this is where they can excel.
They really can. I mean, we've seen Ultraless melt against a unit composition like this, haven't we? Zealot run-bys from Harsum, going to be able to take out a base.
Yeah, they do take out the base on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, they're going for the mineral line as well. Broodlords are now revealed, and Harsum has a bit of a heads up here when it comes to the armor composition he's up against. He should now start working towards carriers or Tempest once again. As a lot of drones are actually going down to these zealots. It's a surprising amount, actually.
Yeah, so he's still taking a little bit of a lead, but he doesn't have the end game number of workers that he wants as a third player. Going back up to 80, so not too bad, but and he does have a bank, so I guess it is all right for Sue to have a few less workers at this point, but still something to keep in mind as the mineral patches start to run out.
Yeah, and here we go. We're going for that most important crucial base of Harsum. He's going to try and come in from behind. The Broodlords are looking a little bit exposed. One Broodlord does go down, but we have the Queens to support, to transfuse.
Yeah, to try to anyway. Full storms do land. Stalker's going to get chased back by the Ultras, but
my God.
Cloak does get activated by the Mothership. Harsum taking a very, very efficient trade.
Yeah, there's no detection. No detection available here, so the Cloak is brutal. Every single Broodlord is going to be going down, but we did kill the base. We did deny mining, and look at the bank of Harsum. There is no bank.
I mean, yeah. There's none. It just goes to show how low of an economy he's been working with this entire time. Sue now remaxing. 112 Lings, couple of Ultras on the way. He does still need time to get this army up and running, to get all of this in position. But that's the only thing he needs right now.
Oh my God.
He has every other resource at his disposal. Great pickoffs here for Harsum, though.
Yeah, the storms are brutal. Ultras, they melt against the Immortals, and Harsum is all in, but he is breaking through.
He is! High Templar still gonna survive on top of all of this. And Sue doesn't have an easy answer. He doesn't have an answer to the storm. He needs Lings to deal with the Immortals.
Yeah.
But the Lings are gonna melt to the High Templar.
Exactly. You know what would be good right now? Broodlords. But again, we don't have time for Broodlords right now. Sue trying to expand elsewhere, trying to get some mining going, does catch some reinforcements. But again, Ling Ultra doesn't cut it. It doesn't cut it against this. We have 9 Ultras on the way. Ultra haven't going to be focused down. potentially these ultras could be enough. We don't really have much of a buffer for these immortals, so it could still work.
Potentially, a couple of Archons gonna get morphed in. We still have 2 very high energy High Templar remaining.
We do have those 2 High Templar in the back line. Harsum rotating around, making his way over towards some of the fresh mining bases here of Su, who almost does get one of those ultras as well, as Su is remaxing, Su is rebuilding, burning through his bank as we speak. This is going to be the last remax that Su has. Oh.
Yeah, pretty much. Su trying to keep eyes on this army, trying to catch the position of the High Templar. If he can snipe the High Templar of his immortals, his Lings are going to be free to surround everything else.
Yeah, and
but if not...
I mean, we do catch some reinforcements. Archon and Immortal are going to be going down. At the same time, Harsum going for a base trade. We're going for these fresh mining bases. Hatchery does go down. And Su, do we commit? No, Su is turning back around, actually.
Yeah, an interesting choice. I think Su has recognized that Harsum pretty much has no mining, doesn't really have any resources. All he has is all he's got. And so if Su can find the right position to take out this army, that's going to be game, but that's still a very big if.
Yeah, oh, we have some DTs slipping in as well, forcing a cancel on the top right base. Su is down to 1.5 base mining here. Doesn't really have much of an economy anymore himself. Su also, it looks like star for Larva more than anything. I just realized because Su has a bank, Su has, or he's not supply blocked, but Larva is a resource that he's now limited to.
Yeah, it doesn't have all those bases spread out on the map. Even the natural base, the third base, they get taken out. So, like I said, Larva is very limited.
Exactly, as Su just trying to build up more Lingbane Ultra. And again, this army still poses a great threat. Looking at the units tab here, we have 10 Immortals.
And that's 10 too many for Su to really deal with the army that he's got.
Yeah, it's like 1-to-1 Immortal for Ultra, which is not something you want to be seeing, as you did mention. We do see Su trying to expand on the right-hand side, but that is exactly what Harsum is. He's just sharking around, going for the kill, going for these bases.
And just trying to find openings
the drones!
where he can. The drones do get caught out in the middle of the map. Not much remaining for Su, resource-wise.
Yeah, again, he's working through all those minerals, has some gas left over, as long as it's mining as well, desperately trying to get an economy going. Harsum is being very careful, though. You can see here that he's being very delicate with his movement, doesn't want to get surrounded by the Ultras.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get surrounded by them, he doesn't want to isolate his High Templar too much. Su just, yeah, trying to do exactly that, trying to find little isolated pockets of the Protoss army that he can try to surround and take out. Templar looking a little exposed, but they will survive. Saved by the Immortals, saved by the Archons.
Yeah, that's the win condition for Su. If he can snipe these 2 High Templar ahead of time, then he can surround. Then he wouldn't have to worry about the storms collapsing on his Lingbane. The Lings, they can go to town, but again, that's going to be a big if, as Harsum does once again threaten that southern or that center base.
Well, they have taken a bit of hull damage, so if the game continues, there are going to be more opportunities, I would say, for Su to try to snipe them, but that's also going to make Harsum so much more careful with them remaining.
Yeah, that it is, as 14 drones go down the hatchery as well. Ooh, we do catch some reinforcements, though. We get an Immortal for free, but the Immortal count is still terrifying. We have 14 Immortals now. We are eclipsing the Ultra count in terms of just pure sheer Immortal. It's pretty insane here. Su has at least gotten another base up and running, and so far I believe it is, yeah, it is unscattered. Harsum doesn't know.
Yeah. Su still has mining. It's a little bit, but it's more than what Harsum has right now, who is desperately trying to long distance mine. Both of them such a low econ. 4 infestors are on the way. Ooh. And that just might be the key here for Su.
Yeah, that's interesting. There is no neural. Neural has not been resourced, so fungal growths are going to be the go-to for Su. Is that going to be enough of a support? I mean, fungal growths will lock down the army, but I don't think that's necessarily what Harsum is worried about. Like, these Immortals, they can stand strong and fight.
They can. Maybe if you can fungal down the High Templar if they're a bit isolated, but we'll see.
We shall see, as another hatchery is going to be going down. We can see Su desperately expanding on the right-hand side. Look, getting ready for the surround. He's going to be collapsing in. Gets a fungal.
Right, too. He does get the fungal, trying to go for a little bit of a surround, and it looks like Su just about has enough to take this out. The Fungals were the key. Su's got this.
Yeah, he locked down the army, cleans everything up, and now Su is going for the kill. GG gets called. Su ties us up, and we are going to the ace match.
Here we go. One more map to determine who is going to get eliminated and who is not yet going to qualify. But instead, move on to the qualifying match.
Yeah, exactly. We still have a little bit more ahead of us here. We have the ace match, and then we have one more series as Lambo is still lying in wait patiently for either Harstem or Su.
Indeed, we shall. I feel like we should keep going, you know? Or rather, we should keep this going. We've just crossed the 11-hour mark. We're getting pretty close to 12.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Getting there. Getting there.
Yeah.
Can we get to the point where we exceed any stream we've ever had before? I think our limit has been 14 hours. I can't remember if it's been 14 or 16. One of the two.
Not Infernales. Or was it Infernales?
Rebirth.
It was Latin America. Rebirth, that's what it was, yeah.
That was our limit, and we'll see if we can exceed that and go even further beyond. For now, looks like our players, they need a moment to catch their breath after what just happened, and yeah, hopefully they're okay at the venue as well. I know that some venues like to close a little bit earlier.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna go. You know, hopefully it didn't shut out the power as they reached the time limit.
Yeah, fingers crossed that we can still just play out our series and our matches here. Ooh, as we have the ace map of choice. Okay.
Yeah. And it's actually an interesting scenario. I believe there's a contingency just in case that happens.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially it reaches a point where they start kicking out like the crowd and like the viewers, but like I think the players can still play. I think they're still good to go.
Yeah. It's all been determined. Or it's all been, you know,
accounted for,
agreed upon, and we're safe is what I'm trying to say, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's been thought of. And speaking of thought of, here we are on our ace match, our final map of this best of 3 series. We are tied up 1-1, and we're spawning into El Guione, where we're here in the top right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the top right. We have our red Protoss player coming out from the land of the Netherlands, is what I meant to say. We have, representing Shopify Rebellion, it's Harstem.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming. It is Su. Boy, here we go. We find ourselves in the ace match. It's been a grueling back and forth, Yaku, but regardless of how this goes, it all ends here on Akio. For this series.
This series, yeah. Should clarify that.
Yeah, I should, yeah. We got another series after
all ends here. We do have another series after this. Be interesting to see how it pans out.
Yeah,
potentially that rematch or potentially that CPC.
Yeah, I'm hoping we can, I don't know. Part of me wants to avoid the mirror matchup, but at the same time, I feel like the ZVZ will be a little bit faster. So, it depends what we want.
Well... If it was any other Korean Zerg player, I would agree. But Su's a mid-game boy, even in CVC.
There you go.
But I guess mid-game is faster than, is still shorter than, you know, split map Sky Toss versus Sky Zerg. So you might be right.
Maybe.
I mean, right there,
I'm hoping so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we're gonna have another like late game ZVP, as you mentioned. It's possible. That's how this series has been turning out so far, and I mean, Alkione is another good map for that, right? To settle into a split map scenario, 4 base versus 4 base, as opposed to Oceanborn. Because this map is a bit larger, it is far easier for a player like Hearthstone, or either player really, to take a fit, right? To take the goal base, to expand and to expand a little bit more freely and just have a more solid economy to sustain themselves.
Yeah, it's larger, it's a bit more linear when it comes to expansion paths, as you were mentioning. There aren't too many openings when it comes to some of these. When it comes to some of these expansions, in the numbers that are high, by that I mean, you know, numbers like 4.
Yeah, that I mean, I'm not on it. We can count higher than 4. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, if we study,
True.
we can.
Yeah. Takes a bit of effort there. But we'll see how we settle into this as Suhi sneaks in across the map, slips into the natural, going for a probe kill, and oh, we do get 1 probe.
Yeah, not too bad. Su keeps his Lings alive and will be able to sneak into the main and get a cheeky little scout.
Yeah, he wants to get a second probe if at all possible. If at all possible, does force some delayed mining time here. We do see our tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate over, and 1 more probe goes down. Yeah,
pretty good. All things considered, pretty good opening here for Su. Let's see if he's able to defend against the Oracle. Sorry, has Queen's in position.
Oof. Yeah, Queens are in position. Good start stepping here from Su. 1 drone does get picked up, but only 1 so far. Not a worthwhile trade for Hearthstone, but at least he keeps the Oracle alive, just barely.
Yeah, so far the trade hasn't been worthwhile, but there's still a lot of potential for Hearthstone to keep this going. It's just regenerating shields on that Oracle. He could dip out, try to evacuate, and meet up with the additional Oracles he's sending across the map, or he could go for some split harass like he did on Oceanborn.
Yeah, so far, I mean, he gets 1 more drone kill. As you mentioned, Oceanborn, he was a little bit more successful in his aggression. Meanwhile, I see a Twilight Council, but I don't see a Forge. This is an interesting choice here by Hearthstone. I'm curious if this is going to be a committed Blink-based opener, and yes, it is. Blink is on the way. We did second guess ourselves for a moment, but this is a really fast Blink.
I thought I was tripping when I saw Charge for a very split second. But no, it was cancelled, and we do have Blink on the way. No Robo, so like you said, just very committed Blink opening. Hearthstone looking to be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, he's looking to be a little bit more aggressive. Now, as you're saying, there is no Forge, or the Forge is quite late, it's quite delayed. The advantage of this is that you're able to be active that much sooner with your Blink Stalkers. You can be very aggressive, very active, move out across the map, and apply pressure to the Zerg player a lot sooner than you otherwise would with +1.
Yeah, I see what you did.
What did I do?
Su, no. I don't know, that wasn't even something that...
You're an
I'm just glomming on to the words at this point.
Okay. Let's go.
Yeah. You hold on to them anyway. As you mentioned, on the flip side of things, Su is just playing out a relatively normal game. He is getting into his Roach Warren, getting +1, which is what you want when dealing against Blink Stalkers in particular.
Yeah, the Stalkers are moving out. As you mentioned, we have a lot of Lings, but the Lings that are across the map, they're not necessarily back at home to defend, so Hearthstone can gain ground. He picks off an Overlord, and Su will be threatening a run-by instead. I mean, we don't actually have too much to defend at the 3rd base, but we do have a Sentry and Force Fields as Stalkers. They keep trying to push in, but for now, they're forced back.
Yeah, forces a recall out of Hearthstone, which is ideal here for Su. He still needs a little bit more time to get to his next phase, to finish up Lair, and get his next stage of upgrades, his next round of upgrades.
Yeah, exactly. That Lair is soon about to finish. Meanwhile, from the side of Hearthstone, he wasn't able to do too much with his Blink timing, and he's working on his next step. We have +1, Charge, Temple Archives. This will be for Storm, for Archon production. Once again, Hearthstone isn't really embracing Colossus. Colossus are not going to be a factor here in this game.
Now that you mention it, that is... yeah, an interesting choice in both series that we were able to, or both games so far that we were able to cast, and a little bit in game number 1 from what I've been able to piece together from Setfast's stream. he does seem to avoid the Robo Bay. He's focusing a lot more on Immortals. He utilized the Warp Prism to pretty good effect, I would say, but yeah, for the most part is avoiding that and is trying to head straight into, or focusing mostly on Storms for AoE, and then eventually transitioning to Sky Toss.
Yeah, that's been Harsum's MO here so far in this series. We'll see if that continues here in game number 3 as Lings, they go for a run by. They're not going to get too much done, but they do get eyes on the Archons and on the High Templar. So Su is fully aware of the tech that he's up against, and he's going to be doubling down into Ling Bane, Roach Ravager. This time Su isn't rushing into Hydras.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a, I guess, a map-dependent choice earlier from Su on Oceanborn, where he really did want to focus a lot on having a mobile force on the map. This time, he's not rushing into Hydras. He is rushing into Hive.
Yeah, the Hive is on the way, and that should... I mean, whenever I see a Hive, I'm feeling Lurker tech. But we saw in the last game that Su didn't make a single Lurker. He didn't throw down a Lurker den. He just played Ling Bane Hydra into Ultra more than anything. I mean, he went Corruptor into Broodlord, then into Ultra. It was a very different kind of playstyle there from Su, so I'm still lying in wait to see what comes next.
That Spire does get thrown down.
There it is.
Like you mentioned, just no Hydra Den in sight, so we're going full on to... Yeah, I think we're going fully into what we saw in Oceanborn, which is Greater Spire, Brute Lords into Ultras, which is not exactly a linear progression path when it comes to tech, but one that can still work out pretty well.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if a Greater Spire starts immediately. As soon as the Hive is done, as soon as the Spire is done, if we can rush into a Greater Spire, the goal here might be to hit a Broodlord timing, which can hit like a truck, especially against a ground-based army. So we'll see if Su does embrace that. For now, we do see Harsum moving out. Ooh, we are vulnerable though to a surround, so Harsum has to calm down. Thankfully, there are plenty of High Templar behind this.
Indeed, there are, and much like on Oceanborn, we did see how High Templar are the biggest deterrent when it comes to Ling Bane. Su just barely misses the run-by. So Harsum going to be setting up for a little bit of a multi-prong.
Yeah, it's a lot of Zealots here towards the southern half of the map. Lings are going to be rushing in. They're going for the High Templar. They morph in an Archon, and they're going to trade quite well here. These Cracklings are not doing too badly against the Gateway army, but we do have to retreat. Again, just bleeding out Lings. And there it is. There's that fast Greater Spire.
Slowly but surely. Well, not that slowly, as we are only at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, we'll keep it on the Corruptor count of Su to see when he does decide to invest.
Yeah, he does need to keep a little bit of his supply open. He does need to. As a fun fact, Brute Lords do cost a little bit of supply when you upgrade them or when you morph them from Corruptors.
Yeah, there is a bit of setup involved, but here we go. We see Su, he's maxed out. He's pushing towards the third base. Has to still respect those High Templar. I mean, we saw how brutal those storms could be, especially in the previous game. So Su doesn't quite commit. Back at home, Zealot Runback comes in, and Su is distracted. Force back.
Very distracted. That was, okay, cancel, not quite a kill on that hatch, but like you said, Su is very distracted. This one Warp Prism is putting a lot of breaks in the momentum of Su.
Again, it does slow him down quite a lot here. I mean, he will eventually shut this down and clean this up. Corruptors are on the way, Ultra Cavern as well. So yeah, very similar playstyle here from the last game out of Su.
Yeah, very similar, but hitting a lot quicker. Very clutch body blocking, very clutch warp-ins and force fields coming out here from Harsum. That could have been disastrous. But for now, Harsum's going to keep his economy going.
Yeah, he does hold on. He does maintain his economy, and that's the 5th now on the way. A base that Harsum never really got going on Oceanborn, but now has in production here on Alcyone. Bailey run by runs into the Archons. Harsum pushing out, looking to shut down these bases. And Su, can he stop this army? I mean, that's a lot of Archons. That's a lot of Immortal. This is a beefy force.
And that's a lot of Archons, that's a lot of Immortals, that's a lot of high energy, High Templar. That's not a lot of Brute Lords that Su has available for him right now.
Not at all. Banelings, they try to get in. Once again, the force field is thrown down, and the main army is pushing in. Is even going to be threatening that natural. We are so close to getting on top of that. Su, ready for a surround. Ready to collapse on this army.
Yeah, he's just waiting for Harsem to get into prime position. Finally, the Banelings do break forward. Do bust into that mineral line. And the Brood Lords are out.
Yeah, the base has fallen, but as you mentioned, with these Brood Lords, if Harsem did commit to a fight, then he'd be in a lot of trouble. Once again, Su committing to these Baneling Rumbys. I mean, finally he's getting damage done, and he's going for the mineral line.
Yeah, these probes are trapped in this base. Harsem has split, but it's not enough room. 16 of them go down. 20 of them go down.
20 probe kills. I mean, we had 12 earlier. Harsem down to 51 workers. His economy is struggling right now. Does have bases, but the workers are not quite there. And now that Broodlord count is getting higher and higher, Harsem, he is not ready for a Skytoss transition.
Not at all. He was setting up for it. He has the fight. He has the bases ready. He doesn't have the workers anymore.
Yeah,
he doesn't have the workers, doesn't have the bank, and Su is looking to just continue hammering that home.
Exactly. I mean, these Broodlords, how do we answer this? They're going to be coming in, forcing away the Archons and Immortals. Their range is just so short. Barely any Stalkers, and Harsem, he just has to turn back around. He cannot push in.
Yeah, even a little bit of body blocking in the choke points here. Kind of cutting off the retreat every now and then. And Templar does land a storm, but that's not going to be enough here. You need 3 or 4 storms to really turn the tables right now for Harsem.
Yeah, Harsem, he does warp in a big wave of Stalkers, and that will help collapse on these Broodlords. Su has to be very careful with how he does engage, as he's zoning away the army, and that means we're going for the base. We're going for the 5th.
Yeah, these Stalkers can definitely do a lot to threaten the Broodlords, but without any air units, they can just retreat to the dead air position. The entire mineral line goes down, and that 5th base is now forfeit. Harsem in an even more dire economic position than he already was.
Yeah, things are going dire here for Harsem. He's going for a desperate counterattack with a couple of Archons. This is going to be an expensive run by. Has to be careful at the same time. Broodlords still being active. Harsem's hope here is to catch the Broodlords. If he can catch them off guard with his Winged Stalkers, then he definitely has a chance to win this game. Likewise, Tempest production has begun, making 2 Tempests at a time.
Yeah, eventually we're going to get to a point where these Broodlords are going to fall, but then you have to start worrying about the ground army. Yeah, we still have a lot of High Templar, and still have a lot of Storms available. And Su, apart from these Broodlords, is still working on a Ravager Lingbane army composition. So there's still a lot of potential here for Harsem.
Yeah, here we go. As the Lingbane rolls on in. The Storm's going to be zoning Su away for now. Tempest, they gets a couple of hits in here on the Broodlords. Not too bad, as Broodlords are falling one after the other. We blink on in. Oh.
Yeah, no dead air to retreat to, at least not in this part of the map. A lot of Storms do get thrown down. Not enough Corruptors. No Corruptors in the air to really zone away the Tempest just yet.
Exactly, as Su does have to retreat, he has to back off. We have 7 Corruptors in production, but again, we need a little bit more time to get them going, as this death ball of an army from Harsem is pushing in, but we've been here before. Harsem has no bank, Harsem is all in.
Yeah, once again, all he has is all he's got, and he's starting to have even less as these Broodlords get into position.
Yeah, now we finally have some Corruptors. They have to be careful. Storm does zone away the Lingbane for now, and every Broodlord is going to be going down to the Tempest.
Yeah, these Corruptors haven't really been able to get into position and take out the Tempest. A couple of Broodlords do survive, but there's a blink forward. Yeah, they get taken out. Su has a bank. He is trying to remax. But I'm not convinced he's dealt enough damage. I mean, there aren't any more High Templar. Yeah, no, going to be beneficial for him.
Yeah, no more High Templar, no more Storms. We have 9 Ultras in production. We have a wall of Spine Crawlers as well, but that's a lot of Immortals, and we still have Tempest. We don't have any Corruptors left.
That we do not. Su has completely neglected Corruptor production. Looks like he's hoping to be able to deal with the ground army before switching into Corruptors, but that's looking less likely to happen.
It really is, and Harsem has he done it. I mean, Su is maxed out, but looking at the army, Su has nothing that shoots up. And these Tempests, they're getting free damage. They're getting free ultras.
They really are. Su's gonna have to completely give up his gold base. He's trying to go for a little bit of a base trade right now. And Harsem does have recall available, but he doesn't feel pressured to utilize it yet.
Yeah, well, he does cast a mineral line. Every single worker is going to be going down. We do cripple the economy, but at the same time, the main army for Harsem is greater than that of Su. Corruptors are in production, and potentially we could actually catch these Tempests on their own. These Tempests are a little bit exposed here, and the Corruptors could definitely shut them down as we do recall back home.
Do recall into the main base, but it's only half the army. With the Sim City, that may just about be enough. It's mostly Immortals that they get recalled, and it's mostly Ultras in this assault.
Yeah, we do see Su racing on back. Corruptors have arrived. They're rallying out across the map, but we do have to consolidate our army. We do have to retreat.
A couple of Stalkers do get caught, but they will be able to blink away. Retreat back to the main army.
Su retreat, bleeding out a lot of Ultras in the process. Expensive losses here for Su. Now he does kill the base. There's a world out there. Do you think it's worth like bypassing this army and just killing all the buildings? Like that might be a more viable option, but for now we are getting ready.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, recall is on cooldown.
It is
so
on
there's
cooldown.
a world, but I don't think Su. Yeah, I don't think Su has confirmed just how few units Harsem has left. We do get a full surround on the ground army. We still have a lot of Immortals to work with. Harsem kiting this back. Su out of a bank, not able to remax, not yet.
And he does clean up all the Tempests, but the ground army of Harsem stands strong. We still have those 5 Immortals, and they are putting in the work. They're putting in so much work here. Su has to retreat. He is making more links. He does have an economy to work with, but just barely. He's running out of money.
And he has an economy. We didn't say it was a good economy.
Yeah, and it looks like Harsem may have just done it. He's broken on through, cleaned up every single Ultra. We just some reinforcements coming in, but the Ultras, they get targeted down.
Yeah, these units of Su, they're just not in the right position. He needs the Ultras to be attacking the Archons and the Lings to be attacking the Immortals. Instead, it was the exact other way around.
Well, the Ultras got 2-shot as well. They could not touch the army. And Su, he almost has nothing left. He's making links as we speak. He's trying to go across the map. We have Corruptors that aren't really doing too much either. And Harsem, he's so close to taking it all.
He is very close, but so is Su. There's a world out there where he fights with Brootlings. And he's able to just overwhelm the tiny force. Tiny but potent force that Harsem has on the map.
Yeah, again, I think that the base trade might be the best choice because of Broodlings. Even then, though, Broodlings won't really touch this army. Like, Archon Immortal is so beefy. They're going for the tech structures. Lings, they try to collapse on this. Boys being pulled as well, but the Archons, they go to town.
Yeah, really great body blocking. Really good positioning from Harsem. And I think he's just done it.
Yeah, he bleeds out 2 Immortals. He's down to 2 Immortals and 2 Archons remaining. Su still has some mining going on. He's still making more Lings, but this is the last mining base. Last mining base of Su. He has no other hatcheries out on the map, and mining is now denied.
Mining has been denied. I want to believe in the power of the Brootlings, but yeah, Harsem can just avoid them now.
He can avoid them. He's regenerating shields as we speak. The drone's trying to get the hell out of here, and we do come in for a surround.
We do come in for a full-on surround. Pretty good drone drilling from Su, but it's not gonna... Yeah, it's not gonna be enough. Zealots do pop in. That's gonna be in. GG is called, and Harsem... Oh, and a series that goes down to the absolute wire is gonna take it in the end.
GG.
Oh, boy.
GG, well played. Harsem, he takes it just barely 2-1, brings Su down. Again, Su had an economy, Su had mining, but alas, what he didn't have was any Broodlords left over, or if you remember, he over-invested into Ultras. That was when we had the 5 Tempests raining down the army. It took far too long to get into Corruptor production to deal with those Tempests. They got so much value. And Harsem, with that Archon Immortal based army, which has been quite trendy as of late, did just trade so incredibly efficiently and took Su down. GG.
Yeah, took Su down. GG. Su is now eliminated from ESL Masters Spring. Harsem going to continue to face Lambo in a bit of a cheeky rematch.
Oh yeah, we do have that rematch. Earlier in the day, we didn't get to cast it, but both Lambo and Harsem did face off in the upper bracket. Lambo took down Harsem 2-0. And what is important here about Lambo and Harsem is that they are both teammates. They both practice quite often. They're good friends. And this leads into a really interesting dynamic where they both know the ins and outs of each other, and it leads to a lot of metagaming.
Indeed it does. Yeah, indeed it does. A lot of metagaming that could come into play. A lot of an additional layer to that as well, as we are coming in to a bit of a rematch here. Lambo did get the upper hand earlier, but Harsem is usually a player who is very adaptable in the middle of a tournament. You know, if he is about to rematch someone, especially a teammate, he's usually able to formulate something pretty quickly.
Exactly. It's going to be a battle of the brains here between Harsem and Lambo. It is a little bit bittersweet because one of them will be eliminated, the other will advance on. Who will it be? Who do we give the edge to?
But you know what? We have 3 Shopify Rebellion players moving forward. Confirmed.
3?
Yeah,
oh, yeah
3.
True. Yeah, true. We have Bjorn, we have Scarlet, and now either Harsem or Lambo. That's pretty good.
Yeah. Pretty good. Actually, I think this is the best case scenario for Shopify Rebellion, looking at it as a team, because only 2 players would advance. 3 of them will place in bracket C, so we already have Bjorn moving forward to the knockout stage, and now we'll see if it's going to be Harsem or Lambo moving forward.
Yeah.
Pretty bittersweet, as you were saying.
Yes. Only enough room for one more player here, and of course, because it's going to be the final series of the night, predictions will soon be open in the chat, so you can get your gamba going on who you believe is going to make it into, or is going to continue their run in this tournament, and who is eliminated from DreamHack Dallas from ESL Masters Spring. Oh boy, it's going to be up to you to decide in the chat. Best of luck.
Yeah, up to you, viewer. Choose wisely.
Yes, vetoes are going to be underway, and we will have at least a little bit of time to ourselves here to get ready for that. So I guess we're... Break?
Yeah. Give our players a little bit of time to, well, I guess specifically give Harsem a little bit of time to refresh, and give both of them some time to conduct their vetoes.
There you go. So we're going to be going in a short break. When we return, we will have our final series of the day.
Stay tuned.